I can tell you where it all went wrong. uh, it's after the success of WoW. It was just too much money, and as a result of all that money inflowing to the company, um, a lot of people just got huge egos about it, and that's when the first big layoff happened. And this is just Blizzard itself. Like, they decided to fire all those quest designers who made WoW such a success. They did that. Like, that wasn't Activision coming in and saying you have to lay off X amount of people, or some corporate move by like Vivendi or anything. It was literally internally they were like, we want more money from the bonus check for WoW to go to the executive layer, and even Metzen participated in that decision. And so that there's even a news article about it. Like, I think it was like on it was like maybe 100 people got laid off at that point. Um, and yeah, so the people who were most closely responsible for the really cool quests upon release were the ones to get the axe, just so that they could have a bit of extra money and, you know, get their mansions or whatever. And that's what, sort of when it started. And then there was more nepo hires, and, you know, Offersabi moving up, Kaplan moving up, and that sort of poisoned, created a toxic company culture. Well, they didn't know. I mean, they honestly didn't know that it was going to be such a success. They sort of thought it was going to be a failure, or there was a lot of uncertainty about how WoW would be received. Um, but yeah, they should have seen how successful it would be, and but that's the problem is, like, that decision to do the layoffs was after, like, they saw the money coming in and they're like, oh, I want more. That's when it all went wrong. Yep, and money is power. Good night. I am streaming, but I'm not currently streaming voice. Uh, if it's okay, I prefer to turn it on, but if you don't want to, that's okay. Okay. Anyone else? Oh, so you don't want me to stream voice? Or I just won't stream it. It's okay. Yeah, obviously, you're not comfortable. Don't worry. Really? I did. Yeah, I did. Get fish lips. Oh. I don't know exactly. Uh, I did a lot of the writing and stuff. But Nathan was the lead writer, so could have been him. He played Turtle WoW. Did you know that? He's the lead writer in Exile, and I found out he played Turtle WoW when his paladin showed up while I was live streaming Turtle WoW, and he gave me 300 gold. That was crazy. Yeah, Stranger's Wrath is great. For some reason, I feel like the PC remakes don't quite feel the same as the Xbox version, but it could also just be my own nostalgia for that time period in my history of making games. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. All right. Enjoy Wasteland 3. Oh, can I drop 2 hints? No, I mean, you'll probably encounter this anyways. Like, if you hear the Christmas stuff, go see it, because I wrote a lot of that stuff. So, you'll hear it on the radio, and I'll try to get fish lips, if you can. Okay. Cheers. Bye.
Doing in WoW, Dave?
I am trying to farm back up my consecrated sharpening stones because I ran out yesterday.
Ah, yeah. I need to get my banana bread too.
Yeah, I was about to go to Tel Aviv, and then I saw that one of my stacks didn't sell on the auction house, and it came back to me. So now I'm back up to 43, so I won't have to do that one. No, you know what? It would probably help if I had equipped the thing that makes it so you get them.
Yeah. I have a bad habit of just never equipping my Scourge Stone, and I'm stuck in my ways at this point. I'm just like, forget it. I don't even want to worry with the Scourge Stones.
I know, I don't want to think about it either. But I don't want to pay 5 gold per consecrated sharpening stone either.
Yeah. I love when I log on, grab one herb, and it's like, oh, immediately Black Lotus.
Isn't that super valuable
Yeah.
or something?
Oh yeah, that's where the Flask of Titans and stuff like that. They're like 20 gold a pop, last I checked.
Oh
but
God.
yeah.
I see.
In one day I made 100 gold by just getting. I got 5 Black Lotus, and it's just like, man.
Yeah, skinning is a little bit more difficult because all the stuff that gives you the high value is in raids, and then no one wants to let you keep that.
Yeah. I mean, we try to hand it out to people that need it. You know, for like, if you need an item crafted, we'll typically do it for you and stuff. We just don't want people selling it for raw gold.
Right. Yeah. That's one of the reasons I do the MC with another group, is that if you're the skinner, you get to keep the stuff you skin.
The um, the way that I look at it, right, is like we're not profiteering from any of those mats. So like
Mhm.
we sell off the excess because we do accumulate a lot of it. That's how we sustain being able to buy like I don't know 1,000 shadow potions in a week. It's crazy. The amount of money we go through in a single week of raiding, but
Yeah,
we
I
also
know.
like supply tanks with flask and stuff.
Me personally, the amount of money I go through on a single raid is ridiculous. Though
You know,
I
as a
hmm,
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, but I made a mistake and fixed it recently, where basically I thought a bunch of things stacked that absolutely did not stack, and so I'd just been wasting throwing away potions.
Oh no,
Yeah.
there was a food that I thought stacked with another food, and it didn't stack, and I was like, crap. So now I have
Yeah.
2 different foods just sitting in my inventory, and I'm like, guess I'll use this one for tanking then.
Nice. Yeah. I have a similar issue, like dragon breath chili, and I can't remember which, but I better figure that out.
Yeah, that's I think that's one of them a long time ago that I was surprised didn't stack with certain foods. And I was like, what's going on here?
It has a totally different icon. It feels like it should.
Yeah, kind of
But,
like going on top or something.
yeah. And then, but Denonzo's Telebeam Medley does stack with the stupid grilled squid, so I feel obligated to have both.
So I'm hooking it out to Telebeam to get me some peace.
Gonna run the banana path.
Yeah. I also try to do a herb rotation while I'm out there every little bit. Were you at KT today? Yeah, you were, right?
Oh yeah, I got boots.
Oh, very nice. I finally got that Shield of Condemnation. I've been trying to get that thing for like months now.
Oh nice. Oh yeah, I saw that drop.
Yeah, a lot of people whispered me today. Were like, "Yeah, finally." As a healer, I have over 11k armor. It's pretty nuts.
Holy crap. Heal tank.
Yeah, and yeah, for real. I can actually take a smack to the face. I also have like holy raid buff. I'm about 6k HP, which is pretty nutty. That's mixing a little bit of the judgment set and the redemption set.
Nice.
I did switch out my rings for more spell crit just to see how that does, because Daybreak is like on a crit, so I need that to proc more, and I think I need to get my crit back up to about 25.
Can heals crit?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
The highest heal I think I've ever gotten, this could be apocryphal, but it was about 7.5 on a Holy Light with everything popped and every buff possible.
Wow.
I think Ella.
7.5k heal.
Yeah. Normally they're not that high though. That one's like everything going out all at the same time, 1 in a million crit.
Oh, nice.
Because you need the Zanamari Hero Charm and I think I had at the time it happened I had 1,300 healing power. I actually have lower healing power than that right now. I gotta get my enchants again also.
Yeah, that's the one
switched out
problem.
my gear
Hmm.
so quickly that I haven't been able to get back into the places because like you gotta go to ZG, get the head and legs, like
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Gotta do some farming for the brilliant shards. I used to have like over 100 brilliant shards, but these days I have none. Still got my Crusader though.
I should run Stratholme.
Yeah, hopefully when the vacation's over, I can start my Stratholme run back up. I guess I'm gonna be moving soon, because
Oh.
things are unaffordable here, so I'll probably be out for like 2 weeks. Coming
Are
up
you like
the
a?
end
Do you work remotely or?
currently, I'm kind of in flux on like everything. So I was doing like DoorDash here for a little bit. I repaired somebody's computer for some cash. I'm kind of just doing a bunch of little odd jobs, I guess.
Gotcha. Have you thought about teaching English in Thailand?
Yeah. Does it pay well in Thailand?
No, but the cost of living is so low that if you can do any sort of remote work online, that you can pretty much supplement your income in such a way that you can live like the 1% here.
Oh yeah, because the conversion ratio is so high.
Yeah.
I got some friends in the Philippines that do the same thing. They work a remote job, but they get paid in USD, and it's like they have like sizable houses with many acres of land.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know if they're quite mansions, but they're pretty large.
I'm sure I told you before, but like I rented a 3-story building for 500 USD a month when when I was first here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Holy crap.
Yeah, compared to, you can certainly have like a nice house and everything for less than 500 USD a month.
Yeah, our rent for a hole in the wall here in Oregon is like 2,000.
Yep. Yep.
And that's a bad deal for sure. There's a lot of things that I didn't have to do with that, but roommates. So it's like, oh my god. Maybe moving to Illinois. If there's an apartment we're trying to get somewhere in Roseburg.
Roseburg. Are you in Germany?
No, Roseburg.
Oh, okay, okay.
Get her back. You got my attention.
Tell you what's crazy, since I joined Turtle WoW, is
Yeah.
I never expected us to have 2 raid teams that are clearing knacks.
Why not?
Every WoW guild I've ever been in, I've just had terrible experiences after terrible experiences with WoW guilds.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome, Basil.
Hey, welcome. I am live, just to let you know.
Yeah, I don't think I care.
Okay.
I was just asking for them. Anyway, you're talking about how much you like the guild Azelvar.
He was.
I thought when I first joined, I didn't think we would be as successful as we did, and I didn't think we would have come this far. But that quickly changed after about 6 months, and I was sitting here thinking about it.
Started
How
from
we
the
have-
bottom, and now we're here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I've been part of the guild almost as long as it's been around.
Humble beginnings.
I mean,
Yeah,
we got like Nax down to like 4 hours. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh,
One
yeah.
decent Cthulhu.
It's substantially more tolerable to do Nax on the weekend now. We even have time to go kill a world boss in 5 seconds. That was
That was very funny.
That was hilarious.
Took longer to get there than it did just kill him.
to kill him.
He was like a minute, not even, and then it was like it was just the extensive like, how do we get there? We got to summon people.
Yeah, we spent more time summoning than we did killing that boss. That was crazy.
We did, yes.
I can't wait for the dragons and stuff. An alt I'm gonna work on after I get done moving and stuff. I'm gonna go the Eshkonders build.
I'm building that too.
I just want it. I just like.
I know, right?
I for no other reason.
It just seems like a cool idea. I like the kind of weird offset things.
I swapped out 2 of my tier 3 pieces last night for the arcane set. I just like, for whatever reason, I hadn't done it, and I'm like, oh, you know what, these pieces aren't even enchanted, so I don't lose anything, so I just swapped them. And my DPS saw like a considerable jump.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And they're not even like enchanted yet.
You know, with healing, it's kind of the opposite of like DPSing, where it's like you can have too much spell power as a healer, like just straight up.
Really?
Yeah. So the problem is like you have to balance it with downranking, but if you're gonna be going that into downranking, there's not a fight in the game that lasts that long. So it's like, okay, you'll cast out of 8 spell ranks, you'll cast like 5, and then you're still over healing at rank 5, and it's like, well, if I go down to 4, I'm losing like 200 healing power, etc., etc. And then it's like, okay, well, what you do is you'll start taking like just straight up spell crit or like intelligence or things like that to make your overall stats better. Or haste is the biggest one, right? Because everything when you're in the top 5 healing bracket, it's all spell haste at that point. And what you'll find is people will be sacrificing their own healing power to make heals quicker.
I did there's like the Zandalarian trinket, and I did a calculation to see what the damage was. And it's just like, it's basically the same as like the Talisman of Ephemeral Power and everything. So I was like, oh, I'm not going to waste my time going for that. Like, the damage is roughly the same.
Oh yeah, and it gives way more too up front.
Yeah.
The only benefit of TEP is it's on a shorter cooldown. But if you have Trinket menu, you could swap between the two on every other pull, so they're always up. I have also gotten the hiccups, apparently.
Well, you guys might not know this, but I did kill Kel'Thuzad, and I got his phylacter, and I gave it to like a shifty priest, but then he gave me like a cool trinket in return. So
Oh, that's cool.
that'll be
Congrats
fun
on the
for,
phylactery.
I mean, it's like I only need. I got the power of the Scourge today, and all I have to do now is just keep reserving the power of the Scourge for my other shoulder chance. Although I probably won't, because like I don't technically need it right away, so I'll just roll on it on like a main spec roll when it comes up or something.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the new sets are like. I wish they would Turtle WoW devs, if you're listening to Dave's stream, from Azulbar, the Dragon Slayer, the Lion of Stormwind, I'll have you know, rebuff the Lawbringer set for Lothab. Please. I don't want to waste money on Shadow Protection Potions. I built the 8-piece specifically for that. Come on, man.
It's a lot of hard
Yeah, I
work.
think I'm gonna reserve that trinket off Lotheb.
I want to get the one off of Thaddeus that's the +3 crit, so I can run, like... This definitely isn't the most optimal, but I need the crit. I can run Eye of the Beast and that, and then just rotate them.
I was thinking about that trinket, but I don't know how effective it's going to be. But I'm at a point now where I can just start to like screw around and reserve whatever because I'm not, in a massive need scenario. So
Yeah, I found
Yeah,
a
the
flaw
only-
in that system, by the way.
Oh, go ahead.
Basically, the soft reserve part of it has a problem in that if your stuff isn't dropping, you feel obligated to keep soft reserving it to get your HR stacks up. And you start missing out on other things because people can randomly SR other stuff that you might need and would be a much higher DPS increase for you. Because
Yeah.
you're stuck on that one thing. So my suggestion would be that once you hit a certain amount of HR stacks, you don't have to soft reserve it anymore, and then it's just a question of you can SR something else at that point, and you still have you basically have a hard reserve on that thing, but unless you use up both your main spec rolls.
apparently other guilds do that. What they do is they just track the reserves on an item. So you could reserve an item like 10 times, you get a 10 times streak, and you can reserve another item, and both of them will stay at 10. But
Yeah.
whoever else is chasing you like closes the gap.
Yeah, that's the risk you take, but at least
I
you're
mean,
only rolling against that one other person in that situation.
I think one issue we have, like we've talked about, is the OS SRs. I think we should either just track or eliminate OS SRs and just say like you can just reserve. Just because like not tracking them, I think is kind of dumb, and it feels really bad for that person. They have to wait anyway, so you may as well just go, oh, nobody contested this. It goes to off spec. You just get it.
Yeah.
Or figuring that out. I mean, I think the biggest flaw there is it requires people to be altruistic. There are people that you're
Yes.
streaming, so I will not name names, but like they are not altruistic. They 100% reserve things for dopamine hits, and it's like you do not need this. You will never use this.
I'm
Um,
aware now. Someone was talking about this stuff, and I looked into it a little bit, and I'm like, oh, I see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just mentioned, like, so I want to eventually, like, enchant all my tier pieces, just in case. So, like, I would like to get the shoulder enchants. It's the first one I've ever gotten, but I've also just said, like, I'm not going to actually reserve them because, I'm not going to use it right away, so somebody else should actually grab it. I'll probably reserve Mr. Bigglesworth next week, and then, I'll probably end up reserving, like, maybe the final tier pieces I need for my alternate stuff, and, like, the handful of other things. But I'm entering that zone where, like, once I exhaust everything else, then I will just reserve the shoulder enchant. But until then, I'll try to give people as much of a leg up as I can. And frankly, like, if they don't drop, then I just have to, like, I don't really roll on anything. I just track it for the next week, and I build up a streak. So, like, I might waste 4 or 5 or 6 weeks getting the one item.
Yeah.
So, but like, like I'm trying to, I don't know. I don't mind. Like, I would go to AQ20. I just had to do a Pathfinder game today, but I don't need anything from AQ20.
Me neither.
But I don't mind going.
No, I went.
Yeah,
I should have gone to
AQ20
sleep.
is short enough. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's fun, and it was pretty quick.
Yeah, I just I had plans. I had to kill Drow.
We had that hunter wanting that tank item. I'm glad someone spoke up about that because a lot of people think that OS means like, oh, I can roll on that for a meme spec. It's like, no, that's not the case. It really meant to be like, if you're gonna use it for an off spec, right? Like, the only argument you could raise is for some reason you're in Nax and you're not hit capped, but then it's like, what are you doing in Nax? So it's like, okay, well, yeah, I was shutting that down real quick during the raid.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are pretty good, and I think especially in our guild, to be honest. I just there is that thing, like it is 100% dopamine hits at times where it's just like, oh, I just want to get this item just because it's nice to get an item, and it's like, this really shouldn't be the case. But we need to shore up some of our rules related to gear, because we have this thing where it's like, well, you can reserve any piece if you can make the argument it's a valid item for you, which is fair on one hand. On the other hand, there's probably stuff where reason should win out. We should just go like, yeah, sorry, this is not the case for that item. Like, this is a hard no.
Yeah, DFT being one of the items that I would glaringly point out as pretty much essential for tanks.
We do that a handful of times with certain items. Like, what is it? We've said before that Striker's Mark is so easy for somebody to get. Like, I think we don't recommend it for hunters, given how easy it is. Like, it's the idea that, I can't remember, it's something, but it's like Striker's Mark is so easy that X person should go for it, and the other person should really not, because they could probably get a better weapon anyway. Or whatever it is, right? Like, you'll get something better anyway.
Yeah, Loctalar and Rocktalar are much better than Striker's Mark, and you can get. It's possible to get that in one raid. If not, you'll definitely get it in a couple of raids, unless you're really unlucky for some reason.
I can't get rid of
but Rocktalar. Yeah, that's definitely like clearly the stats are not meant for hunters, but the hunters want it anyway.
Yeah.
It looks ugly too, so I don't even know why.
But that's my take, Aslamar. And trust me, I know you agree because I know I'm correct.
Yeah.
Go.
Someone was very mad about that decision that I whispered you back.
Yeah. But there's just, I think our system's pretty good. We just shore up a few things. Like, Elle and I have to do an audit in January, and I want to then start to I then want to start to do like audits every 4 months, because frankly I think doing them more often will actually be less work overall, which I'm sure will be the case when we look at it in January. But like, that's when I'm also gonna say like, well, we should actually just codify stuff and go like, I don't know, I can do some stuff as a loot master. I'll probably just start to be more active, frankly, and just telling people like, I don't know, is this actually a valid choice for you? I'm not a hunter. Somebody speak up and advise. And I really don't care. I'm not going to feel bad. Like, if worst case scenario, in best case scenario, somebody goes, no, this person should not roll on the item, we go, okay, well, respectfully, we're disregarding your roll. And in worst case scenario, I get told that, yes, it is very good and I should know better, and I go, I don't play a hunter or whatever, so I really don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever have any doubts of that in mid-raid, Aslan, and there is an officer, typically just be like, hey, person, or like, if I'm in the raid, just be like, Azomar, opinion about this.
Yeah, or I think like we can do that. I think we also just need to tell people that they can speak up about it as well and make that more clear.
Yeah, if there's any gripes or anything, I think people should... normally in the raids that I haven't been able to raid lead in a hot minute, but I like to have things out in the open so people can hear like arguments and debates over why it should be this way.
Transparency is
so
awesome.
People feel like, yeah, I like to be very transparent when I do rulings and stuff. Like, I'll lay it down in front of everybody. Luckily, I've only ever had to do that like 3 times in my tenure, so it's pretty good.
So this is a thing that like I've learned over life. It's that when somebody has very little to actually lose, like when there's actually very little at stake, they become cutthroat. And like that applies to loot the most, given the fact that like loot doesn't actually exist in a physical sense. You get items, it's nice and beneficial for you, but like, this is a private server, there's a chance it gets shut down. I doubt that, frankly, myself, given like things they've stated.
Oh, they're fine.
Oh yeah, but it's just the logistics of like, people have that, I guess, in the back of their mind. Or I don't know, you'll get people that like it's like, oh, this is like a minor upgrade for me, or it's a massive upgrade. Fair enough, but they go cutthroat, right? Like they just go like, I need to get this item, I have to get it now. So, and the problem with that is that like that's when they become cutthroat for them wanting to get stuff. Um, and then the issue is, I think, like it's basically it breeds this cycle, right, where people go like, well, I want this thing, and it's like, I think part of that is leading to the dopamine hits of like, well, I need this, I need this.
Yeah, I can speak to as a healer, things that I've been cutthroat about is like, um, such and such person will join raid, they're newish to the guild or don't raid that often, and then they'll SR like a big ticket item back in the day was the wild growth shoulders. And then they don't show up to the next raid and we never hear from them again. They just like quit the game or something. That has happened to me multiple times as a healer. And I'm like, okay, well then why did you self-reserve the big ticket item, then win the role, then proceed to not show up? Like, if you're not going to play the game or you're like teetering, maybe don't SR the big ticket item, right? If you're having doubts of...
Yeah. As a general rule, I think, and I follow this myself, is like, I don't want anything on the first night unless it's going to nobody. Because I don't know what the guild situation is, like if this is their first time there, everyone needs to gear up, and I don't know if I'm going to stick with the guild yet, so like I hesitate to roll on anything.
Yeah.
And I just wish more people...
You're very altruistic.
Well, I just wish more people followed that sort of doctrine, and we could enforce that, but I don't know.
I've suggested it many times that there's a probation period of 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, there are things that people, it's a double-edged sword. Like there are people that go like, no, I'm fully committed, and they go, hey, I've had something happen in my life, and I'm no longer able to commit. And it's like, okay, you know what?
That's no problem.
Fair enough.
That's no problem.
I think we should do a probationary period, and we just say like, look, you can roll on stuff and get gear. You just can't roll on like this items for the 2 weeks or whatever you want to say. And you go like, well, no, you can't show up. Roll on like reserve Neltharian's tier. Nobody else happens to attend the raid that week for whatever reason. The reserves on that at least, and then you get it, and then you're gone. Like Neltharian's tier is a big item, far less now for mages at least, but it's really good for warlocks. I think it's still quite good for shadow priests. It's something that like especially warlocks need to hit. Like that is a big ticket item. You shouldn't just be able to show up, grab it, and take off. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say, well, look.
Thank you, Kisef.
Like it's a numbers game. We want people that want to stick around. We're not trying to punish you because you're new to the guild, but I think you should probably also
be sure to thank Kisef.
Down the line, you would not want somebody just to join, grab an item, and then disappear.
I don't think it's an elitist mindset to be like, hey, look, if you're new to the guild, you can't soft reserve anything for 2 weeks. Prove that you're a good fit for the guild, that you want to stay, and if you like it after 2 weeks, then you get the ability to start soft reserving. I don't think that that's too much of an ask.
It's not. It's barely an ask at all. Let's be real. I know other guilds. It's like all DKP and all that sort of stuff. And like, just waiting.
Dude, if we had DKP, there'd be like no one in the guild that would have more DKP than me. There was a time where I was hitting every raid possible. Even Faye wouldn't have as much DKP as me. And I'm cutthroat when it comes to DKP. I've run the gambit on that system.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, like the loot system is fine when it's not being abused, and we just need to have a couple light measures in place to make sure that people can't rush in and abuse it and then leave.
Yeah, my plan is, Azomar, you might want to sit in there with us and advise or whatever, because the loot audit's pretty easy, but I'm going to see if Ella wants to like take feedback on loot policy or whatever. I think we should just do like a typed up thing, update the loot rules or whatever, and then go like, well, look, like it's hard for us to please everybody, blah blah blah, but like basically police yourselves. So like, if I see something I question, the thing with the hunter ring is I'm like, I don't know, maybe they need to hit. Like I have no idea. I don't play a hunter. But I think if we just reinstilled people like, no, like the onus is on you. If you go, this isn't really an applicable thing, that somebody should speak up about it. We shouldn't feel bad about it. We shouldn't, I don't think I should fish and ask people like, what do people think about this role? But I think if somebody goes, hey, this might not be a valid thing for a hunter to get, then they should just feel, safe to do so.
Yeah. A lot of the time, if I was to criticize our systems right now, besides other things that we've already mentioned, I don't think people understand the hierarchy of how things like work in raids. Kryzen was a very good. Well, I shouldn't have named it, but yeah, Kryzen was a good example of not understanding the hierarchy in the guild, and that became a very big problem multiple times. It's like, so we were in ZG, and this isn't like a super big deal in ZG because who gives a fuck? But it's the attitude. So he came out and was like, okay, he was drunk very clearly, and we're all just shooting the shit most of the time. So I kind of took over raid leading over him, kind of, dropping some subtle hints of, I'll take it from here, Crescent. Don't worry about it. You're drunk. And everything was real cordial up until we got to Hakar, and then he wanted to be like, okay, I want to do it this way. And I'm sitting there trying to teach Emilet specifically how to do the kite, right? So she has the knowledge to do that in the future. She'll be able to do it confidently. Even if she fails, we have enough DPS on the field, as long as everything goes according to plan, which it didn't twice. That even if she messed up, we would still be able to complete the fight because we can one-phase Sakar, right? Kryzen tried to supersede me for some fucking reason I don't understand. It was like an ego trip or something, a power trip. And he was like, well, I'm the raid leader. And I'm like, Kryzen, you don't have that power over me. Like, it doesn't matter if you're the raid leader. And I think that some, I won't name names, but there's an officer that sometimes gets that confused. Like, they have the authority to make the call, but they don't want to. And it's like, well, you kind of got to step up to the plate if it's needed. If you're raid leading such and such, right? Like, and someone has a question, you can either defer it or you can answer it yourself, and you should probably answer it so it's more definitive that, yes, this is the way I'm going to do it because I'm also raid leading and I'm an officer.
Yeah, it's the irony of, like, the people who are least willing to wield power are often the ones who should be wielding it, and then the problem is they don't step up at the right times.
That's why you got to put me in, coach.
I mean, you're pretty much an officer already. You have supreme authority over loot, pretty much.
I'll tell you, like ever since I took that position, loot's been going like way better.
It has.
I also don't want to brag, but I seem to be really good at getting drops when I'm like master looting. That AQ40 was really good the other night. Like, it was ridiculous. Cthulhu dropped like really good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Never
He dropped like that claw weapon or whatever is, remnants of an old god.
Oh yeah.
And there was that other week where like we got Locavir Romathus.
Have you ever seen?
Yeah,
Death
that's a
Sting
really
drop?
good one.
I think so.
Okay.
I have a long time ago. I haven't been going to AQ because my life's in turmoil at the moment, but
Right. I don't know. I'm just unlucky, I guess.
It just takes time.
Yeah.
especially when it's the one item you need, it's always going to take 5 ever. Like, I didn't even really need Shield of Condemnation, but I wanted it to complete the set. Because, you know, the Hammer and Twisting Nether and the Shield and Condemnation go together. And I was just like, well, I guess I'm stuck SR in this for like 14 HRs, you know? Like, no one, I don't even think anybody else was reserving the Shield. So,
yeah, no one else is reserving King's Fall or Death Sting, which is surprising, but...
yeah, not a lot of Dagger Rogues.
But then I'm stuck reserving that, and what I really need is... well, I'm able to reserve Drake Fang's Talisman, since that's in BWL. So that's going to be the replacement for my last blue, the Hodge.
Yeah. Is that better than...
Then Hodge?
DFT or is that?
Oh, Drake Fang
I think
Talisman.
Hodge would be really good logically on like a two-handed wielder, right? Like somebody that's slow.
Ah, yeah, you're probably right. Slower probably would be better.
Yeah.
I know on druids that's like this for like ever, because the two things druids need, feral druids that is like bukus of agility and then haste and then like hit and crit
Mm-hmm.
because they can't lower their weapon speed at all. So the only logical thing to do is go haste as high as you possibly can.
Which is great. It's
Yeah.
actually a great stat for rogues too. It's very underrated.
Yeah, I think it's one of the more underrated stats for like all melee, because like when especially when you get into those slower hitting weapons like Sulfurous and Mom and stuff, it can get quite ridiculous if you have 10% haste.
Oh yeah. I've been having trouble getting rid of the Band of Veiled Shadows. There's not a lot of rings that
Yeah.
are better than it. All because of 1% attack speed.
But yeah, I'll definitely if I'm able to, I will definitely sit in on the audit. I helped write the rules last time, but yeah, I mean, we've talked about it before, Aslan. There's a lot of pushback when it comes to things that I would do, and one of the things that I stipulated when we first wrote the rules is that we would eventually check them again to make sure that that's how things should be. And we have neglected to do that, even though I have brought it up on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. So, like, my mindset is, and we have to sit down and formulate stuff. But like, there was that discussion a while back. So, like, the OS like off spec roll thing is sort of a little complicated, and it creates that pitfall, like I said, where you could off spec something as your reserve and get no progress on it, and you're just sitting there wasting your specs, and I know that happens. Um, but I don't think it's great, and it's not, I think, great for those people as well. It just feels bad all around. I mean, like, we'd have to sit down. I think we should just like throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. Like, off the top of my head, I would think, what if we just eliminate off spec rolls, and you just say, or off spec reserves, you just say we just reserve whatever. If it's a valid item, anybody like can question if they think it's not valid, and you just say, you get one main spec roll, that's it, and then everything else goes to off spec.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you go like you rename, you know, off spec. I guess you go like, instead of main spec, you go it's primary role, and then you have secondary role, and then it's like tertiary. Tertiary is like your meme specs or whatever you want to call it. Like, how
I had
likely is they're going to
suggested
use this thing?
I had suggested something like that in the past,
Yeah,
where there was 3 rolls instead of 2.
because the problem is, loot goblins that go, they just want to get dopamine hits. So what they're doing is they'll, reserve something, and they I mean, they basically try to burn both main spec rolls every raid they get.
Yeah.
And the issue I've noticed with this specifically is like hybrid classes are prone to this, because obviously, given they can play like a druid, for example, that can play 4 different specs, they're going to probably burn their main spec rolls every raid. Now that doesn't happen often, but it happens once in a while. But intrinsically, the hybrid classes will gravitate towards that because they have multiple specs. I mean, on the inverse, you've got like a mage who can only DPS, so they could probably go, well, if it's a main spec role, I guess I'm not inspect as Frost, but I mean, not that that would be the case anymore, but you would just go like, well, it's like a damage roll, like that argument could be made. Like, that's the thing. Like, what is actually a main spec role for us? Is it your current spec? Like,
Yes, it should always be what your current spec that you are intending on playing being.
right, but then we also say, well, you can sign up as that and then be asked to heal, for example, or fill a different role, and they go, okay, but you retain what you signed up as. So then it begs the question, why we even bother in the first place? Like,
so the confusion there, I think, is that people have been maybe abusing that a little bit. Like if
Uh-huh.
you are a tank, right, and you are let's say a shaman, right? And it's like, okay, so you need to roll on the tier pieces to switch them over, and then you're like signed up as resto. You shouldn't be able to roll on the tank set, but because it's a tier piece, it confuses it, right? So it's like, okay, well, what do you do then? Or uh this is how I would do it if I was like if I had a magic wand and could just, you know, do anything. The freaking I would make them be the spec at the start, and I would check their gear to see if they're even compatible with doing what they said. Because if they're building a set rolling as a main spec healing shaman or main spec a tank shaman, but they're healing, right? They better have a tank set, right? Like
Right.
at least the entry level to roll on said pieces. Otherwise, you're just getting backpacked, and we're giving you free tier pieces for your tank set.
Well, that's the other thing with the gear swap that exists now. I mean, they said that wasn't gonna be permanent, but I think they probably will keep it around because, like, what if you do get the tier 2 piece you don't want, and you're like, well, I wish I could just swap it. So anyway, but then the point is, like, how do we know a guy doesn't reserve that? Doesn't matter what he goes because he just signed up and then he like just swaps it over to what he actually wants, right? Like we have a limited recourse to actually track that. You hope people aren't going to do that, but obviously, I think our like we have these pitfalls. I think our system works well. We just need to shore it up and go like, yeah, like what is actually a main spec role? And we go, well, maybe it does make sense just to eliminate that sort of part of it and you just go, you get to make like your one primary role.
Yeah, I think what's held us back because a lot of the stuff that we're spitballing right now is stuff that I have suggested when we first did the draft for the system, and basically it was just bashing our heads against the wall, living on the fact that we're a casual guild when we're
Yeah.
more of a semi-core guild.
Mm.
We are casual, but we have a semi-core is the difference, right? Like we have people that consistently show up to raids that are the same individuals, right? We're not completely casual in the fact that we just take anybody. We do have some requirements. We do have some mandatory requirements at that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that I've kind of argued with. Like, you can still advertise the guild as a casual guild because we are a casual guild. Like, there's no requirements to be in the guild at all. But when you start getting in the NACs, there is a requirement. Like, you have to do a certain amount of DPS. There's a certain amount of gear check that has to go on. Like, we had a guy in one of the NACs raids that I was leading where he was in blues and greens, right? And I'm just like, I'm sorry, I can't
Mm.
take you. Just straight up.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry I gotta cut your morning short, but, we can't carry you through because we're trying to actually down Gale Zod, and greens and blues ain't gonna cut it.
There's that graphic that exists. I think I have it saved on my computer, but it's the paradox of tolerance. And the idea is like if you're tolerant to people, they don't actually play by the rules of tolerance. So that's how you end up getting like Nazis that kick around.
Yep.
Which isn't what I'm getting at here because that's not the case, obviously. But
We're not talking about
it's the
Nazis.
paradox of us like saying that we don't have requirements. And it's like, well, no, that doesn't work. Because you're going to get the guy who would never make the cutoff then going, and then you're obligated to keep them around unless, because you have this policy that that's okay. And then you get a guy who's like basically dead weight.
I will say the argument better fitting is you deserve what you tolerate.
I mean, sure, yeah.
The if you tolerate shenanigans, there will be shenanigans.
Yep. Because if people see an easy exploit, they'll take it.
Yeah, and every system is gamed to some extent by someone, somewhere, somehow. So you gotta get ahead of that kind of stuff, and that's stuff that I brought up like a year ago at this point. That based on the rules that we have, the system could be easily gamed for short-term gains. We had our sister guild, who I will totally throw under the bus here. Golden Moon had a member that came into our first Emerald Sanctum. We did the hard mode, we downed it, and then the guy
on an alt character who was an officer in their guild came to our raid, disobeyed their guild's rules in our guild by rolling main spec on a main spec item, and then won said item, and then never came back to a raid ever again in our guild. And I'm just like, okay, so we just geared out another guild. And I interviewed this guy. This actually led to the guild splitting ultimately because me and Ella had been talking for quite a while.
Well,
on
Ella
that
told me you
subject.
signed up for a raid. They just said no, you can't go, and you were like, "Well, I'm geared. Why?" And it came out
That
they were
wasn't
like,
me. That was
"Oh,
Nimni.
right,
They,
it was Nibney."
yeah, I could probably get into any Golden Moon raid I want. I was good friends with Karma and Dill at the time, so they would have taken me. I'm not sure why they didn't take Nivni because Nivni's like one of the best healers probably on the
It
server.
came out that they were purposely trying to deny Nimney the item so that one of their main guild raiders could get it. That was the idea.
Yeah,
which was like against the agreement that we had with them, and that was partially also what led to the dissolution.
they also referred to our guild members as pugs, which is not the case if you're in a sister guild relationship like that. You are equals to each other's, and you must follow each other's own guild's rules in the other guild's raid. So that was a big problem. They ultimately didn't share the same values as us, and that situation led to them being investigated by Ella. And it was pretty clear after interviewing like 4 or 5 people that they had just lied about a bunch of different shit. And it's just like, oh, okay, well, all right, well, we're done.
Dang.
Yeah, we caught them doing some shady stuff. They were gearing out ults in our guild and stuff, so we put a stop to that. It wasn't fair to our own members, especially when we were doing the heavy lifting already.
Right, and they were saddling us with crap to get them loot, basically.
Yeah, I think during that time, Dave, it's very likely because I remember hearing through the grapevine of your first experience with nerds, which blew my mind. That you had a very bad experience.
it was very negative initially.
And yeah, I was like, well, that shouldn't have happened because that doesn't sound like something that we would have done. So maybe it was during that time, maybe a Golden Moon
was this
member.
The first or second negative experience?
It was the one where I went to AQ40, or I tried to go to AQ40.
You're not in the guild and you can't go.
Yeah, and I'm like, but I was invited by a member of the guild to try it out, and I'm like, I'm not even gonna roll on anything. And he was like, no, you're not in the guild, go away. And I'm like, wow, okay.
Yeah. Do you happen to remember that person's name?
Yeah,
no.
I know who it was.
Whisper at me, Aslan.
I did, but you figure you would just go,
okay.
well, why don't we just shoot you an invite? You know, like, I mean, there are reasons for, like, I understand.
If it was full, I would have understood, but my understanding was that it wasn't. So
I think I know what happened.
There's context as to why, so
I see.
It was behind the scenes kind of shit that probably threw him through the loop. That was yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was a terrible time. Some pretty devastating stuff happened in that person's life, and they were probably just not thinking about things clearly. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it was, during that period, that individual also had made a mistake, and somehow my legendary got given away to somebody that we didn't even like in the guild. And then it was kind of like, okay, well, we're not going to give you the stuff to build it. So, and then I was like, well, why did we give him the thing to get the piece anyway, right? Like, I told y'all I had the stuff I had been working for, like a year to build it, and then I had to wait an extra 6 months or so to get it. And then all of a sudden it starts drop. I was dealing with IRL stuff at the time, so I couldn't go to raids during that period. as much, and I was skipping out on the molten cores, and they were like, "Yeah, it dropped like 4 or 5 times, so it should be coming up pretty soon here." I was like, "Oh my god, I would have just
No.
preferred you didn't tell me that."
Yeah, I would, I would be crying.
But yeah, I did. That guy, his name was Hatso Doom. If anybody ever tells me this again, I'm just gonna remove them from the guild. But what he said was, every guild I've ever been in has kicked me out of the guild, and I'm just like, well, who am I to tell those other guilds they're wrong?
Yeah, that's like once is an anomaly, twice a coincidence, three times a pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would say just, and I was trying to be lenient because he was very clearly autistic. He did admit that to us, so I can say
Oh,
with
that's what that
certainty that he
is.
was. His social skills were definitely not the best as it was, but you try to help out people, and then it just got to the point where it's like, yeah, dude, I mean, like, you're just an asshole. Like, what can I say? Like, I have an autistic friend that he could have lied to me. He's just like, yeah, I'm autistic. I was like, well, bro, you could have just kept that a secret. I didn't even know. But with hats, it was like immediately, it was a problem. Like, he
Yeah.
would say slurs and stuff, and it's just like, oh, dude, I
Yeah, it's
can't, like, this is a problem.
There,
the.
there, are, there are people who use it as an excuse. I'm pretty sure. Like,
I
they're
mean,
like,
yeah, I think anybody does that, like for
yeah,
anything in general. But yeah,
yeah,
I think it's a more. I'm not a professional, but I would suspect it's a more like serious form of autism because it implies that they lack self survival. Like any of us, if you've like been kicked out of somewhere, you wouldn't tell somebody, right? Like you'd be like, I should not say this, especially like early in my career.
He tried to use it as a victim complex, like to make people feel bad for him.
yeah.
And there was a guy. He's a legendary member. He is the most truest nerd, the highest honor you can
That's
ever
me.
be in the guild.
I'm very
His
modest too.
his name was Dundee, not Dundee's. It was Basquel, and Basquel was everything that anybody who ever plays an MMO should be. He was the best person to play games with. He gave everything to the guild and wanted for nothing. And I don't mean that even like in a negative way. He legitimately was like, if you need it done, I'll do it. And I'm just like, are you sure, dude? Like, cause this is a lot of work to be putting on you, and you don't have to do all this. He was like, no, we'll do it. Fuck it. And unfortunately, life came up with him and a job and stuff. He had to quit. But for the brief period of time he was in the guild, man, it was like we had a full stack, guild tab of mana oils that we had farmed. We had large brilliant shards like you had never seen before. We had shadow pots like you'd never seen. We didn't even raid Nax at the time. It was crazy the amount of output. I called it the hit squad. I would assemble a party, and then we would go do like whack out one thing that week to make it easier on the guild coffers.
Mhm.
And one of the biggest incomes is like mana oils and large brilliant shards and stuff like that for summoning the bosses out in AQ and stuff. And we would just go do that. We'd hit it all in one run. We'd run strat home and stuff, and we'd have like hundreds of shards by the end of the week. It was crazy. Um, Unfortunately, life happens to all of us, and we can't do that quite as much as we do anymore. But that was a good time.
Yeah.
Shout out to Baswell if you ever watch this stream specifically. Miss you, homie. Come
That
back
club
to
I
us.
Yeah, that club I run, I get some characters obviously, and I've had a few that have like right after me, and they go like, oh, "I'm really glad that like I'm able to be in your club because like I've been kicked out of other clubs, and it's just like it's like the like I do like the eye close, and then it's like the eyes like slowly open, and I'm giving them like the side glance, and it's just like, why would you tell me that? Like now I have to like fucking keep an eye on you every minute of the time that you're here because if not."
Yeah.
Every time. Every fucking time.
Oh no! Oh my God! You jack.
Uh-oh. PvP situation?
Uh, guy, they should have a check for that because I'm not even flagged.
Oh.
He was in front of the thing, and I just went to click off, and I accidentally right-clicked him, and then I started
The guards.
attacking him. Yeah, and the guards
Oh,
killed me.
yes. Yeah. That happens to me all the time in
Uh,
what is it, Winter Spring? When there's a
I mean, I'm
dwarf
not.
or a gnome,
Yeah.
and I don't see them, and the goblin is the banker is a short little guy too. Oh man.
They should have a check on that. That's crazy. Should be like, are you sure you want to flag? No, I'm just trying to I was just trying to buy stuff from the auction house. Please stop. And I've tried to run away from the freaking gadgets and guards, but they just seem to have an unlimited distance they can run.
Yeah, they go pretty far. You have to get out the
Oh,
tunnel.
one time since I've been Horde for like 20 years, I went to the Horde flight path and I clicked on it and I was like, huh, why am I dead? Then I realized, I was like, oh my God, I'm at the wrong flight path. Damn it.
Periodically, they'll kill the horde flight point guy.
We used to do that to the Alliance one on Stalag.
Oh.
Oh, that's a fun story. On Classic WoW, when I was getting back into WoW, because I had been on a hiatus since, like, Wrath of the Lich King, pretty much. We kicked the Alliance's ass so hard off the server that, like, when the server's transfers went up, there was basically nobody, and I had been walking around in Fellwood, because I normally am killing a lot of people there, popping sappers and slamming them and stuff. And one day I was just like, where'd all the Alliance go? And then I realized, like, it's been a week since I had seen any Alliance. Where did they all go?
You bullied them off the server?
Yeah, we would kill them from one side of Blackrock Mountain to the other. It was pretty crazy.
As they deserve. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, for the Horde and all that. I mean,
For the horde.
sure, I'm
yeah.
a paladin for nature, but the tattoo on my shoulder says for the Horde, so.
If you found
The
if you stumbled upon a quest and realized that it was basically the start of something that would turn you into a death knight and change you to the horde, would you do it?
Absolutely.
Nice. That's what I like to hear.
I always thought they should have had like Forsaken Paladins. I think that should have been a thing.
I think that was more of just like a balancing thing.
Well, I know like the server, they're not going to do that. They said they want to keep things distinct. But I always thought like dwarves could be shamans. It's not like a 100% fit, but fine. But I always figured like, or they should have had like even NPCs that were Forsaken. They were paladins. It's like, well, the light, like we know like lore wise, they say like the Scar Crusade can use the light because it doesn't actually care. It's just like if you believe in your righteousness. So you have like a guy who's like, yeah, like I'm undead. I'm still like a paladin apparently. Whatever.
I think it's those little distinctions that make WoW so interesting. I kind of hated that they lost them over time.
Yeah, me too. I think that it was cool that things are different for like your different race and stuff, like Torn. You ever seen a Torn live with 5% HP? It means that they lived purely on the fact that they were a Torn,
Yeah.
If you've ever seen a troll lose all of his HP on purpose and then all of a sudden just start topping the charts, it was like, oh, berserking.
Exactly. I love dipping into that pool and then then hitting berserk.
Yeah. So good. It's that, and if you go spirit for your stats when you're leveling up in greens, like you go of the whale, you have just insane regen while you're leveling.
Uh-huh.
Particularly good. It's double effective on rogues and warriors because they don't have a mana bar.
Right.
So it's actually one of the better ways to level a warrior is with the troll with of the whale items.
Footworld.
Of Warcraft.
Sorry.
The Whale of Warcraft? What?
You know, he said, "What a world," and I was like, "Of Warcraft."
How do you kill that which has no life? You were just farming, Mark? Excellent. What's the most efficient farm for those? Because how
What's
long
the
did it
old,
take you to get 16 sharpening stones?
H.P. Lovecraft quote, that which is dead
Cannot
can
eternal
eternal
alive.
value.
Even in strange aeons, even death may die.
Yeah, there you go.
What do we say to death? Not today.
I don't know. I think Lovecraft was probably saying just some racist shit. He was. Who is that guy you're talking about earlier, Azamar? That was him. That was Lovecraft. He was just saying
Yeah.
slurs, doing his things, living his best life.
His best racist
Well,
life.
Let's hope that if H.P. Lovecraft had been born in our era, he would not have been such a despot.
He would have. He was even known like to being outdated and racist for his own time. So that says a lot.
I wonder.
Yeah.
He like married
Where
that
that
Jewish
came from.
lady and then was like racist to her for being a Jew, and it's like, dude, you knew she was Jewish when you fucking married her. What the fuck?
Wait,
Yeah, well, she loved him after they divorced. You know, she actually took care of him for a long time.
interesting.
She remarried, but she was like, yeah, I still love him, but you know.
He's a racist.
He's just a little racist, but he means well.
Just a little racist.
You know, sitting here looking at him, he would probably be like an edgelord, I think, as people would refer to him now if he was been born in the modern era,
Oh, for sure.
because he very
Absolute
clearly. He very clearly didn't value human life at all, and I mean, that probably stems from his, you know, personal beliefs. Of course, we didn't know the dude, but you know, just from what we hear, he was, you know, a racist. The cat meme is obviously.
No, he was a
one.
good man.
He suffered from probably major depression and shit, you know. Not excusing his behavior or anything, but
I was talking about Gary Gygax tonight with my buddy over dinner. You know, Gary's like born. Well, I think he's born in Chicago, but he's like living in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Like he's like a Midwest dude. No offense, he's a country bumpkin. He's not like the guy I'm actually looking to for like any modicum of understanding. He was really smart and like within reason. He was like self-educated and taught. Like I think fairly well read, but like he had no actual education. You know, so like Gary's going like, well, what should I do? He's like, well, women aren't as strong as men. So he's like, I know, we'll put like a strength cap on female characters in the game.
Oh,
That did not age well.
No.
Yeah, there's other stuff I think he did was like perfectly fine though, but
you know, I think you could do that, but you'd have to do it in the right way, right? So let's say, for instance, you have an orc, right? And let's say there's 0 is the lowest and 100 is the maximum strength, right? You have the orc male start as like 50 strength, right? But then he has like 30 endurance. Then you give the female orc 40 strength and then give her 50 endurance. I think you could do something like that, but the cap's always going to be 100, so they equalize out. I think you could do something like that and it'd be like, okay.
that was not the case.
Well, I have no idea how
Thanks,
Gary
Mark.
did it.
Give me a second.
Or give them
sharpening stones.
like a high personality stat or something, you know. Or in certain cases, maybe in the orc stat, the males have higher personality and the females have lower. You know, it could be something like that.
So, I think this is first edition. Um,
Oh no. First
the
edition.
gnome women have a strength limit of 15. Gnome men 18. Why would a gnome ever have an 18 strength?
Okay, so he put hard
Halflings.
caps.
Oh yeah, halflings 14 for women, men 17.
Okay.
But he's like, I mean, like I was talking about this tonight, like he himself is like, I think from the 30s. Like, so it's one of those things of like we were talking about racism within D&D. I never got the sense that orcs or half orcs are supposed to be black people by any means. I
No,
do
that's
think that
definitely a fucking projection.
Yes.
I think that's a big part. But I do think part of that existed to an extent, and I've mentioned that like, I think it's like a minor subgroup. Like for example, the D&D film with Jeremy Irons. Originally, Marlon Wayne's character was supposed to be a half orc. Now, granted, in fairness, the writer was a fucking weirdo because also he's like, well, all the Asians should be wizards. Sorry, all the wizards should be Asians. And you're like, oh, okay, like, you fucking weirdo. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah, and then of course they were like, no, we're gonna cast multiple people in these roles, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Seriously.
But Gary himself, though, being from like the 30s, like he's referencing standard pulp fantasy, but also non fantasy, just regular pulp. Like he's referencing at times you can see parts of like The Shadow or like X-1 for like old radio play stuff, where you can see like Flash Gordon or Buck Bokai, or not Buck Bokai, sorry, what's the other one?
Don't know.
Shit. Buck Rogers. Like he's referencing all this like older stuff because to him he's like, well, that's what I remember when I was younger. Like you can see parts of this, so it's why when you look at like Keep on the Borderlands, it's a good adventure and everything and a good module. It's obviously really dated by modern standards because it's like from the 70s/80s, and then it's like a guy though remembering stuff from like the 30s and 40s that he's originally riffing off of, right?
Yep.
And what I mean is that time telescopes basically. It's like, the guy who wrote it back then in the 70s, he's thinking like 40 years ago. Somebody who is his age, he's like, oh, that makes sense. But anybody now would be like in their 70s or 80s. So, it's like, oh, you're kind of like a bygone era at this point, buddy. Like this is a totally different world that we live in now. Like Lovecraft is a prime example. Originally his works are like, like actually quite good. And I think when you look at them in a historical context now, you go, they were groundbreaking. By modern standards, they're not great. His character names suck. A lot of his stuff is not like, it's really shallow. The cosmic horror, I think, is spectacular. But there's
it's
like
existential horror, so it's like he sort of invented that as a thing.
yeah, I mean, there's that story where like the guy's family's cursed by a sorcerer, and he's gonna die every time when he's like 30 or whatever, and then the guy's 30th birthday comes, and the sorcerer, it turns out he's still alive, and he's been made himself immortal, and all he does is sneak into their castle and shoot them with a gun. That's the fucking story. Oh, and the sorcerer's name is La Sorcerer. Like it's not good.
I do wonder how much of his work was like just shit he had in a drawer that he never got to, and they just were like, let's just pull all this out.
I mean, if we're talking about H.P. Lovecraft, yeah, that's kind of what happened with a lot of his works, where like he would write for like a weekly magazine, and then they would just post it in one of the op articles, and they'd pay him, a small stipend.
That's the guy's name, by the way. The story is The Alchemist, but that's the guy's name.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, like, he's a fucking hack.
Well,
He's just a hack, dude.
I don't know, man. I mean, have you read The Shadow over Innsmouth and stuff?
Oh, no, that stuff's great, exactly. But it's like once in a while.
Oh yeah, I think that was because he was doing those like
Serialization.
smaller pieces, and also Lovecraft didn't take off until after his death, right? Like after his death.
Which is sad.
Only in the modern era do people really actually sit down and appreciate the mythos and stuff that he created, because there is a lot of thought put into that. Like Yog-Sothoth, for instance, being like everything, is one of the prime examples of him. Like, it's almost like the MCU, but like the Lovecraft version, right? And that would be, he'd be like the progenitor of that kind of shit. Now, is he the best author ever? No, I'd probably, like, if I was to name just, like, the best author ever, it'd probably have to be Tolkien. I mean, his tales are timeless, right? Like, anybody can get into Tolkien.
Oh, I'd like to think so.
I was talking about Tolkien today, so going back to like the orc thing with the projection, because I do think that's a lot of it. Tolkien, you can look it up. It's the paradox or whatever it is. It's like the conundrum of Tolkien, because Tolkien's Catholic. The idea is like humans have free will, so when you do something, it's like you that's been bad. But the point was that orcs inherently then can't be bad because they were created by Morgoth. They're basically doomed to act the way they act. But then he also went, well, they do have free will though, so it creates this paradox where it's like, well, how do you, correlate that with your Catholicism, given that like you've based it off that actually, right? And the reality is like Tolkien didn't have an answer.
I think it's just a black and white. I mean, I don't know. I haven't studied his works too much. I've read Lord of the Rings and stuff, but that's about as far as I've gone with him. I
Well, this,
think if I was to just spitball it, is he probably wrote villains as villains, and then they are intentionally to be true evil, and so orcs are a creation of evil, and therefore they are evil incarnate.
I mean, the reality is like anything to, in reference to orcs is like they were created solely so they were mindless NPCs you could kill in like first edition, right? That's the reality of it, and they're based entirely off of Tolkien's works, which was just like, well, they're inherently evil. Like there isn't really redeeming qualities to them. Obviously now that's evolved and changed over time. Like I always picture, I prefer like Warhammer orcs to the extent that like they probably are just chaotic in nature, and orcs are probably just like, uh, like in my mind, I picture them as like nomadic sort of tribes that move around. And you've got some that go like, oh, we really enjoy like pillaging and razing, places and such. You got a lot of them that go like, well, we kind of just like move around places, and like we value freedom to the utmost thing, so we don't want to settle down in one place. We want to be able like to pick up at a moment's notice and take off.
When I write orcs in my D&D homebrew, I think of them as like strong family ties with their tribe, in the wider reaching clan, very honorific society that tends to lean towards shamanistic things by nature. And so there's like a high respect among other, but it also falls onto the might makes right sometimes. They're very crude in the way that they do things. Their weapons are crude. Even when they have higher advanced technology, it's typically like only the highest of the high technology orcs would be like, okay, but when you compare it to humans, it's like elegant in nature, like our armor is shining. Orcs, it's black iron. They only care about efficiency and ruthlessness, and if their choppa is big enough to cut the human in half, stuff like that.
Yeah, see, I always run them as like nomadic. Like I was saying, you've got a few. They're like, it's like, why would you settle down in a town? It's like, well, like there might be a few reasons. Like, I want to do scholarly pursuits, and that doesn't work in a nomadic lifestyle, for example. That was the way that I ran. Like, I mean, the problem was, my buddy was talking about this, which like I'm left to agree with, frankly, is like historically, half orcs. How are half orcs created? Because the reality is, there's like 90% of the time one answer, and that one answer was the case from like their inception until like, I don't know, the early 2000s, even past that, frankly.
I actually have solved this problem because that was the implication a lot of the times, right?
The problem was that was the only like, reality until like third edition. They start going, maybe we should not have that be an intrinsic quality of a character that like, players might play.
Yeah.
Because it's written by like fucking idiots.
Mm-hmm. Well,
it's like some dude in Wisconsin, or like at the time when like the religious lady got control and she was a nutter.
Right, but yeah, probably written very quickly without much thought.
Yeah.
That, and I think, things tend to lean towards more of a dark fantasy back then, right? Like,
yeah, that's a big part of it too.
So things weren't as happy and bright as they were now, and I mean, dark fantasy definitely has a place, right? I mean, like, more mature topics and danger stuff, and Warhammer has grown to much of my dismay because normies are ruining that actively.
Well, I think Dave, you've talked about this before. Like, it's the corporate necrosis, although it's in like the story aspect, because it's like, like the thing is like we can't sell slavery, so we have to eliminate it. And you're like, well, like historically, like indentured servitudes or whatever, like a form of slavery was quite common. in the Pathfinder setting, like slavery is like in 80% of the countries. Now that has dropped. One of the countries, Cheliax, which is like loyal to hell due to like an infernal contract they have. They had like a revolt, so I think slavery's like largely been lifted there for like political reasons, but they basically have indentured servitude now, so it still exists, but it's not the same. But like I think there's some parts of it that you go, okay, that's like a story reason that makes sense. There are a lot of things though where like you're sanitizing stuff to be able to sell it to a wider market because you have to generate revenue for your shareholders.
Which is insane because these are topics that should be dealt with in any world setting, and you can't just ignore them or pretend that it wouldn't occur. It's silly because then you never approach that topic, and how do these people grow up with an understanding of that topic? Like, if you can't have that in your game, then where would you learn about it? Games are perfect for teaching, like, why these things are wrong and creating worlds where this, what if this, and oh my god, it sucks. What if you are the slave? That, like, I had a whole campaign where they started basically on an alien ship as prisoners, and it was all about like finding a way to escape. And the way they were treated by the by the aliens is like basically scientific experiments to be messed with.
Yeah, and, dude, flesh meats.
Yeah,
sweet
exactly.
meats.
Like once you sort of are on the receiving end of that sort of experience, you look at it in a different way. And even one person in that campaign who was like, I never really thought about jail that way and like how people in prison are treated when they might not have necessarily done anything wrong. Like
it is cool to see how people deal with those situations, right? Like
100%, and like it makes them think about it. And when normally they wouldn't, they just want to have their stupid opinion and not care because it's never going to affect them personally. But in a D&D campaign, it can. And then they have to think about it.
Yeah, everyone's having fun until the Eldrazi show up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that is one of the things that has been a problem with games, especially becoming more and more mainstream for a long time. It really, to me, yeah, corporatized. I think it kicked off around 2012, in my opinion. That's when I started really noticing like the sanitization of games. I recently went back and played Saints Row 1, and I was floored by it. I was laughing so hard because it is just crass, crude, and just all this nonsensical stuff.
Over the top.
But
yeah.
And it's a good time, and I was like, looking at the more modern Saints Row, the last one I played, I didn't even finish. The not the newest one, I didn't even buy that garbage, but I think it was like 3 or something. It was like, what did y'all do to your franchise? Like, what happened? Like, this was you guys had a good thing going here.
They tried to sanitize
Yeah, I mean,
it.
well, I think we can all agree also, there is stuff that, should disappear from the past. Like, the early 2000s was a very common time for people still to use, gay as like a casual, slur moniker or whatever. Like, there's that Office line like where Michael is like, gay just means lame. And it's like, the argument could kind of be made for that in the early 2000s. It's probably something that shouldn't exist now, obviously,
Yeah.
But there's a stark difference between like that, and then you're like, like, what's the plot of this? Like, let us beat you over the head with the plot. Like modern Star Trek's like that, and it's just like, you don't have to tell me like, oh, on this planet you hate gay people. Like, yeah, like slowly let us figure out it's, you hate gay people. Like, you go like, well, like, oh, he's different. Like, well, what's the issue, right? Like, what's the problem with the planet? Like, well, we have like birth rate issues. Like, we worry about our fertility. Like, okay, like I'm kind of figuring out like, so you need like, labor to be created. So like, you clearly want people to like, have kids. It's like, oh, like, the episode's about like gay rights. Like, that's fantastic. You don't need to tell me right off the bat, like, our planet hates gay people. And you're like, great. Like, thanks for letting me figure that one out.
All stories work better when they're allegorical because it requires the person to think about it and apply it. And the lesson can be learned without having to tell them what the lesson is. And that's when the lesson is learned. If you tell them what the lesson is, they don't fucking learn anything because they're like, I'm resistant to this. You're telling me what to think.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember that TOS episode where it's the two aliens and they have like black and white faces, but it's swapped and like
Yes.
it's supposed to be about racism. It's actually a really good episode.
It is. It's great.
I mean, for the time.
Yeah.
But the guy's like, like treating the other guy like shit, and they're like, "What's the problem?" He's like, "Are you ridiculous? Like, can't you see that my face is black and white and his is white and black? Like, how could you dare not tell us apart?" And it's like actually quite well done to talk about racism.
Yeah. It's
You don't have to tell me like he is of a lesser race and of a lower caste than I am because his face is a different like color swap. It's like, oh, thank you for letting like Jesus, like you have like no faith in your viewers.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's the same case for a lot of settings now, as we're talking about, right?
It is, and everything's being
Yeah.
sanitized in this way because they're afraid of backlash. But the thing is, the backlash was never there, and we've been doing it for years. And like in some cases, it's just like poorly done, sure. But in many cases, it's just something that is there in the lesson. It's allegory, and you don't have to spell it out. And if you don't spell it out, people pick up the lessons better, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, an example given often is like sexual assault being used to show that the guy's evil, and you're like, yeah, like I would agree that is probably a really lazy thing to do. Now you could go like, hey, this nation, does like forced birthing because they want like population increase. So like, and you go like, wow, that's really fucked up, man. Like, you could have some nuance to it. You don't have to outright, there's I don't know. You could like be a good writer, I guess.
That helps to be a good writer. I think a
Yeah.
lot of the problem we're seeing in games in particular is just nepo hires, because everyone thinks,
Yeah.
oh, anyone can write, so I'll just have my nephew write this part. That's 100,000%
I-
what
I
90%.
think that's
I'm
definitely
90%
what
sure
happened.
that's what happened on Andromeda, Mass Effect Andromeda.
I'm pretty sure that just ruined all of BioWare.
Pretty much, yeah. It's just so sad.
Dude, you give these people, and I get that the people that were in BioWare that were writing Star Wars, they're gone now, right? So BioWare is not the same company that it used to be. And to stand on the shoulders of giants and then run it down mid lane is painful to watch. It was such a good franchise. How could you ruin Star Wars, Disney, and BioWare? How? I'll give BioWare credit where it's due. They didn't mess it up all completely. It definitely was Disney, but they definitely have dropped the ball on SWTOR, because I used to go back and play that every like year or so.
Yeah.
Just revisit the stories. Especially the legacy stories are all really pretty good, especially the Imperial Agent one. And it's just see how that company is. They lost. EA took away SWTOR from them and gave it to Broadsword. And Broadsword's hopefully gonna keep it alive and do better than they did.
I would
but-
not trust EA to do anything right.
Yeah, I
No.
mean,
I wouldn't trust them to run a company, let alone a fucking bath, frankly.
yeah, I mean, FIFA is an example of that.
EA is where
They-
game developers go to retire, because you don't make any decisions once you're there. That's the joke in the industry. And it's been the joke in the industry for like at least 20 years.
I definitely see that. EA execs. I think that what we should. I mean, I doubt it'll ever happen, but what the games industry really needs is just like consumers to stop buying slop, and then new game developers that actually give a fuck and can make good products. People need to start buying their games and supporting them to make the next generation better than it ever was. I do
Indie's where
this
it's at.
yearly. Oh yeah, for sure. We're in the golden age of indie. RimWorld and Factorio devs are amazing at what they do. But I host this retro month every year in July, and one of the things that we do there is it's not a big challenge, but it's like the challenge is that you take on what you want, but if you're participating, you try to beat one retro game. So we consider retro about PS2, Xbox era down. So just go pick a game off the shelf if you need to somehow acquire it. I'm an expert in the field. I'll hook you up. And then just go back and play that game and try to beat it. And what we found is, after running this for about 5 years, is that we see the degradation of the games as a whole. Like, games are more complex. They have much deeper stories. Their mechanics are more refined. Even if they're slapdash together, they have passion, and that is the biggest thing that the games industry is missing.
Yeah, because it became a job.
Exactly.
And like devs like me who actually are passionate about what we're doing, we get run out of the industry because we don't fucking put up with that kind of shit.
You're not profitable, dude.
I know. That's,
so what are you
why I'm
doing,
working
Dave? Get back to work, wage slave.
Yeah, Dave.
No. I mean, technically I'm working right now. I don't know.
To answer a person in your chat, Dave, Scott, the PS2 era as retro is tragic. Nah, man, don't look at it like that. A lot of people say, rose-tinted glasses and this and that. Yeah, it's old, but it's gold. It's one of the best generations to ever go back and play video games, ever. Just go play like Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Crash Team Racing, that's on the PS1. And sit down and actually play those games, and you'll realize, damn, it isn't rose-tinted glasses. These games are really just better than what we're playing currently.
I think he just means the time aspect that, now that's considered retro. I don't think we should give a shit. I mean, a good game's a good game. Grim Fandango was a late-release point-and-click adventure game, and that's a fantastic story, Dave. You should still really play it because it's really, really good. It's right up your alley.
Yeah. It's on my list. I don't know. I guess I'm waiting for retirement or something.
Grim Fandango
Dave, don't play it.
The story's really good, where it's you're the travel salesman in the afterlife, and you gotta have you're trying to help people get to the ninth layer of the underworld. So you're trying to help them along their journey, and they basically cash in karma from life. And anyway, you realize that there's a conspiracy going on that you unearth, and it's just corruption within the underworld and the afterlife, and it's actually really fucking good. It's 100%. You would love it. And it's just such a good concept.
It's not that long either, Dave.
But that game did not do well on release. It was considered dated and out of its time.
It's an adventure game. It was an adventure game at the exact worst moment. And so, yeah, it makes sense.
But it's considered a very the music's good. It's considered a great game years later.
Oh, for sure. I know I'm going to play it at some point. Hopefully before I die. But the problem is just that I have the epic list, and if I'm not staying up on the newest, I'm kind of behind on the latest in design. So if anything, I need to play PoE 2 now.
There you go. But yeah, it's
hey Dave, if you get a free key, homie, hook me up, man. I'm poor as dirt.
For PoE 2, you mean?
Yeah. If you get an extra key.
I mean, it's only $30 if you really want to play right now.
Hey, $30 is pretty steep at the moment. I haven't been.
Fair enough.
I got a back catalog that I'm working on at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah, I
gotta worry about bills.
I'd also say, I did watch them last week, but if you look in hindsight, Blade Runner and The Thing, they both released the same day in 1982, and they both were considered not good. And they were critics were this is not great.
Yeah,
Blade Runner was good, but didn't do well financially. The Thing failed financially, and critics said it was terrible. And then, years later, they're you know what? We were pretty harsh, and Blade Runner should have succeeded in the box office. And The Thing is now considered probably the best horror film ever made, and a masterpiece.
Yes, it is. And it is.
I mean, they said Ennio Morricone's soundtrack that he did was outdated and shitty, and that he would not be good. And he won an Oscar a few years after, and then they said Carpenter, what kind of guy does these fades to black? This is really dated and shitty as well. It's watching something from the 60s, and then they're wow, those fades to black are actually really good in hindsight.
They're timeless. That's the whole point.
Way
They're
ahead.
timeless. The whole movie is timeless,
Way ahead
just
of
like
his time
Alien and
or
Aliens.
behind the times.
Yeah.
Dude, we watched Aliens recently. Dude, that was such a
How
good
about
movie.
that bonus?
Oh, that's so good.
You want to talk about that bonus situation?
Aliens is a fucking classic in my book. It's in my top
Yeah.
5 for sure. And yeah, Quake 1 does rule. King Lich.
Sorry, go ahead, Asmar. You were
Oh,
saying
I forgot.
you watched
but-
Aliens.
Custom content.
Oh
is
yeah,
made
yeah.
for it every
Fucking
month.
amazing
God,
movie.
I
The
had no idea
little
the Quake 1
miniatures they
community is still
use
there.
with the little RC cars and all the effects that are practical. Oh my god, it was awesome. I hadn't watched that in years, and I'm glad I rewatched it this Halloween. It was fantastic.
Man, I watched Halloween this Halloween, and like that's still really good too. I mean, it did well at least because Carpenter, I think, is actually like a very very good director. He's just underappreciated to a large extent.
Oh yeah, we last Halloween, not the one that just came by, but the last one before that, we watched all the Halloween films, and I was like, yeah,
I love Halloween 3 because it's so bad, but it's good.
It's
yeah.
so bad, it's good,
I-
yeah.
It has a lot of the machismo, but it's like, yeah, I kind of dig it. So, you know.
Dave, I do know the plot. Have you ever seen Halloween 3?
Yes, I know. The Halloween I watched it when I was young.
I mean, it's so good because it's like, what is the plot, guys? Well, the evil Irish businessman wants to bring back Sam Hain, or I'm sorry, Samhain is how it's pronounced. He wants to bring Samhain back and bring magic back to the world. His plan is to steal part of Stonehenge and then put the Stonehenge bits in the microchips in his masks that kids will wear, and it'll summon bugs or turn their heads into bugs. We don't really know, but that's the plot of the movie. I love that fucking movie because it's so terrible.
It's
But
terrible.
I mean, like Carpenter tried something different.
He certainly did.
Well, he did want Halloween originally to be episodic, so he did like the first one, and then he does the sequel. He's like, okay, now I'm doing the third one. I'm doing my own thing. Like, you know, somebody else does it. He's like, well, I want different directors. Basically, we could do a film every year. You know, they said Halloween will be this like awesome, you know, little episodic. I'm like, that'd actually be awesome these days. But nope, Halloween 3 did not do well, and they said bring back Michael Myers, and we got what we got now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie was almost like outstandingly good. The newest Halloween, they dropped it in the final act, I feel, and I don't know. I thought they were setting up that new guy to be like the new Jason. I think it is the
Michael Myers.
killer's name.
Michael Myers.
Michael Myers. Yeah. Who's Jason again? He's a
That's
hockey
Jason
man.
Voorhees. That's Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Right at 13. And Michael Myers is the skin face.
Well, no, it's a Captain Kirk mask that's painted white.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. The I don't know. They brought I forget her name, but the main actor, and
Jamie
she was
Curtis.
in the and
Love Jamie
then
Curtis.
The Scream Queen.
man, I'm actually having trouble remembering it. I think that's a spoiler anyway. I won't mention it. But anyway, bad thing happens in the latter half of the movie, and then I thought they were setting up the new guy to be like the new Michael Myers, and I thought that was like, oh, that's gonna be so cool. They didn't do that. I was like,
Aw.
why? Why didn't you do that? You could have continued. You could have made more movies. That'd have been so awesome.
You know what else was really good? I think, like in hindsight, I think Temple of Doom is actually really solid.
It is solid.
Yeah, I like Temple of Doom.
I don't know,
Indiana
I-
Jones, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't believe anyone hated that movie. Like,
I think it was very different, and they thought, you know, actually, I guess it kind of goes back to the D&D thing. They thought Indiana Jones was like a kid's film, but the first one has like Nazis running around everywhere and their faces melting. You know,
Mhm.
And Temple of Doom doesn't have a lot of good. I mean, there's a lot of racial stereotypes, frankly, which I can agree with. Like that's messed up to show them eating monkey brains in hindsight, obviously. But like any parent who thought like Indiana Jones is a good film for kids to watch is just like, I don't know, gullible or out of touch with reality and life.
Yeah. Modding brings
But I think
life
parents are
to
pissed off
longevity
because
in
they're
games.
like, oh, sorry.
Modding does bring life longevity in games. It's sad the whole mindset for encryption and hiding compiled source code for single-player games, non-MMOs, is so prevalent. Yeah, I think a lot of the reason that Warcraft 3 is still on so many people's minds is simply because the editor and all the games that came out of that.
Well, I mean, the editor itself is effectively the digital response to tabletop design, right? Like, older books would just say, "Oh, if you don't agree with the rule," or "Hey, maybe you need a new rule. Just like do it yourself, dude."
Yep.
And that's how you end up getting people who go like, "Oh, I had a lot of fun doing that. Huh? Maybe I'll get into game design." Like they don't even really realize it, right? They're like, "Well, maybe I'll do something else, and that'll be fun."
It democratizes game design.
Yeah.
You don't like
I
my
mean,
rules? Make your own.
Well, isn't it like it's effectively the inverse of like Apple with the charging things until like the EU said, you have to make them universal, like make them USB-Cs. Like they were more than happy to have you limited to just buying their charger and their products. Like it's what like the only people that benefit from limited access to game design or, sort of making that open is like the company that's selling you the product, right?
Yep.
Because like, oh, you want to play a new game, like, hey, buy our DLC instead of like, oh, this dude made a free map, why don't you play that and have fun?
Here, have some Dota.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I had to go AFK for a minute. What are we talking about?
How
Oh.
Warcraft 3's editor sort of kept Warcraft 3 on everyone's minds because of all the games that came out of it.
Oh, dude, we were playing Warcraft 3 minigames 10 years later. We went back when they fucking shit the bed. A homie bought it for me. And some of the old games just didn't work on the new engine. It's like, ugh, bruh.
Oh, no. That's right.
Yeah,
Oh, with Reforged, you mean?
Yeah, it was Reforged. And then it was like, oh, well, we'll just go play the old one again. And you couldn't do that.
Nope. They fucking
So
locked
like
it up.
Double whammy of shit. We did have some fun with it, but it was like, yeah, kind of ruined it. I heard they finally, after what, 5 years, fixed it. So hopefully,
Somewhat.
That's a resounding endorsement.
Yeah, I know, right? Look, the lesson to take away here is don't buy Blizzard products.
Azumar, you've got that shaman. Did you ever play a shaman in Wrath of the Lich King? Or did you ever play Wrath?
Yeah, I raided up until the end of Old War, and then I quit because they released that Celestial Mount, and me and my friends kind of saw the writing on the wall that things weren't going to get any better.
Yeah.
Going into ICC. We didn't care for LFR or LFG at the time when those eventually came out, and so we kind of just...
do you remember the bug where if you were a shaman, you had lightning shield or no water shield on, and you looked at Yogg-Saron, your game would crash?
What?
No, I didn't.
That is a bug, and I think it's still in the game.
Oh, no way.
It's like
what?
15 years later.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Talk about
hilarious.
I remember at one point I logged onto my friend's account to do Ulduar on his shaman, and it was just we were like backscaling basically or whatever. Like it was like Kata, I guess, or something. So the two of us, my buddy and I, go in, and then I just crash and I keep crashing. I go, oh yeah, you have to take off water shields. Like, I have to like Google and find this out.
Yeah, short story about my time in Wrath. So I was on the receiving end of a dying server for Horde. It was Alliance dominated. And what eventually, it was multiple different things. It wasn't just one thing. Like, we had to transfer servers, right? Because there was legitimately not enough. There was like 100 Horde players. And there was like one raiding guild. And so we had to transfer the servers. And we were in high school. And it was like $25 a pop or something. It may have been even more than that. And it's like, we'll just go play Call of Duty. Like, this was fun while it lasted. I left my other server to join my friends that I've been playing with in high school, and that was a really cool experience. I'm still friends with like 90% of the people today, so hey, those who raid together stay together.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wasn't a shaman in Wrath. Occasionally I would hop over to friend that played on a different server. He needed me to heal for him occasionally, and I healed as a shaman and druid in Nax 25.
Okay, 10 years ago. It's a bug due to lightning shield. Blizzard's aware of it. It's just on low priority. And I don't think they ever fixed it because it's like they don't care. You gotta think, if it's 10 years ago, then that's obviously clearly after like Wrath, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what, 2024, maybe close to. Well, let me see when this is posted. This is
Yeah,
January of 2015, so this is exactly coming up on 10 years.
Wrath came out around like 2007, 2008, if I remember. So, yeah, that's...
Yeah, so this is like years later. They clearly never fixed it back in Wrath, and then of course they're not going to fix it now because it's past the point.
Yeah, how many shamans do
I
Yogg
think
every
it's
day?
still just the same situation. But there you go. It took them 5 years to fix Warcraft 3 Reforged. It took them over. It's still counting on the Elemental Shaman disconnect. Don't have Lightning Shield up, guys. Don't use that.
I've recently switched over to Linux to just dip my toes in the water, see how I can use it as a daily driver, basically. And I found I didn't have any speed bumps except with Discord. And the only thing that Discord that doesn't work is the stream. Like, I can't stream a game, and it's entirely because Discord refuses to update their Discord client. And it's just like, oh my god. It would take you guys a week at most to fix this. And the legwork's already been done by the Linux community. Why?
Money.
Well, the Linux users ain't good damn sure going to give them money. They're going to make their own thing, which they have already done. There's third-party clients for Discord that you can use, which is against the terms of service for anyone wondering that.
Well, there you go.
You can get banned. I haven't heard of anyone actually getting banned, but you can if you use a third-party client. But they have completely fixed all the problems with the Linux version of Discord by making their own Discord.
That's
and
amazing.
just running it off of the same API. And it's like, wow, why don't you just hire one of them for a day or a week or something? Pay them like $1,000.
Nope.
It's a drop in the bucket for you, Discord.
They're not going to do it. Corporate liability. It's amazing how hard your hands are tied behind your back when you work for a corporation. Like, literally, you can't say anything without potentially getting a lawyer coming to your desk to talk to you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's absolutely nuts, and that's why I no longer sign NDAs. I just don't do it. I'm like, sorry, I don't do contracts with NDAs. If I can't talk about your product, then I can't really help you, can I?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. There's no reason to not share your opinion to the wider public either, right? It only behooves them and to benefit them and their profiteering, right? Like,
exactly.
I suspect NDAs exist as a holdover of like, we don't want somebody to steal our idea, which is sort of laughable these days.
It's insane.
I think the bigger thing now is, it's the insurance policy that like they can go, we have internal documents that prove this, and this guy probably stole our idea. We want to go after them for damages, which is like, you're really just like, people would still play your game or whatever if you were like going to still do that, like whatever mechanic you think is new and innovative, right? Like, it's just, yeah.
Well, you can't even steal game design because as soon as you ship, someone's going to reverse engineer it.
Bobby Kotick would disagree with you.
He's an idiot.
And he knows a little bit more about game design than you do.
or was it Take-Two guy, Andrew Wilson, I think his name was? He was wanting to charge people for bullets or some shit.
Oh my god, yes.
Gotta swipe your card if you want to fire that extra 5 rounds, homie.
Jeez.
So stupid. I think my favorite is now Mike Ibarra's recent fuck up. Basically, he said that the Marvel Strike Force was copying Overwatch. he doesn't even work at Blizzard anymore, so I don't know why he's still shilling for them. Maybe he thinks that Microsoft will hire him back as president or something. But then he said, Black Widow, Widowmaker, huh? And it's like, Black Widow is a character from Marvel from the 50s, 60s? Give me a break,
The op
dude.
has been an item since CS 1.0, so you know. I mean, is Widowmaker actually just the op from CS? Like, I mean, come on,
Yeah,
guys.
exactly. Just the dumbest take. And it's so clear to me that Ibarra has always been like this corporate nepo shill. I don't know how he got into Microsoft in the first place in
Dude.
such a high position.
That's been my people. I think it was Asmongold. Pardon me if I'm wrong on this. Could be apocryphal. The he was shilling Mike Ybarra being like the lead WoW, whatever the hell he was doing at the time. I'm like, bro, it's gonna be the same shit it's always been since the dawn of mankind. Either warriors will be busted or they'll be fucking stupid. And 90% of the time, they're fucking stupid.
Oh man. Well, Ibarra was never in development as far as I'm aware.
I think he was doing something with the balance team.
I
I
think
could,
that
I could
was
be dead
covered.
wrong on that.
I think that one, if there's any, as far as I know, he never lifted a finger in terms of like actual game design.
He's a hard
or
worker,
development of any
Dave.
kind. Yeah, he streams WoW, and that's like sort of how he proved he was one of us fellow gamers. It's like, hey, fellow gamers, you know what I mean?
Let me ask you this: Have you ever seen Mikey Barra and Andrew Yang in the same room together? See,
I saw Andrew Yang.
big StarCraft fan.
I saw Andrew Yang whining about people being happy about that CEO being dead. That's what I saw.
Oh, Andrew Yang. So we everyone $1 million.
I see, like 70% of the internet thanking the Lord that that dude is dead. Personally, I don't know the dude, so I ain't gonna say nothing. But apparently, he had
He
some
was a
denied some
scumbag
claims.
piece of shit.
If you're responsible for a company that is the highest,
Twice the
for
industry
denials,
standard
for
for average.
yeah, way higher than the average for industry denials for healthcare. You've got a lot of blood on your hands, and you probably had it coming.
Yeah, I was talking to my good buddy Solaire this morning about it. I was like, yeah, when you're playing with people's lives, people are eventually going to play with your life, and that's probably what happened. He killed somebody, and that somebody's family member or whoever was like, you know what? Fuck it.
A life for a life.
Yep.
And that's the thing; they're more justified because it's A, retaliation for death, and B, he's going to kill more people because that's his whole job, denying health insurance to people.
Yep. And God forbid you have a pre-existing condition, because I've been denied by pretty much every insurance company based on pre-existing conditions. So I only have one option.
Well, I mean,
The
if you didn't
government, that
want-
is.
If you didn't
Yeah.
want that, you should have been, you should have picked better during character creation.
Yeah,
Dude,
why
I'm
don't you just
saying, right,
re-roll?
Guys, the biggest mistake I made in my life personally was being in kindergarten when I should have invested in real estate.
That's the
Just
big
straight
thing.
up.
See, in most other games, starting gold and wealth is pretty useless because you're gonna get money later on. But in this version, it's actually really important. You should have taken rich parents. I fucked up
Oh,
there
yeah.
too.
Me too. That was my bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Lich King, the Solaire of Astora. He's a good friend of mine.
Pick male, pick white, pick rich parents. Take wizard. Take engineer specialization because that's pretty good for employment.
I hear that's actually not. I also
Don't
hear
take-
the tech industry.
Don't take fighter
Yeah.
blacksmith. You might think it's cool, but it's a really niche employment field.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just dump
I,
every point into rich parents with an oligarchic background, and you'll be fine.
Oh
in the
yeah,
current
yeah.
game,
Saudi Prince, yeah, exactly. It's where you want to be.
Exactly.
everybody will tell you the charisma isn't good, but currently charisma is actually very important. You can dump strength and dexterity, and your constitution can be okay if you have money. You can dump that too. But put your points in charisma. Intelligence, you can actually ignore if you have a really good charisma. Same with wisdom. Dump all your other stats, put the points into charisma.
That's the one stat that I invested heavily in when I was young.
It's true. It's like how many fucking idiots fake it till they make it, and then they're like, "That's Mikey Barr. He's the example because he had a job
Yes.
elsewhere that had the appropriate title, and then he just shifted into another, like executive title. That's how it works."
Yep. I've seen that a lot throughout my career.
There are people
Some of
you'll
the-
meet where you're like, "You are too dumb to fucking live. How the fuck are you still here, let alone alive?"
The
I'm
worst
surprised. Oh, good.
the worst are from Ubisoft, by the way. So whenever you see someone who was an executive at Ubisoft coming your way, run.
They got some NFTs to sell you.
Oh no, they've got fucking molestation to sell you.
Oh God, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I'll be having a watch party for Serge Hasquit, who was the head of the editorial board of Ubisoft, and I had to deal with him, who is on trial for molesting employees, and that trial will start in March 2025. in
Oh
France,
hell.
Paris. Watch party.
Bug. I'll have to tune in for that one.
It'll be great.
Yeah.
I'll have to find a French translator, though, I think.
So-
you could probably find like a BBC stream or something, and they'll have a translator.
That's true.
I mean, they're publicly owned, so you can just like find them on YouTube. That's what's actually. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but like publicly owned media is actually a very good thing.
Yeah.
Don't let your billionaires tell you what to do. Pay your government to make a public broadcasting that will tell you, like, hey guys, maybe this is actually not good. Maybe eating a bunch of salami every day and gabagool is not good for your sodium intake.
Man, I could
How
go for
dare
some
you.
gabagool right
Why
now.
do you hate Italians?
You know.
So, Aslan, my stats when I was born are Irish and Native American, and I inherited all the rarest traits of mankind: red hair, freckles, and blue eyes, and I can't tan ever.
So you're like immediately you have the cancer-prone trait for skin cancer. Like that's the flaw. Remember,
Yes.
in 3.5 you could take 2 flaws, so that's 1 flaw.
I think I mentioned it to you, but the tribe that my family married into were giants, like legitimately. They're 7 foot tall and such out in the middle of bumfuck Arkansas.
Wow.
And my father was 6'4", and a relative of his was 7'1".
Holy shit.
Even my dad's sister was like 6'1" as a woman, so that's pretty freaking crazy.
Yeah. You should keep an eye on the skin cancer thing, though. That's not good.
Oh yeah, that's what got my grandfather.
Well, redheads developed as a genetic trait to acquire more sunlight because it was like that or dying. But now they're just prone to skin cancer, unfortunately. So
Yeah. Our slowly eroding ozone, or I hear it's healing at the moment, but
it
who
healed
knows?
up. It's still the UV ray levels are still really bad in general. So you just put on sunscreen.
Oh
Can I
yeah,
just
all the
say,
time.
I visited California not long ago. Well, okay, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. And the sun there is so much harsher than in Thailand. and I couldn't figure out why. Like it was literally like 15 minutes in the sun, and I was like burnt to a crisp. Whereas in Thailand, I can be out for like 30, 40 minutes an hour, and I'm fine. And I just
Well,
have no
that's what
idea what the
makes
hell happened.
that's what makes the plot of Halloween 3 so funny, because like the last place they actually ever move is fucking California. They moved to Boston. They should have set it in Boston.
Okay.
But when they filmed it, they're like, we'll just film it here in California. The Irish, like the last fucking place they would ever go is like, it's gonna be really sunny and warm. They go, no, I have relatives in Boston. I'll just go there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, in Florida, when I was in high school in particular, I'd be waiting to get picked up, and I would get sunburnt in like 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes out there. I was like, oh my god, I gotta wear sunscreen when I start coming out here and waiting. So what I did was I would just wait inside, because I had a cell phone at the time. I would just be like, all right, just call me when you get here.
Exactly. That's the trick.
Yeah, we've done a lot of like fishing and stuff, and I don't know why, but I normally don't get burnt that bad, but I guess maybe particularly bad on a summer day or something. Just get burnt to a crisp. What it do, Intius? Welcome to the party. How'd your farming run go?
It was rough. It was very rough.
I heard.
Yeah,
You heard it was
just
rough?
that I was trying to heal, which was fine enough, but it was only the two of us, and he was 52, and he wasn't even tank spec'd, so it was like,
Uh-oh.
I mean, we got it in the end. It just took us a while, but that didn't even drop. Yeah. So then I went back to farming my scorpids and made myself heavy scorpid armor.
Ah, very nice.
I've been doing the furball timber maw hold rep farm, so that's
Oh, I'm so
interesting.
sorry.
It's not that bad. You just killed them, dude.
I feel your pain.
The money's not that
Apparently
bad.
Apparently the way to do it is you save all the feathers and the beads that you get, and you don't
Yeah.
use them, and then once you get to, I think it's honored, you start using them to get to exalted.
It's
It's
revered.
like the only way.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm doing. I have like nearly 1,000 beads in my backpack.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
I got they
up to
stack
what?
at 250.
Okay.
No,
50.
250. But I'm going around collecting these fucking anal beads so I can hand them in later on.
Yeah, I looked at the set and I thought, that's kind of interesting for a set. I might as well just get it. It's cheap enough for me to make, and it will do as a very rough tank set.
Check this out, Intius. I got this today in Nax. Here's the hammer to go along with it.
And now Dave's going to tell us that he got his dagger.
I didn't.
You failed
Dagger
me,
did
Dave.
not drop.
It never drops when I'm there. It knows.
You failed me, Dave. You're supposed to say, yeah, I got my dagger.
No, I got boots. Boots are okay.
Got a ring in there last night.
Oh, dude, I need to get the ring.
So,
Get this
what's the shield you have at the moment?
I PM'd it to you. The Shield of Condemnation.
Is that, yeah, but is that the one you got? That's the one you got that dropped, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, what was the one you had before that?
Death Bargain. I'll PM it to you. There you go.
So you've just got more flat healing.
Yeah, more armor too. It's the highest armor healing shield.
Yeah, I guess.
I think it's the highest armor shield in the game. Not by much, obviously, but I'll have to look at that. I think it is.
Yeah, it's more flat damage as well, so. But you lose a crit, and you lose a little bit of insta. I don't know how important those are to you, but
I mean, 2 isn't gonna make or break. It's
the
mainly
crit.
for the armor because of Ironclad. That right there.
I see.
Yeah, so it's actually that's 30. No, that's 64 healing power just from that.
Mm.
Do my math right? Hold on one sec. I'll calculate it. Yeah, 60, about 60, 70 healing power from that.
Damn.
So it's actually
Yeah, so
100.
you trade the crit percent for like a ton of flat healing.
Yeah. It would be 127 healing power from that shield. Just on its base stats alone.
That means your rank one's gonna be even more stupid.
Oh, yeah. That and I can somewhat tank in my healing gear.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah,
So,
brother.
when you come into MC, Intius, your first raid.
When you run me through some more dungeons, boy.
I'd be down to do a dungeon. I want to do a dungeon right now.
I'm just teasing him.
What a fucking
Uh, y-
scumbag.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, we could do a dungeon right now, but I think Dave's already got a group.
Yeah.
That we
Starfall.
don't have a tank.
It's messed up, dude.
Rogue
Brandon,
tank?
I'm the tank.
Yeah, rogue tank.
I'll
It'll
drop
take
him.
us like 6 hours to do the
No,
dungeon.
no, 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 no. What are you doing? Upper Blackrock?
No. I would like to do Upper Blackrock. I want that recipe. I want that flask. But I could do Skolo or Strat Undead. Like,
Do strat, and when I'm done with this group, I'll run with you guys.
we need a tank. That's the problem. Who's on a guild?
Rogue tank.
He's set on this idea of rogue tank. Let him have it.
Seems like
at least-
everyone is.
I'm pretty how
It's
bad
like
it is.
3 in the fucking morning on the East Coast. So.
Yeah, that's the problem with this time. It's like, it's my afternoon.
Yeah.
No one's here. Good time to farm though.
I mean, yeah. Well, it'd be better once we split Naxes, and then you don't have to deal with like the middle of the night raids.
Yeah. Did they say when Karazhan 40's coming out?
No, I mean probably early quarter 1 now, which is honestly what I had initially anticipated at. But anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, like at the moment Kara is available, it's time for us to split Naxes, and then frankly, we should even just consider splitting Kara off the bat. Because if we split Kara and we have vacancies, we could probably recruit new people in and get them to attend. So
Yeah. I think what Faye and Ella were talking about doing is the first one, they want to do it with like all hands on deck, get the squad together basically, and then smash our heads against the wall, see how it is, and then plan from there. Random Azul fact of the day. Did you guys see on the updated client they added a times 16 multi-sampling?
What?
Good enough.
Yeah, under the video options, where the multi-sampling is, there is now a times 16 version of it, which, holy shit, that's some anti-aliasing. God forbid you're on a 4K monitor and need to use it. You're on an ultra wide, right, Dave?
Oh yeah.
34 inch?
Uh, maybe. Probably.
Well, stop that ruler.
How many inches you got, Dave?
Yeah, Dave. Remember girth.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Dave.
All right, all right. What do you measure the diagonal? Is that how it works?
Yeah, diagonal. He actually has a ruler.
I got a ruler next to me too, dude.
Holy
Yeah,
crap!
but
I got
you
my
use yours
filter
for a
put
different
up.
reason.
Oh, I have all my Warhammer stuff next to me. So
86-ish centimeters.
okay, now convert it to inches. It's 2.54 centimeters to an inch.
36-ish.
36. That's
30,
pretty good.
32,
What brand is it?
32, 34.
32.
34. 34. 34 inches.
Yep, that's about what I thought. So you're running 3440 by 1440, I assume, as your resolution?
Yep.
Yeah, if you haven't tooled with the anti-aliasing, I would try turning on ×2 or ×4 and see if that cleans up the image for you. You have a freaking 4090 in your monster day, but
No, it's a 3080 Ti.
good enough.
Uh,
I have a 2080 Ti, so.
turn what on?
So hit escape,
Uh-huh.
go to video options,
Uh-huh.
and then put the top right under video options. It should be
Multi-sampling.
yeah, multi-sampling, and then you want to leave it on the 24-bit color, 24-bit depth, and then change it to like the time or 2. It should
Times
clean up
2?
the image for you.
Mine's on ×8.
Yeah.
It's ×2.
Oh. If you're on ×8, you're pretty good.
Yeah.
You haven't updated your client.
I've updated my client.
So I launched it through the, what is it?
The Turtle WoW specific launcher.
You know what? It may be a Linux thing because I'm on Linux now.
Oh.
So yeah, ×8, you're fine. Yeah, that's a ton of anti-aliasing. Your image must be crisp AF, as the kids say.
Do you have a jewel crafter or no?
I do not.
Okay.
I pretty much invest into engineering and alchemy purely for the Arcanite bars.
Yeah. I was just considering if I was going to do jewel crafting on this alt I'm leveling.
We do have a lot of stuff I can send you over.
I'm just thinking, like, you know, alchemy doesn't actually do anything for you, like, on a personal level. Like, you know, so it's like, okay, well, you could just do it on an alt and then make whatever, like, you know, alchemy stuff you need. Or likewise, you know, like a jewel craft, like an engineer, you need to be the engineer to use the stuff. I don't know what jewel crafting is like. I think it's limited, but it's kind of like blacksmithing in that sense. There's a few things only the jewel crafter can use.
Yeah, I have no idea. Seon and Imic have a jewel crafting alt.
Yeah, I'll just do it
Eric's advice was don't go into jewel crafting. 'Cause I guess it's a horrible thing to try and level.
Oh, jeez.
It is right now.
I guess it's like blacksmithing, or even worse because people are always trying to do it.
Yeah, all the stones are gone. If you look at the auction house, you should be selling coarse stones.
Seriously,
They're going-
of course.
They're going like 15 silver a pop. Plus.
Oh wow.
For a
It's
stat.
insane. Absolutely insane.
Horse?
No,
No
for
wonder these
one.
people are mad. Oh, for, what?
Go look! Look at the auction house. Coarse stone. It's
I can't
madness.
look at the auction house right now.
It's madness.
Yeah, it sounds like madness. Definitely not sponsored.
Let me nerd out on one of your chat members there for a second, Dave. He says this game had natural anti-aliasing. Play it on an old-fashioned CRT, and the scan lines will hide the aliasing. This is incredibly true. CRT technology was actually I think we did away with it too quickly. Had we taken that technology farther, it's very likely that we could have actually made that better than LCD panels that were there for a long time. Because the problem with LCD panels was their latency. It was terrible. CRTs are just way faster. There's like no input lag on a CRT. The
Yeah, just get the image burned into your screen. It's fine.
yeah, that was the problem. But who knows? We maybe could have done away with that over time. The even pixel games there, Scott. If you go back and play like an old pixel art game on like the PS1, NES on a CRT, it looks totally different than if you played it on a LCD. On an LCD, it actually looks kind of terrible. But since if you use like a filter or something like that, you can kind of get the effect, and it does completely change the image to where the scaling isn't a problem, and it's almost like magic. You're completely correct on that.
Yeah. I had a Sony Trinitron, like a.
Oh my god!
It was big,
Yes!
but it was awesome. The picture was awesome, and it had way higher resolutions than when LCDs first came on. And it's taken, like, it took like 15 years to get the same resolution I had on that Sony Trinitron on a LCD display.
Sony Trinitrons were the shit.
They were so good. I used to lug it to my friend's house to play Marathon.
Marathon to Randall?
Marathon 2, yeah.
Hell yeah.
It was nuts. Networked all over Apple, whatever, Apple Talk.
The man, I've gotten back into adding like a CRT filter onto video games. And it does take some finoodling to get to work right, but it definitely adds something to the game that I can't quite describe, and you just have to see it for yourself. But it definitely is something that is like, if you've never seen a CRT screen, because I know many people are quite younger these days that haven't ever seen a CRT, definitely if you ever get the chance, go back and see an old video game played on a CRT. It's actually like crazy on how responsive and quite frankly beautiful they look. The only thing you had to worry about with those is like that annoying fucking hiss.
Oh, yeah.
It used to drive me fucking insane being in a computer lab back in the day. That, and if they had a 60 hertz refresh rate, this didn't happen for some people, but particularly with me, I could see the flicker in a 60 hertz. It had to be higher than 60 hertz. About 90 is when I stopped seeing the flicker. So that was a big deal as well.
Damn, my group is noobs.
What are you doing? You keep wiping?
It sounds like every experience in this server.
Yeah. They
I'm glad
insisted
to
on
see.
they insisted on starting at the Strathholm main entrance, or one of them did,
What?
because they're like, "Oh, we're doing." I only wanted to sign up for live side, and I'm like, "You can do it from undead entrance, the servants entrance." And they're
Yeah,
like, well,
there's
we
a
already entered.
shortcut.
We already entered, so now you have to come over here. I'm like, everyone uses the servants entrance because it's better.
Yeah.
But no,
Unless you need to do that front area for the quest, it's like, why would you go there?
I don't freaking know. But whatever, it's fine.
Dave, you are
Well,
gonna pull off that tank like it is nothing.
That's why I'm rogue tank.
Dave, you wouldn't happen to be the one that was swimming around in in Feralis one of the times in the water outside the camp there?
Huh?
What?
Ashara?
I don't know. There was not in Ashara, in Feralis. There was one time I was there and I was just went to go use the flight path, and as I'm getting on the freaking wyvern to take off, I see there's somebody in the water, and I'm like, who the hell's that? And as I quickly mouse over, the only thing I see is they're from Nerds of a Feather. I was like, what the hell?
I don't know. It's possible. I run around frequently looking for weird stuff all the time.
You found a dude skinny dipping, and then you like watched him in the water,
Yeah,
and you're like, "Oh, that guy's in my guild. It's okay.
it's probably Dave.
Don't
just
report
off
him for
the
being a
moment.
sex offender."
What the?
Well, he's like, skinny dipping. Like, he can't do that.
Oh
What are
my
you doing?
god.
And then like a month later, you're like, "Oh, Dave, I think I saw you skinny dipping outside of Faralos the other month." And he's like, "What?
He's like, that wasn't me.
That wasn't me. Yeah, I would never do that."
No, I've seen him in the odd place though. Took a boat with him over to the hinterlands one time. He probably didn't even know it was me.
There you go. Where does the Defias messenger spawn?
Shit. It's
Is it
like
at the
on
mine?
the road. I don't think so. I think it's like towards the road near where the town is. I helped my friend Pantheon do that recently.
Are they going from the town or to the town? They were going to the
So
town.
they're going out of the town to the mine is where we started.
Right.
So it's somewhere around there. And it's like a super easy quest too.
Yeah. I gotta kill a messenger.
Oh, the kill one where you gotta kill the messenger, not the escort. That one he walks that whole road length anywhere, but I forget where he spawns at.
Dave's viewers, tell Dave, help me out.
Tell me what?
I need to know where the Defiance messenger spawns. They'll tell you, you'll tell me, whatever.
Okay. Where's the Defiance messenger?
They'll make me experience a Twilight episode where I have to like spend a day in hell walking around, this, I don't know, breadbasket shithole. These people don't have toilet paper because they can't pulp it at the mills, so they have to like wipe their ass with chicken feathers.
What the hell?
I'm telling you, man, Westfall, they probably
You're
all
getting
talk.
way too specific.
They probably all talk with like a North Dakotan accent.
Aslan, have you lived this life?
No,
yeah,
I could just.
wiping your ass with chicken feathers. Like,
I've lived in a major city my entire. There we go. There's that fucker. He spawns in the town and now he's dead. I got you, you piece of shit. Anyway, I've lived in a major city my entire existence. That's what everybody else outside of major cities lives like. They gotta wipe their ass with chicken feathers.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's a fact, dude.
I
You ever
mean,
left a
their
major
ass with
city?
chicken fingers
Boom,
is a
immediately
fact.
they
You're
can't.
targeted.
Toilet paper
No.
only exists in major cities. That's just the reality of it. Why would I make it up?
I don't know why. I know you did.
Let me ask you this: who invented Chinese food?
Wait, what?
Is this a trick question? Like,
Well, I mean, we'll see if you know who invented Chinese food.
is it like a specific person? Because I just figured that Chinese food was like a bastardized version of Chinese cuisine that they brought over to sell to
Exactly,
our palate.
dude. The Americans invented. Who invented pizza? Boom, the Americans.
Oh boy.
Yeah, wasn't Italian pizza like totally different?
I mean, don't. Italian pizza is very nice. American pizza could be nice. It depends on a certain situation.
Especially in Chicago.
I mean, any pizza's good pizza, man.
No.
If you're hungry.
I like me.
Domino's is not good pizza.
I would say Domino's is okay pizza. I wouldn't say it's good pizza.
My pizza place is run by a Vietnamese family, and they're great.
Yeah, I've even made lasagna and pizza before, and that was shit. I think I nailed it. I was like, well, damn, this is way
Chicago
better.
pizza is not good pizza. Chicago pizza. Can
That's a
fuck.
pie, but I guess pizzas are technically pies, but still.
pepperoni pizza is okay pizza. Shredded pepperoni pizza, that's good pizza. Make the pepperoni smaller, better to eat.
I'm like, if I could have a pizza anyway, I would have the stuffed crust, light
No.
sauce. Well, you gotta understand there's some backstory to why I eat
Stuffed
the way I
crust
eat.
is anti-Italian discrimination. You can't do that.
Oh, well, I never claimed to be Italian, nor did I claim to be making Italian authentic here.
Oh dear.
It's anti-Italian discrimination. It's our holiday, and they want to take it from us.
My favorite toppings are like grilled chicken, pepperoni, salami, and jalapenos. So, and if you're feeling really spicy, ghost pepper.
I just like margarita pizza. It's nice and simple. It's tasty.
See, I don't much care for margarita pizza.
But it's really good. You gotta get that garlic sauce on it.
Isn't that the one that has huge chunks of tomato all over it? Yeah. Okay.
No, that's not the one. You just have like a nice garlic.
Yeah, it's got a lot of
Depends on how people
sauce.
make their margaritas, I guess.
It's got some greenage on it, and then it's like sparing cheese. To me, and I guess this is how pizza's just transformed over time. Is like I have to have a lot of cheese, and the reason being is a dietary restriction to where, like, I can't have a lot of sweet stuff. So tomatoes is basically purely carbs. The bread's pure carbs, so I have to balance it out with meats and cheese. Because I can only really have like 2 slices of pizza before my diabetes kills me.
Yeah, man. It's no bueno.
Look at that pizza. Your diabetes is like,
And
it.
you'll go into a coma.
Don't.
Did
don't
you
do
hear
it.
China
Drop.
cured diabetes?
I don't believe that.
I do.
Hello.
They
Oh, it's
basically
Welcome, baby.
they basically used some new DNA technology to rewrite a little bit and restart the insulin resistance.
There you go.
That's
worth reading
not a
up on.
cure for.
They're putting Banting out of business.
That wouldn't be a cure for my specific version. That would be. That's
okay.
more of a type 2.
Yeah, fair enough.
type 2 is always curable.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a good option for type 2. There is a cure for type 1 in the works. Basically, they had to reprogram the white blood cells in somebody to not attack the pancreas, and that's exactly what I have. And they said in about 5 years they would have it to see if it works. So, I mean, in 5 years, I mean, I guess I'll be cured, but like,
You can eat a whole pizza.
damn.
Yeah,
The-
then you can eat a whole pizza, or maybe just 3 slices. Increase your slice count by 50%.
Yeah, keto pizza, what you do with like almond dough, yeah, those are pretty good.
We do
Feeling
like that rice
figures
dough
itself.
That's
pizza.
a thing.
Yeah, use almond dough instead of wheat or flour.
Because it'll have protein more in it. Trigger the diabetes glucose.
That's why I have like weird recipes where it's like, oh yeah, the cream cheese and. Speaking of which, I gotta think of another recipe for this month's newsletter.
You should do something depressing because it's the holidays.
This
Do-
sad
Do
cheese.
ice
Get it?
ice sandwiches.
Get a tin of soup, warm it up, poach an egg in it, pork pie sausage roll. That's dinner. Look, I made you egg and soup.
Scott, no. Most nuts do not. They do have fiber. But it's like a minuscule amount of sugar. Like carbs, that is. carbs turns into sugar equals carbs equals energy in the body. Very, very little. So you could eat like a ton of nuts of any kind and you'll probably be fine. There could be a nut that does have a lot of carbs in it. I don't know. I'm not, I do
Nuts
love me
don't
some
have
trail
sugars,
mix, but
not like that. No,
yeah.
we're talking about unprocessed sugar.
Beans do have carbs in them though, so
Yeah, that's what you
but
should
not
also
a whole lot.
tell them to open a tin of beans, warm them up, make some toast, boom, Christmas dinner done. If they're feeling fancy, they can cook an egg on the side and put it on top of the beans.
And I'll call it the brownie. Then I'll just make a whole brownie thing and a sad face, and then we'll call that the December cake.
The December cake.
That doing it for you, ass.
Kidney beans.
Freaking when Azul mom and me were making some cheesecake for the homies, I don't know why she thought this was like a thing to do, but she was like, okay, so we're gonna take this whole can of strawberry topping for our cheesecake, and we're just gonna pour it on one cheesecake. And I'm sitting there like, Azul mom, we have another cheesecake. Why did you pour it all on the one? Oh my god.
Cheesecake.
So there was one cheesecake that was smothered in strawberry topping, and it was very good. Then I luckily lucked out, and there was an extra bag of strawberry topping that we had missed, so we had a little bit to put on the other one. So how did Wasteland 3 go, Amick?
Having fun?
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Oh, I'm live.
Um,
Hold on. Sorry. Let me
No,
remove
that's alright.
voice.
Cut the voice.
Okay. Carry on. Don't worry, I'm not a family-friendly channel. Did you sleep with the robot prostitute? The robot prostitute? In the communist robot compound. You have not gotten there then. And you've missed a few prostitutes then. It's across from the Reaganites. Okay. You'll know when you're there because you'll meet Reagan. And by Reagan, I mean Ronald Reagan. Yeah, you'll know. To these people. Such a good game. Oh. Oh. Time to start over. Oh. Yes, it did. Would you? True. Rip. Rip my audio. Oh no. My headphones died. Was not paying attention. There we go. What's not selling on the market? Uh, hands-free audio is the worst thing ever. What does that even mean? It's so lame that every Sony headphones has it built in, so for whatever reason, whenever I enter a voice chat or whatever, so there's the headphones, which has like normal audio, and then there's hands-free audio, which has some bullshit, like terrible audio. And for whatever reason, it decides to use hands-free on Discord and other things. It looks like my group overpulled while I was restarting my machine. They did, but I'm gonna kill all this shit. This is where I wish I was a, what do you call it? What? Engineer? Engineer, I was gonna say. I 100% told them I was restarting. I don't know why they would pull while I was gone when I'm like 90% of their damage. Some donkeys don't sell garbage bags. What does that even mean? No, that's what someone just said in the group chat. I'm not sure what they meant by that. What? I'm soloing this shit. What do you mean? I'm literally 60% of their damage. It is. Oh, really? Oh. That was my bad. I forgot to re-enable the window. Sorry. Hmm? Yes, this guy does blacksmithing. They want to do every little side quest. Why don't you guys can start without me, and then I can jump in after. Oh no. Oh right, I was gonna tank. Damn it. Oh, okay. It it's not slower, it's fast. Literally, all these guys died. I popped up, took out a pack by myself, tanking it. So I think we'd be okay, and it went pretty fast because I still do damage. This is sort of the test run. I don't know that I could tank a raid, but got a farm cure and raid materials. Oh my god. We can ignore it. Ah. scum. No, it's not special. Who? Oh, the Dreadlord MC'd me and I murdered the entire team. And then I survived at the end. Yeah, that was brutal. Zenrai the team killer. Oh my god. Like Kingslayer. Friendslayer. Is there any warning? No. I could vanish before he could MC me. You don't have to. I mean, just like now I'm stuck in combat. Now is my time. Tomorrow. Is that how it is? Bolt. Oh, frostbolt. No, it hits everyone, doesn't it? At least normally when... okay. Apparently. Yay! So Spirit of Zanza drops if you log out? That's... Yeah, it shouldn't, but it did. So I'm wondering what happened. That's weird. There's no way to prevent mind control, is there? I don't have that trinket, damn. The undead, right? Would restorative potion do it? Lucidity. I got it. No, this won't happen. 15 seconds. Can you use it after the fact, or is it too late? Shit. There's one person in the guild who doesn't want to be on voice, so I just shut off voice to avoid any problems. It's just courtesy. What the hell are they doing? Oh, they have to run all the way through. Good night, Aslan. I'm aware, Scott, of what it looks like, but there's not much I can do about it unless I could just leave. But what? Oh. Mm-hmm. I'm not streaming voice right now. Scott called me crazy. He says I'm talking to myself. All voices in my head. Lucidity did not prevent me from getting feared. Okay, got him. Yikes. I'm passing on those fashion coins now. I do not need them. There's no way. Oh my god. Yeah, I have a whole row in my bank devoted to them now. Possible. Why indeed? True. All right. Laters. Oh. It's illegal. Mm-hmm. Fully automated. All right, I have not. Where's the trade district in this place? Like, what is the name? What name am I looking for? Like, Gauntlet? Slaughter Square? Market Row? Oh, some there. Now I'm looking for like a building or something. Rothland Family Brooch. What? Rogue tank is tough without a healer. Oh, shit. Oh, supply. No. All right. What? Don't worry, it's not live. Yeah. No, the audio's not live. It's just me talking to myself, as usual. Mm-hmm. The dagger will drop if you tank. Mm. Intrusive thoughts. Did you really? No, the last time I had the stutter was DPS mate, and when I turned off DPS mate syncing with other DPS mates, it stopped. Mm-hmm. No. What? Hey. I don't know what these guys are doing now. They're just sort of meandering around this dungeon. Oh, it's the goldsmithing plans. Yeah, let me see if these guys... What else are we doing? What else are we doing here? I think they might want to do all of Undead. Quests? No. It's like they want to do some quests. I don't know what quests though. Oh, there's two berserkers. Oh. Who let this happen? Okay, what the hell's going on? It's 5 gold? 6 gold? Yeah, they're not bad. It's just that I wish that they were permanent. Charge more, make it permanent, and then I can, like, not have to ever go back there again. Yeah. Fucking, I don't want to go see Chromie. Disgusting gnome. No, it is. It's awful. Actually,
Beware.
They didn't know where the feather and the brooch was, so I'm just showing them, and then I think they're done after that. Yeah. Also, we're gonna need you to come to Undercity, and yeah, and you have to recite the Arthas speech, word for word. Mm-hmm. True. I did take out someone who was there for that once. It wasn't even my idea. It was just another rogue whispered to me, "Hey, kill the guy behind you." I'm like, "What?" I turned around and then he opened with ambush, and I'm like, "Oh." Honor among thieves. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. That's what I do, that 99% of the time. Are we done? Are we done? Yeah, we're done. All right, hearthing out. Yes, you did.
What are you looking for?
Woohoo! My favorite. I have a T-Boost. I have a T-Boost. At the time it was like 150 gold, but it's much higher now. Exactly. It's rough. It's because of the influx of people, so the value of everything rises while that economy stabilizes. Amazing. Shit. So the Scourge Stones that were dropping, I won a couple, and my inventory was full. And then when I tried to when I tried to go loot them, I couldn't loot them. It said they were still being rolled on. Oh my god. And they're not appearing in my mailbox like I thought they might. So I guess that run was for that one righteous orb. Alright, how do I get to you guys fast? I Kargath. Okay. Uh, Thorium Point. I have Thorium Point.
Watch your back.
Didn't even get to 10 Scourge Stones. Aw. Rub it in. Oh, am I? No, I'm not. It says you're in Altrock Mountains. Does it? Oh, that's so bizarre. What is this flight path? You download a Warp 3 campaign that's like the founding of Durotar? The creator's rambling by his own admission about tutorial stuff. His name is Thin Ho, and I'd rather have a thick hoe. Okay. Really? I'll catch up on chat. I didn't miss anything. Kennedy shot asylums and then Reagan buried the body. Oh no, politics. Do players tend to get pissed off if they find clues that aren't actually clues? It depends on if the clue has enough, like, narrative components to it that it doesn't need to lead to anything. Like, sometimes information is just information, and players don't mind if it's just, like, contextual stuff. But they might get frustrated if they think it's supposed to lead to something. So you have to be pretty clear about when something is like a narrative exposition versus narrative design exposition. Which can be difficult to distinguish for some. They don't work for you? Oh. What if it's just stuff like an arrow pointing in a direction and there's nothing in that direction? Well, if you're pointing an arrow in a direction and then they go there and there's nothing there, yeah, they'll be mad, of course. That's narrative context, or that's narrative design context. Interesting. Weird. I've been wondering how Wind Fury behaves in the context with the other buffs. What does Flame Tongue do? Okay. Right. Yeah. An enhancement buff stops it. That seems like a bug. Hmm. What's the buff called that's interfering? Hmm. I see like 4 or 5 bugs they're looking at with totem stuff. Enhancing totems. Stone skin is not increasing overall block amount. Uh-oh. Yep. Flame Tongue Totem attack passive calls for druids equipped weapon speed instead of claw weapon speed. Right. Hmm. Those were the only bugs I saw, so I'm not seeing that. You might have to report it. No, it seems like a bug to me. I feel it is a bug. Yeah. It seems totally like a bug to me. And if Hmm. You're in BRD, right? What? Lower Blackrock. Up. Got it. Who put in a quest to kill dogs? What the fuck? Did you skip ogres or not there yet? No. Did you guys skip ogres or you're not there yet? Alright. Yeah. Flame Tongue and Wind Fury. Yay! No chain lightning. What? Oh my god. The what? This is a rare? Polymorph. Tower boots. Very average. Mid. I know, it's insulting. Oh. Oh no. I know. It's so annoying. Yeah. It's his head. We're not taking the head? If we're gonna do the Star Ruby farm. Okay. I don't know. I have no idea why I'm here. Oh, the bug. Good times. Way it should be. True. That's why I haven't killed you. Well, where's she going? Oh, I'm a frog. Is it the priest? Who's doing this? He has Hex? That's true. Oh, hello, extra guys. Go mana burn. Thank you. I'm Tank Rogue. I don't know what you're talking about. Demonic. Ooh. They do have a nice black look to them. Yeah. I don't know. If anyone doesn't need them, I'd like to T-Mog them at least. True. Demonic root spells. Can we drop down? Excellent. Do they have knockback? It's just us. Just kidding. Oh no. Oh, it might have been the headhunter when he turned around. Oh, it's a witch doctor. I didn't see any totems. Were you just killing them super fast, or? Hmm. Nope. I keep forgetting. I know. Oh. Good point. Let me give you some time to get aggro here. Wait, did you base Small Thug off of this guy? No? Really? I have it. I have both of those. I have a fantasy where I swap between all the daggers that do different things and apply all of them. I really want. Do a barrel roll. Really? Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're in trouble. Yeah. Nope. That was definitely just stuff wandering away from us and aggroing shit. Your inventory is full. He doesn't want to play. Nope. No, he really doesn't. He's like Zen. Zen orc. Did you insult his mother? Mana regen? Oh. Oh, totally. Oh my god. I did the +3 stats one on both my rings. Because I didn't know what options there really were. Probably, yeah. There's also +6 agility, but I feel like +3 stats is better in general. Exactly. It was 2 silver. Oh, they brought some friends. Unadorned seal. I have no idea what it's for. I just know it drops all the time and is useless. Got it. I'm like, no! Is it red or orange? Plague cloud. Oh, crap. It literally drops every time. Jurassic Park Trespasser. Yeah, I'll live stream that when. Yeah. Now, I know this game. It was notorious for being bad. You could only control the hand, and it would flop around. It was like, we all made fun of it in game development. We just laughed and laughed. Oh God. You mean for mobile? I am cursed. I'm not a gnome. Oh, you hexed him. I killed a frog. Now I feel bad. I don't mind killing orcs. Orcs, but frogs? Oh. No, that's worse. That's what made it worse. You beat Jurassic Park Trespasser? Oh my God. It's a terrible game. By being terrible. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Half-Life was a game changer. Randy Pitchford. No. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Konami. Yeah. Uh. I can't even hold loot. So. Uh-huh. We're doing it live. Enjoy your robe of the Archmage. Does anyone have enjoy 2 robes of the Archmage? uh Does anyone have a thing so I need to sell stuff before I open that chest. Yeah. Oh yeah, let me mail stuff to you then. That's one way to do it. Send it to my alt. Okay. I need a little bit more room. Good luck. Sure it will. Alright, let's see what's in this chest. T-Boos? Oh my god, how'd you know? I'm just kidding. It has Ultrax Swiss. The best. My god. All the eggs are yours. Oh, what now? This... She summons some shit, right? No. No. Oh my god, I can't move. Yikes. Spider meat. Your mailbox is still there. Ooh. You started to play a Night Elf Hunter. Are there any new things to see compared to vanilla while leveling? Yeah, there's several new dungeons. There's several new dungeons that you should check out. One is in Ashenvale. And then there's Hateforged Quarry that's like 58. I think that one's no. Mana? What's that? I was jumping down to the mailbox, but then it disappeared when I got there. Guys gotta loot more, you know? My inventory is full again. Rank 1. No, no. It's really hard. It's really hard. And they aggro. Nope. I'm staying back, stealthed. I'll be pickpocketing the whole time. Or can you? That's... That's what they said about ghosts, but I found ghosts with pockets all over the place, so... No, I'm serious. Karazhan especially. Full of ghosts with pockets. Mm-hmm. Pickpocketing. Lol. Oh, hello. Mm. Plans? Do you want me to sneak around and look? Oh, this place is packed. Can anyone interact with the plans, or is it only you? Oh, okay. Wouldn't be able to. I see. Righto. I remember, but I don't remember where it was. He's a frog. Shh, they're sleeping. If there was some sort of benefit to it, I certainly would. Oh, well, I was unaware they could do that. Oh, good lord. Have you no shame? Ah. Denied DPS. Two silver. Cheap. Ooh. Oh. Mid. Mid indeed. When I see arcane, I think, oh, arcane resist. But no. I don't have a full set yet. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
There goes your tower. Water.
Hold on, my daughter just walked in at the same time. What do you want? What? What the hell are you talking about? Is this like a propaganda campaign that you've been incorporated into? What is heretic? What are you talking about? Heretinkle? Sounds like a terrible take on Christmas. You mean heretical? You want me to order food, don't you? What food do you want? Can you name a food or food group? Pizza it is.
No.
She hates pizza. She hates pizza. Thank you, Kissef, for the membership. Core Punch, be sure to thank Kissef, and now you have access to the members-only videos. What are you doing? What do you want? No, stop. I'm not pulling anything. I'm a rogue. Just have to deal with the little one first. Pick your food. What do you want?
I want a food.
A food is not descriptive enough. Indian food? Butter chicken.
I want that old,
What old place?
the old place.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Old.
The steak place? No. This is basically it. Unless you can name a specific food or food group. These are your choices. Indian food. No, not KFC. Please. Indian food. Indian food. Yum yum yum. Butter chicken. Num 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 num. Garlic naan. Mutton curry. Come on. They got the chicken tikka roll.
I want a burrito.
Chicken tikka roll. It's the closest thing to a burrito you're gonna get. Alright. Go away and come back when you've decided. Then pick. You have 5 seconds. McDonald's? Fuck. What do you want? Just the nuggets? Yeah.
I want cheese sauce.
I will get the cheese sauce. No, that's enough. That's enough cheese sauce.
More.
Do you want this too or no? Yes or no? I already got it. It has 2. Okay, where the fuck am I? I'm surrounded by ogres. Oh, I know where I am. I know where I am. Alright. I know, right? I'm like, she can't be mine, so I'm gonna have to get a blood test. I fell into the. Oh, there's like an amazing. This Thai guy went to Italy and like studied it and came back and opened a pizza restaurant, and it's really good. So there's options. The Thai Italian, yes, exactly. He does weird stuff, like he'll put honey on the pepperoni. But it works. The stuff he does works. So the only problem I have is the ham he uses on certain things is not the correct kind of ham. So it's the kind that sort of disintegrates as you eat it, which is not good. But otherwise, great pizza. Pizza Hut sucks here, though. Pizza Hut tastes like sugar cardboard, is the best way to describe it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we have the Pizza Company. It's literally just called the Pizza Company, and that's the Thai fast food pizza place. By a pizza company? Uh-oh. Damn, one knockdown and you fucking walk into a mile. Why aren't these? Feel attacked. I thought that was the beer. Oh, okay. Taco Bell. Aww. Pizza company rival business would just be called Buy Pizza. Buy Pizza. Hmm. Hey, look, there's other guys up here. Huh? Ow! Oh, fuck. No. I'm all good. I do need that quest item, though. Yeah. Or maybe I don't need it. Martial Maximal and Burning Steps. Not available to my race either. That's so racist. That is the racist. Nobody wants the fashion queen. Yeah, get that shit out of here. I also have 100 and something. What's left? Oh. Oh, alright. Hearthing away. I didn't hit my slash wave in time. Oh. You want to be on the VOD? No. I mean, I've had it off the whole time. Because Emic didn't want to be on it. Yeah, yeah. She's asked in the past, so better to not upset people. Otherwise, yes, you do. That means it'll appear at the dude if you want to change your mind later. Yeah.
Archmage for when I eventually make a mage.
Yeah, well, I have a mage, and I'm just thinking like, but I'm not learning tailoring on it because I went jewel crafting.
I have a few items stockpiled that I've just got like BOEs that are going to be perfect for my arcane mage. One of them being the staff that gives like arcane damage and has a bunch of int on it, and the other is the shoulders that I just got randomly off something. So those two will make good items for an arcane, and they're arcane damage specific. What leatherworking did you go on that tribal?
Tribal, yeah. Which feels like a
Gotta
mistake.
get those. Gotta get those devil saw. I mean, you
Alrighty.
can change it, can't you?
No, not to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think you can. Whenever I'm looking at the guides on Wowhead, it says that you can change it by talking to some dude in, I
Oh,
think it's like in Gadgetan or something in Tanara somewhere.
I didn't know that. I'll look into it. As far as I knew, it was permanent. Because the thing is, like,
Yeah,
after the Devil's Sword, what the fuck do you do with Tribal?
yeah. I went Dragon Scale just because I'm gonna use the mail, but I mean, all the stuff I feel like that you can craft up until that point. Say like the Devil Saw, all the Dragon Scale stuff, most of the Elemental stuff, you're never gonna use it again after
Mhm.
you get like raid gear.
Pretty much true. Yeah. I've got all the recipes for Polar though, and Bramblewood, and now I'm working on the Ethereal for the Arcane Resist.
Well, that might be useful.
Though they are useful. I just don't know if they're.
Maybe
Is this
it's worth
tribal?
hanging on to.
I don't know if it's tribal or not. I don't think it's tribal. I
It'll
think it's any
it'll
leather.
say specifically if it's tribal.
Yeah, I don't think they
It'll
were.
say it'll have like a leatherworking level required and then a tribal required. Like the chimeric stuff is tribal specific.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hmm.
Yeah, there's a couple plans in the first thing of the chest if you want to grab them. There's a chimeric boots in there, at least.
I think I have them all, but I'll check. No, I have them all. Because I farm the winter the bears. They drop all the time there. So I can make a full arcane resist set out of chimeric, I suppose.
Whereas the blue dragon set I'm using at the moment has some decent arcane resist on it.
Yeah. The thing about the
Interestingly enough, it would probably go well with a arcane mage in a group.
Mhm. Yeah, polar tunic and all the polar stuff requires frozen runes,
No, yeah.
which
Where do
is
you get those?
insane. You have to melt them off the walls of the Nax.
Yeah, okay, I thought that came from Nax, I just didn't know where. That's insane.
It is insane. So like,
And what's crazy is that you want a different resist set for like every raid. You want fire resist for MC, you want nature resist for AQ,
yep.
you want frost resist for Nax, and then you're gonna want arcane resist for Karazhan.
Yep. That's what they want. Your inventory full of shit.
But isn't that mostly for tanks, or is that for everybody?
It depends on the raid. Like, with
I
Nax.
mean, I understand that you are a tank, but
yes. There are certain. Wait, don't you raid Nax?
no.
Oh, okay. So in Nax, you'll need a frost resist set, and for AQ 40, you'll need a nature resist set.
So I will, no matter what spec, people do need a set.
Yeah, because it's like a AOE. All the raid gets hit by something, and if you don't have above, I think was it 150 or 250? I think it's 150. Is the base you need for healers to even be able to keep up to save you.
Oh wow, okay.
So you'll be working on those at some point. And if you need any leather, let me know.
I've got. I'm a leather worker too. I have lots of leather.
Fair enough.
I just literally sold off. Looks like. Did I sell all my rugged hide? A lot of it.
Hmm.
Which means if you need any refined salt, Dave, I have a few stockpiled.
I need deep rock salt periodically. That's about it.
Oh, do you want a stack of it?
You should hold on to that because you'll get the salt shaker at some point.
I have the salt shaker and I've been shaking. I have 3 that I've got still, and I've used 2 today already.
Oh, okay, fair enough. No, I've got 6 right now, and I usually get it in molten core.
I'm gonna send you some.
All right, I'll take it. Not saying no.
Emic sent me a stack, and I've got almost 2 stacks in my thing, so I'll just send you the 13 that is
Nice.
sitting there doing nothing, and that will last you at least a couple of weeks.
Excellent.
I've got enough. I've got enough characters that are running through like Maradon and BRD that I get plenty of deep rock salt.
McDonald's. Shameful.
That was the final verdict, McDonald's.
Yeah. That's when she doesn't know what she
Oh,
wants.
hey, I mean, at least it wasn't KFC.
I flat out said no to that because
Yeah, I know, that's why it wasn't. But you couldn't say flat out no to McDonald's or should go back.
well, because I knew that the next thing was like basically going to be her whining and complaining for the next half hour until she got what she wanted.
Obviously, you don't have a lot of patience left.
I just wish she would decide what she wanted before she came in to ask for stuff, because she just sits around for like up to 30 minutes saying, I want food. And I'm like, if you can't name a food, then I can't get a food.
It's the early stages of being a woman. It
Oh,
won't get
God.
any better when she gets older. It'll
I
be.
was.
We should go out. We should go out for dinner at some point. Okay, where do you want to go? I don't know. Where do you want to go?
I saw a TikTok that had the perfect trick for this. It was.
You ask them where they want to go, and then it was like,
No. He says, close your eyes. Imagine we're gonna go to your favorite restaurant.
yeah.
Which restaurant is it? And then she says some restaurant. And he's like, "That's it, you got it." You're like,
Yeah, that's where we're going.
it was
Yeah, I've
perfect.
seen a few of those. It'll work once. It'll work a whole one time, and then she'll catch on and be like,
Well,
I'm not doing that again.
if you're going out every day, yeah, then it's gonna be trouble. But
Well, it doesn't even have to be every day. It depends on how much she remembers what you say.
true. I'm gonna have to try some reverse psychology of my daughter and see what works there. But then she'll just say she wants a burrito, and the problem is there's no burritos left here.
I was gonna say, what's wrong with a burrito?
Nothing's wrong with a burrito. If I could get good Mexican food here, I absolutely would order it all the time. The problem
Sometimes
is,
I just crave a burrito.
oh, for sure, but it doesn't exist here. Like to get
Really?
even, yeah, there've been 2 restaurants over the last 12 years here. Neither of them stayed open longer than like 3 years. And
Even we've got like a Taco Bell. in
we have a
relatively
Taco
close
Bell
proximity to me.
in Bangkok, so it's a 4-hour drive minimum to get to Taco
Road
Bell
trip.
for us.
That's
One
what
of
we
these-
used to do.
One of these days, I'm gonna plan a trip to Bangkok. Then I'm gonna ask her what she wants. She's just gonna say burrito, and I'm like, "All right, get in the car." It's like, "Yeah, where are we going?" We're getting the
Get a
burrito.
burrito. Here you go. Which one do you want? The one with chicken or the one with the beef and beans? No, that's what we used to do because it wasn't a Wendy's in my city at the time. And the closest we had was the next city up, which was about an hour and a half drive. So what people would do is just do a road trip. They go up there for whatever reason, go visit the Wendy's, get a Baconator, and go back home.
Baconator.
Yeah, although I'm a fan of the Chickenator. I don't know. if
I
they
have
have
no
that
idea
on
what you're
KFC.
talking about.
It's just a Baconator, but you replace the beef with chicken. I don't know. Sometimes I just like a chicken burger. Obviously, they put the price up because it's chicken. That shit's expensive,
No, it's not. It's cheap.
but it depends on where you are, I guess.
Chicken's so cheap here.
probably like caged and beaten and told that it'll never achieve anything in life.
No, man. It's all like farm fresh here. Everyone's got their own private farm. My wife has a farm.
Now, so
When I
you
s-
just go to your wife's farm and abuse some chickens there, and that's your chicken eater.
No, they roam free and you just throw the feed out. It's great. There's no chicken abuse here. Well, I mean, that I know of.
That you know.
I mean, I ain't
Nice,
watching
okay.
these chickens 24/7.
Yeah, we don't know if there's a bully.
Could definitely be the case.
And we don't know how they feel about Headless Jim.
Headless Jim. He's a clacker.
There was a story. I don't know if it was anywhere. I don't know if anybody remembers it or knows about it, about a chicken. They got its head cut off and continued to live because the person kept feeding it.
Oh, through the neck hole, yeah.
Yeah, through the neck hole, this chicken just survived without
Yep.
a head.
I've seen pictures of that, yeah.
It's crazy.
It's
Who thinks
crazy.
to do that? Who's like, oh, this chicken's still alive, I guess. I'll just start feeding it through the neck hole.
Well, I mean, if it doesn't die when you chop the head off, what are you gonna do
They
to kill
don't
it?
do that they don't do that anyway. Half
Oh,
the
really?
time they still go on. Yeah,
For a minute or two, but not,
yeah.
hours.
And then you get the odd case, and it's like, okay, it's been like 5 minutes. This guy still hasn't settled down. Am I supposed to contact my doctor?
Get the shotgun.
Get the bird shot ready. Kind of shooting fish in a barrel here, but
Poor chickens.
what's interesting is how many people actually have them.
Where?
And how crazy they are for eggs.
Oh,
You get some fresh eggs like all the time, just because chickens are like, here, have an egg.
it's true. They are a very valuable source of food.
I didn't actually realize how often chickens laid eggs until I saw something about it, and I was like, really? That explains it. But then why are they so expensive?
They're not expensive anywhere else. I don't know what to tell you.
Why is everything so expensive? Damn it!
It's only in the West. In Asia, all these things are cheap.
Wow,
Food in general is cheap.
Technically, I'm in Southeast Asia, so
Oh, are you? Where are you at?
New Zealand.
Ah. Why is it expensive in New Zealand?
I don't know. Everything's expensive.
You're like-
COVID happened and everything went to shit.
But you're like, China's right there, and I know they have cheap eggs.
Yeah, but we don't want no China caged beaten chicken eggs. We want the eggs from the chicken that has been pampered and lived a heavenly lifestyle. They just taste good.
I see.
We got that. We got sending probably all the lamb, all the good lamb overseas. Everybody else gets that, and then we get the second-rate lamb. Just a good.
I do get New Zealand steaks periodically here, and they are quite good.
Yeah, we do quite some. I mean, there is a big emphasis on letting the animals be, not having them caged up all the time, not having them like locked away. Get them out in some grass, let them do their thing.
Yeah.
And honestly, I actually think that turns out to be better food.
It is.
Obviously, it's not the most efficient way because you have to give more of a crap, but you know.
I mean, here it's definitely better because you don't have to cage them up or do any of the injecting them with antibiotics or any bullshit like that. They just run around and they know where they get their food, so they stick around. It's actually
Yeah, I
a
mean,
big.
it's not.
It can be problematic if you hit one on the road or something.
Ugh. It's
Into
not
a
like they
lawsuit.
don't get vaccinations and all the good stuff that they need.
Mm-hmm. Well, if they're just a few
think it's
chickens
just
on a
that-
farm, they don't really need much at all.
Yeah, I think it's just that a lot of New Zealand as well is probably farm country.
Yeah. I wanted to
Lots
move
of
there for a
farms,
while.
Lots of sheep. More sheep than people. I think the
Uh,
ratio is like 2 or 3 to 1 or something.
So it's like the Welsh.
Yeah, except we don't. Yeah.
I know where you're going with that.
I'm not gonna say that. I'm just...
They don't seem to care about that. It's the politics that gets me flagged.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously. But we don't know if there's some Welsh person out there who might take offense to it.
True. Actually, all the Welsh people I know, they make fun of themselves for it, which doesn't
You know
make a
what
lot of
really
sense
sucks?
to me.
What really sucks is that a lot of New Zealand
Hmm.
is people who came over from England and from Ireland, the Scotlands, and Wales. So we get the mixture of Scottish and Wales in there. And they're both kind of notorious at this point.
Notorious for what, though?
The deed.
Oh, jeez.
So we get 2 times the problem because we got the Scottish and the Welsh.
Oh, no. It's true. I thought it was a joke.
What's kind of funny though is that if you go into the south of New Zealand, you'll get more of the I think it's more of the Scottish where they roll their R's a bit more.
Mm-hmm. The glottal.
But if you're in, yeah, but if you're in the north, I mean, just sounds like a shitty English. There's a lot of people that are like, man, your accent's so nice. I'm like, what do you mean? It sounds like shit. We shorten every word that we can until it's like most abbreviated form.
What's wrong with that? It's efficient.
It is, but it also leads to people not being able to understand you. Not to
Mm.
mention that apparently we talk fast, so that also leads to it. Well, it could be worse. I could be Australian.
Someone thought you were Australian, actually.
Yeah, that's typical.
Greetings.
Mm.
Most people that don't know that, I mean, sometimes I'll struggle between an accent if they can do it rather well, but it also depends on the area of Australia they come from. If they start
Right.
saying their eyes like extremely bad, like E's, then that's you definitely know it's Australian. It won't be called a fish; it'll be called a fish.
What?
Australia and New Zealand had always poked at each other for like and had fun at each other's accents. That's the whole reason why the beached whale got created.
The beached whale is a result of accent mockery?
It's some Australians that thought it'd be funny to make a little cartoon about a New Zealand accented whale that got beached and it mispronounced everything
Oh,
because it had
dear.
the accent.
What the frick? This does not make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's literally it's such an old cartoon. It's from back in like late 90s probably. Back when things were fun still.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a 2D thing of a like a drawn whale on a beach going, "Oh no. Oh no. I'm beached. I'm beached as." And then some seagull comes along, he's like, "Oh, you want a chip?" He's like, "Oh, a chop." Start taking the piss out of it.
I see. Maybe
Like
it
they
makes-
hit because we say that they say everything like an E, and we say everything like an O. I don't know why. We just,
I see.
I don't know. I guess the states and Canada don't have that kind of rivalry. You actually just hate each other.
No, US doesn't even think about Canada.
Yeah, see, even worse. You don't think about each other.
Canada is America's hat.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't want Australia as a hat.
No. I'm already on that quest. What? Were you sharing a quest? Or did you start a
Me?
quest? Yeah.
What quest?
I don't know. Suddenly my
Oh, I don't know. I just had one to talk. Turned in one, which is the start of that Onyxia attunement. I'm pretty sure you've done an Onyxia attunement, and if
Oh
you
yeah, for
haven't, what
sure.
the hell?
No, I've done it. Killed
Yep, I hope you
Onyxia
have.
plenty.
I'm the Dragon Slayer Mark II.
I got this to show for it.
I got so many Onyxia heads, I don't know what to do with them.
No, just the pendant.
I laugh at the poor people in Orgrimmar who want one to drop.
I've been trying to get the axe off of her for a while.
I have no idea what she drops.
A lot of good stuff. But once you get the one
Did
or
they
two
change
pieces,
that necklace? I don't remember it doing that.
you don't.
I don't remember it having the crit chance on it.
Well, it doesn't have the all stats plus 3, I'll tell you that. But
Right,
no,
so that's your enchantment.
the rest of it, yeah. I don't know if they changed
Yeah.
it or not, but
I just don't remember. It's been so long. The last time I did anything in classic kind of era was when they re-released classic,
no.
and then the furthest I got in that was a couple of Molten Core runs and a couple of Onyxia runs,
Gotcha.
and that wasn't even as a shaman because they only wanted healing shaman.
I'm trying to get this Deathbringer so I can go to switch to axes.
Yeah, now that rogues can actually use them.
Yes, it's great.
Is it actually that good? Like, do you have axes you'd seek out to make better sets? I thought you were a dagger rogue.
I am a dagger rogue, but my dagger will not fucking drop. So
I thought you were a daggerless rogue. Sorry.
I'm looking. Well, I have good daggers. It's just they're not best in
The
slot.
daggers.
Here, these are the best in slot you can get, and they're both out of Nax. Until you get King's Fall from Kel'Thuzad and Death Sting from Call of Cthulhu, whatever his name is.
Cthulhu.
The mass of Canada is just wilderness with a few cities and towns along the land. I see.
Yeah, that's Australia. The whole center of Australia is just outback. It's nothing.
Yep.
The only civilization is around the coast.
Totally. My McDonald's is arriving. I'll be right back.
All right.
Oof. McDonald's.
Sounds like somebody returned.
Ronald McDonald is hand delivering greasy goods. That's right. In Thailand, it costs you basically nothing to get things delivered to your door all the time. It's awesome.
I was actually just thinking, while I was taking a pee, obviously, because the beer goes right through me. But on the topic of bugs, did you happen to see anything on the forums about mongoose bite for hunters?
Mongoose? Let me see.
Yeah. The only reason I mention it is because whenever I'm running around on my survival hunter, which I'm enjoying the hell out of, it just feels like, I don't know, did they plan mongoose bite to be like intermediary attack that doesn't go on the cooldown? Or
I don't
doesn't
see
reset your
anything.
attack timer or anything? Because as it stands, it does. It feels like it resets your attack timer. So if you
I don't.
happen to use it in the middle of your attack swing time, it kind of resets it, and it's a bit annoying.
No, there's nothing on there about mongoose. Either the potion or the ability that I can
Yeah,
see.
abilities. Yeah, abilities the only one I care about. I don't know. Potions probably working fine.
Seems to be. It does not stack with elixir of agility though.
Oh no. Probably for
No.
those hunters. Have you seen? Have you seen how good agility is on survival hunters? It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah. They're broken, but that's cool.
Yeah,
Let them have their
it's
day.
fine. Survival hunters can win once,
Yeah,
and they can
let
get
them.
shut down the next day. It's fine.
I mean, warriors need a nerf first. They're just
Do they?
afraid to nerf them. Oh my god, yes. They top the DPS chart 24/7.
What I find interesting is that I feel like I've seen an influx of shamans. Tank probably is specifically, as well as just enhancement in general.
Tank
But everyone's
shamans.
like, well, I mean, have you seen tank shamans in action? They do well.
I heard the new talents helped out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Getting some threat off your totems really helps. I still have questions for the development team about elemental weapons and what the purpose of Flame Tongue is for that. Yeah, overall, I think a lot of the change. I feel like a lot of the changes to Shaman have been pretty well accepted. I still don't know how I feel about Electrify.
What's electrified?
I think it's the replacement they did for getting that 100% crit damage right off the bat.
Oh.
But to sweeten the deal, they made it deal your nature damage gets increased as well. So when you get 5 stacks of the Electrify, which gets you put on you by using Lightning Bolt or Chain Lightning, you get 10% damage, nature damage increase, and 100% critical damage, which is the 100% that they took away, but they've made it a stacking thing now. So no longer is the Elemental Mastery Chain Lightning Shaman going to pull off the tank immediately. Hopefully. But it means you kind of have to wind up to it, and they give you a bit more damage, I guess, to compensate for it.
That makes sense. It was probably being abused in like PvP or something.
That's my guess. I mean, they nerfed, what, Berserking for PvP?
Yeah,
I didn't
they
even
did.
realize. Half the time I forget to use it as it is.
Yeah, it's part of my rotation.
Yeah, you've got your rotation down pat because you're in Nax. I'm still just sitting there looking at Molten Core like, I wonder which buttons I'll press. I know that that guy is immune to nature damage, so I have to do something else there.
It takes a while, yeah. It's like I
didn't
remember
even
my.
get I didn't even get dowsers for Molten Core. Like, I didn't do anything, I was just kind of there. But at the same time, I was kind of annoyed at the guild that I was in because of how they handled things. And I was doing it as a hunter.
Oh, a different guild?
Yeah, this is back in Classic, not in this server.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, back at the Zulma will tell you the story. He was there.
Wow.
It was just, I don't know. I just don't know why they said what they said and did what they did. We talked about me because I was leveling a shaman. We talked about what I'd potentially be. I said, is elemental okay? They said, yeah, I think that could work. They advertised themselves as a casual guild. When it came down to it, they were like, could you be resto instead? And I was like, I mean, I'm elemental. I don't really want to be resto. I don't like healing that much.
Mm-hmm.
Classic healing, I don't know, for me is just so different from what
Pretty
I'm
boring.
used to in terms of healing.
Oh.
Is that you downgrade your spells and everything, and it's like, I just don't have the hotbar space for that. I don't want a ton of add-ons. I can't be bothered.
I see. I think healing's the only class where you do that kind of stuff, I guess.
Your healing, and I understand Shaman Heal is valuable, especially in Classic where they got the Mana Tide Totem. But yeah, I just liked those odd specs. I liked the Boomkin, I liked the Elemental Shaman, I liked the Survival Hunter, even though you couldn't drop traps in combat, which now you can, and it's freaking great. And then they were like, can you play Resto Shaman? It's like, yeah, I can't do Resto. How about I do Enhancement? I can Totem Twist. Because, you know, that was a thing. And they
Right.
still said no. And I was like, well, fine, then I guess I'll go level a Hunter or something I can do DPS on. So I burned up a Hunter in like a week. And I came back to them. I was like, alright, I'm good for raid. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm here to raid. And they go, you don't just get to hold a spot. I was like, I was there originally, ready to raid as Shaman. You guys said no. And now I'm back again, and I have a Hunter ready, and you're still saying no. But eventually I did get in there, and got through a few things.
It's like that a lot. People get protective.
I feel like the problem was that they wanted to say they were casual and they would accept anything and they're just there for fun, but they also wanted to try and use the what was known and what works classes and
Yeah.
strategies for getting through the things. I mean, we couldn't even get through the first area of Blackwing Lair, so and it was by no fault of me being a hunter or, you know, whatever. Zola tried to tell them how they should do it, and they said didn't want to do it, so... You
Well,
can
that's the
lead a
thing.
horse to water, but you can't get it to drink.
They just want to do things the easy way without having to think about it.
They wanted to do things the way that they know or they've seen a guide for, yeah.
Yeah.
Which means that there was going to be no boomkins. Didn't matter how much you decided to try and overcome the mana discrepancy. There was going to be no elemental shaman, which they ended up taking an elemental shaman at one point into Molten Core, and I think it was just to try and sell off gear. Yeah, but that was it. Like, I don't know. It just didn't work out well, and by the whole guild ended up basically collapsing before they even released much else into the Classic, before even the other raids became much of a thing.
Infighting?
I think it was probably a frustration with not being able to clear content, as well as there were some people that took some of the gear and left.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon will tell you about that again. There was a couple of people that were getting some of the gear, and he's like, I don't think we should be giving it to them, but they did get it, and then they dipped. They had
Yep.
like their own little clique. There was quite a few little cliques in there. And then, yeah, eventually it just kind of fell apart. I guess they couldn't get the numbers for raiding, or something happened, but I don't know, I was gone by then.
Some sort of clique always forms, and then they
And
take what they want and leave.
it's not necessarily a bad... Like, cliques are okay, as long as they're still communicating with the rest of the group. Like, we had a little, I would say, a kind of little clique.
Well, as long as you're working
Even-
towards the greater good of the whole guild, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, we retained a couple of people that we talked to even after that. We're trying
Nice.
to get one of them to actually start on Turtle, and he's like, I don't know, I've tried it before, and I got pissed off at the hardcore players because they were stealing my shit all the time. And I was like, yeah, okay, they exist, I understand that, but just get past the first bit and things get a little bit better. And you got so many things to try.
Hardcore players stealing? How are they
'cause,
stealing?
you know, they can't share like quest mobs and things like that sometimes.
Oh, okay.
So you're sitting there waiting for a boss to spawn that you need to kill, or like a boss mob. It spawns some hardcore rogue with stealth behind it, and he takes it.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't know anything about that, but
I don't do that.
yeah, I don't know. He didn't have a good time the first time. We're still trying to convince him to come back, and that would be a bonus warlock.
No, if I see someone needs something, I'll ask them to group up. And then if they won't group up with me, then I'll steal it.
Yeah, typically if I see people running at the area I was doing something, I'll just invite them.
Mm-hmm.
If they're running at the area, they're probably there for the same thing as me, so I'll just invite them. The only thing
Yeah.
I won't typically invite for is if it's something that drops that I need, like the... No, I think I even did it for the shrunken heads when in Stranglethorn.
Hmm.
I feel like that was basically what they designed a lot of the quests for, was just share it, invite people, do it as a group. You can always leave the group afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
It's just with hardcore, you can't invite hardcore if you're not hardcore.
Right, they're just screwed. They're not even
That's
supposed
where
to
it
get
becomes
help.
an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not supposed to. They can group with other hardcore, but they're not supposed to really get help. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Um,
they're not allowed to
and then
multi-box.
At times, yeah. Wow. I don't know. I think I've seen some do that, or maybe it was early on, and since then they've cracked down on it, so those people got away with it.
Mm. I know it's against the rules. You're supposed to report it, but yeah.
No, this was way back when there wasn't as many people. Because believe it or not, I actually, when Azuma started that paladin, I was kind of there for him. Well, for that. And it was just I stopped after a while and took a break, a big break. And it's only been recently I kind of came back and was like, maybe I'm kind of interested in seeing how things could go after Molten Core, I guess, or what would happen if I actually got gear past 60.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was gonna do raiding or not. And then I got one guild invite and there was drama there. And then I wasn't sure if I was gonna raid again, but Aslan convinced me to join Nerds, and it's worked out.
Yeah, thankfully this guild seems like it's pretty as advertised. And the amount of times I've stole Emic to help me in a dungeon on multiple alts, just leveling them, I kind of feel guilty for it, but at the same time, she kind of offered it, so I don't know.
Nothing to feel guilty about.
Well, it's just at the point where I don't have much to give back at this point. Like I can put little recipes that I get for maybe jewel crafting.
Yeah,
Um,
but it's
I
investment.
could put things in for the guild. I mean, I have. I send to Zulma like every large fang and wicked claw and everything like that I get. But those can be got by anybody. Those can be got by everybody.
Yeah, but I'll tell you the secret of the guild is that most of the people here they like helping other people, so they feel good.
Yeah, and I know, and it's a good thing.
It's just they get taken advantage of sometimes, but
Yeah, that's the one thing I know can happen. And
the fact that you
I like
feel
to
like
help
you
out as
are,
well.
the fact that you feel like you are taking advantage tells us that you're probably not.
Yeah, well, it's not like I'm holding her at gunpoint. She's kind of like, oh, what dungeon are we doing today? And I'm like, okay, well, now I'm gonna level my hunter, and I need to go through this dungeon.
You're taking her on all the tunes.
Oh, I just show up, and I'm like, I just log in, and then I jump in the Discord, and she's like, oh, so what are we doing today?
Be
I'm
right
like,
back. I
wow,
gotta wash my hands.
Yeah.
I'm still listening though.
It's like, well, since you asked, I guess we'll go and run through Uldaman. In fact, I've got my hunter going through Uldaman again pretty soon. And it's even to the point where Azulma was like, you just love that dungeon, don't you? I was like, no, I just have so many tunes at about that level that that's where I end up. I just find that I like trying out the different specs, and most of the specs don't come into their own until you get them till about 40. Because once you get to 40, you can get to the bottom of the tree, and that's when you can really start to feel how they play and how they're gonna play up into the later levels. And so, with Turtle changing so many different things, I kind of got curious as to how they changed the different specs and how they've made them viable. Like I was already when I was playing my hunter, I was already going to be a survival hunter, regardless of the changes that they'd done later on. My plan was to go punch a devil saw to death, and it still is the plan.
Yeah, I'll help with that.
No, you see, I gotta do it myself. I gotta Mike Tyson that devil saw.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I took one out
But-
recently by
and-
myself.
I used to do it in Classic as a hunter because you could. Like, you just
Mhm.
get your pet to do some stuff, and then you can kill them and skin the thing, and there you go, some money.
Yeah,
But I
it's
figured that
nice
was
when you
enough
can
of-
kite and not get feared.
Well, I mean, the pet gets feared anyway, but then it comes after you, and you have to do all kinds of things. But it's better than a lot of other classes get it to be.
Oh yeah, as a rogue, it's just kind of.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm even hesitant on my shaman. I have skinning. I want to go get them because I see them running around half the time, but I don't know how I'd fare against it. Maybe actually a little bit better because I have a tremor totem.
Yeah, maybe.
But Survival Hunter was always a plan of mine, just to get Ishkandars, have some fun, punch some things, have a laugh, and, be aware that it wasn't going to be the most efficient spec.
Right. No delusions.
And yeah, I wanted to be delusional, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now Turtle's gone and changed it, and I'm enjoying the hell out of Survival Hunter, especially with the one thing that I always felt that they needed, dropping traps in combat.
Ah.
If they'd kept them as they were before and just added that, I would have been happy. I guess more people are going to be happy with all that they've changed.
I think the talent spec changes have been probably the greatest addition they've done in a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's given a bit of differentiation. What's the word I'm looking for? Different
Differentiation.
feel for each. Yeah, for each class in terms of their specs.
Yeah. Not
They
just
haven't
that,
really
but-
given you a lot of different build options, which is taking away a little bit, but yeah, it's not the worst.
Well, for Rogue, it's pretty. The subtlety changes
Guys,
were massive.
I think they only added to Rogue, giving Assassination that poison emphasis and giving subtlety the changes. It actually took me a second to realize what they got rid of for Mark Target, which was, I think, Anticipation.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I mean, it's kind
Anticipation
live
sucked.
of... Really? I
Yeah.
thought it was okay, because you could prep you could get to a finisher pretty quickly, and you could start getting like a dot going on them. I don't know. That was just me.
Well, they
I didn't hardcore Rogue, so I didn't care.
right. Generally, like, you get to use it once, so like in raid situations and whatnot, it was useless. I guess it could be good for taking out one person, but then the timer on it was so long, you'd never get to use it
well,
again.
I guess that's the thing, because while Subtlety Rogue was never really used, because it was just kind of you put points into it to go rob people in certain dungeon areas to get money.
Yeah. The improved backstab now giving you a chance to get an additional combo point is pretty awesome. And I don't think there is an equivalent for... Is it on the Sinister Strike? No. There's no equivalent for Sinister Strike, so that's good. Because in theory, they just fixed the biggest issue with backstab versus... with Dagger Rogue versus Sword.
What is
Was
that you want crit as a dagger, and then Sword just had all the good stuff?
Sword, just Sinister Strike you can do more often. So you get more
Yeah.
combo points, so you get more eviscerates and everything else. But with the
Yeah.
backstab getting this change where you can have a 15, 30, 45% chance to get an additional combo point, it happens all the time. So you'll get to
Yeah.
eviscerate
Yeah.
more often.
And I guess that's where, if you play a Dagger Rogue, you go into the subtlety tree a little bit for like improved ambush and all that good stuff.
Nope. I mean, if you're
No?
playing Subtlety
You got-
Rogue, you're
No,
going...
if you're playing Subtlety Rogue, you're going all the way down, and you're just being a support rogue that throws dust on people and laughs. But
Yeah, for combat dagger, you're only going for opportunity, and that's it. You ignore the rest. You don't need to ambush.
really, not even improved.
Nope. You go. Everything else goes
I
into
guess
combat.
It's a subtlety thing because you potentially vanish twice in combat.
Exactly, but you don't. If you're doing that in a raid situation, like, I mean, it's pointless. What's an extra? What is it? What is the difference between an ambush and a
45% crit.
backstab? Yeah, but what's the difference between an
It's-
ambush and a backstab?
In terms of damage, I think ambush does quite a lot more, especially if you get opportunity and a lot of the other perks.
So ambush is 250% melee damage plus 290, and backstab is... Where you at? 150% melee damage plus 225. So getting...
it's a good like 50% extra and then some.
Right, but here's the problem. In any raid situation, moving in to do the ambush in the first place, not always viable. So you're getting maybe one ambush per 3-minute raid fight.
Yeah.
If you prep also to get the second one, I guess you could get up to 3 maximum
Well,
ambushes.
I mean, what else are you going to use prep for?
You know,
Throw your vanish, throw your blind, prep it out,
yeah.
do another vanish, and then prep can go on cooldown for 10 minutes, and you'll never see it again until like the end boss.
True.
Are you still combat spec'd at the moment?
I am.
Okay, I thought you might have been assassination with how much you're proccing poisons on those guys.
No, they I think I might have. Let me check actually. Nope. It's just all the attack speed I have. So it happens a lot.
And the Wind Fury Totem. It
Hi,
kinda
A.
confirmed that
How's it
one doesn't have
going?
procs anymore. Probably for that reason.
Yeah. Well, I tried assassination before, and it was actually really good.
I'd imagine Assassination probably wants the instant poison more so than the deadly.
I haven't really delved too much into it yet. I think the main
Well,
thing is getting that in Venom.
The only reason I say that is because instant poison is a lower proc chance, but it's an instant damage. So you get, I feel like it just gets more kind of oomph in the situation.
It depends. So there's
Deadly
situations.
poison is good for the longer fights because it continually ticks.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's several raid situations where you want to use the deadly just because you can't be hands on the mob the whole time, and so you at least have that ticking damage going down while you're not DPSing.
What's interesting is they actually get more energy over there as well.
In almost every raid situation where I've tested it, the deadly poison ends up being more, even after they nerfed it to not be two separate deadly poisons.
Wait, what?
There was a point before the talent changes where if you had deadly poison on both hands, each one would proc a separate stacking deadly poison buff on the enemy.
Really?
And it was massive damage, yeah.
I was leveling a rogue before that and I didn't even know.
Yeah, most people didn't know. I didn't know till I met a sweatier rogue.
I didn't know until I met the guy who actually gave a damn and was finding all the min-max opportunities.
That's what I've been looking at the last couple months, I guess. And I'm still not
That's
topping the DPS chart, so it's very frustrating for me.
Well, yeah, because you're having to compete with warriors and you just called them broken, so really can you be upset?
Yes. Constantly upset
Yeah,
about
I mean, you can. Your dagger's not dropping, the warrior's doing better DPS.
it.
You're in the group with no shamans.
Well, when clearing trash, I'll sometimes spike towards the top, but I just can't beat out the. It's either the mages who win with the AOE or the warriors who win because of the executes at the end.
Yeah, mages have always got Arcane Explosion, which dominates AoE. And warriors always have Execute, which dominates that part of the fight. You'll be pulling ahead all the way up until whatever percentage it is, and then they can Execute, and you just go to the bottom. That's why it's one of the reasons I'm probably not. I mean, I probably will have to for the. I don't know what the requirements are for the guild, but I don't really want to have to run a DPS meter if I don't want to. I don't want to see how poor I'm performing to the warriors. I know I'm a shaman, and I'm gonna just crit my lightning bolt every now and again and do 1k something damage.
Well, I don't know if you
they're
have
doing 1k something damage on a regular.
the reason to check your own DPS is for your own performance, to see if there's
Yeah.
optimizations you're missing out on. For me,
Yeah.
it's like I have a spreadsheet that sort of gives me an idea of what my DPS, my ideal DPS should be if I'm executing everything properly, and I sort of use that as a bar. I don't
guess
really
it's a little
care.
bit different between maybe.
Yeah.
It varies so much though. It'll vary between class, spec, boss.
Yeah. Yeah.
There'll be some you can't be up in their face the whole time. There'll be some where you randomly get a. I'm thinking of the one boss in Molten Core where you'll randomly get the bomb and you have to run away. You can't help that. It's
Exactly.
a random choice.
Exactly.
That's why
So-
I'm not too worried about it. I have an idea of what my rotation's going to be in my head and
Yeah.
how I expect it to play out. And I feel like I'm just down to the RNG gods.
Right. But
If I'm
that's where
constantly
the
critting, big thumbs. If I'm not, big thumbs down.
that's where the DPS meter sort of helps you figure out if you're actually hitting your rotations correctly or not. Like, for example, with the rogue, I found out that keeping slice and dice up is probably the most important thing you can do.
See, Rogue's got so many finishes at this point. I never know what to use.
There's only two that matter: slice and dice,
Seriously?
and eviscerate. That's it. Everything
Okay.
else is worthless.
Unless you're subtlety, and then maybe rupture.
I don't know with the talent changes. Maybe rupture is now a viable thing to keep
What?
stacking
I mean,
in there.
rupture's always done some good damage for Rogue, hasn't it? For subtlety.
It does 800 damage over 16 seconds with 5 points on it, whereas eviscerate does 900 to 1,000 with 5 points on it. So of course,
But you get serrated blades, which increases the damage of rupture by 30%.
right? I haven't looked at what that does exactly in terms of what is it? 10%,
And then
20, 30%.
assassination, I think, gets a thing. Taste for blood. Using rupture grants you taste for blood, which increases damage done by 3, 6, 10% for 6 seconds plus 2 seconds per combo point spent. So, I don't know. I feel like they get something out of it too.
They definitely do. Is it better? I don't know, but Hemo is definitely amazing
Well-
now. So
I went subtlety for Hemo already. Like when I was playing, I went subtlety because I wanted to ninja around everything, steal everybody's pockets, and then be kind of the support.
right. Well, now you can be. Yeah, subtlety is definitely support now.
They're definitely not the big damage dealer. It's not
No.
combat, and especially with combat getting their their blade flurry so much better.
Oh yeah,
You can do it every minute now instead of 2
It is
minutes,
amazing.
and you get attack speed, more attack speed.
well it doesn't give attack speed in the base level now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the only AoE rogues get.
It is the only AoE, so having it every minute was good.
It's your only AoE, and you get to hit one other target.
I know, it's sad.
That's one of the reasons I like Rogue. I like the aspect of Rogue. When I'm playing D&D like games, I love rogues. However, not being able to hit multiple targets at once feels like ass.
It does, yeah. I literally have
Especially
a
when I can pop a hurricane, I can pop a magma totem.
I just have a trinket on me for it.
Which trinket is that?
Smokey's lighter. It's only 125 fire damage though.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it might have been the gem from Sunken Temple that poisons everyone around you.
I turned that in for a quest, and that quest just sort of dead ends, and I didn't realize
You have
that.
to turn it in for a quest. I think I sold it.
Oh, there's a whole quest line with the AOE poison one. In Aranakis or something, some dragon. But at the
Oh,
end of the
sold it.
quest, it just dead ends, like, and you never get it back. So you may as well.
Well,
keep
it wasn't that good to begin with. Like,
Well, if
it-
you don't have
it was
AOE,
it was something.
it was
just,
something.
Just use an oil of immolation. Just use one of those.
Oh yeah,
Use a dragon's breath chili.
I've got that.
Yeah, there you go. There's your AOE.
Well, I don't need to do any AOE, so it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, half the time, that's the thing with Rogue, is you may not do the most against the groups, but when you get to the single target, they better be scared. Until the warrior shows up anyway.
Yeah.
And then they'll do both. They'll whirlwind and they'll do that.
Oh god.
It's
Delete
funny 'cause
warriors.
That's the one class I've never really played. I think I might have tried one back in a trial day. I don't even remember.
Warrior?
Yeah, I might have back in well long ago when I had like the trial things that used to get in, like
Oh.
when you used to actually go to game stores and buy video games in a little case and you had a disc.
Yeah.
and they'd slap a little thing on the inside cover that was like, "Have a free week trial of WoW," and you're like, you know what? Maybe I will.
Maybe I will.
Yeah, and so I, I think I had a warrior at one point, then a night elf. I don't know. Don't look at me, okay? I was stupid back then. I have since realized that trolls are the only way to be.
Good.
And that's nothing to do with their racials or anything, it's just because they're trolls. Tazdingo.
Tazdingo.
That's literally it. Like, what else do I need?
I got axe for you.
Yeah, who doesn't like Vol'jin?
Exactly.
Do you want axe?
What else they got?
They're just Jamaican, okay? And that's fun.
True.
I should probably get rid of that quest. I do not think I'm ever gonna do that.
The next day. Oh man, if I'd only had that quest still on me, I could have finished it.
No, it's the one you get off that stupid trog when you're going through the lower spire. I picked it up.
Ah. What does he want you to do? I forget.
Get his mojo or something, and it gives you a note. And it's like, okay, so first off, you want to go to this place and talk to this guy and this old thing, and you have to read an entire backstory to realize you just have to pick up a few things.
Oh,
I
right.
think.
Is that the ogre trial?
It might be.
Yeah, you'll want to do that at some point. It's also known as the Star Ruby Farm.
It's the because it gives you like a trinket, the prism charm.
Oh, okay.
Increases all you can use it to increase all your resistances by 20 for 30 seconds. As useful as that'll be. The 5 gold sounds more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one benefit of being level 60 is all the quests will give you gold now. I don't even know what I'm gonna do.
For what?
Just in this game at the moment.
Oh.
I should be doing something. I just don't know what.
Usually when you get like
I'll
that,
look
it's
for a little bit.
time to log off, actually.
Well, I mean, yeah. But this... the thing is, I get my characters to 60, I'm like, okay, it's done. And it's like, no, you've got things you can do afterwards. You can go do these quests, you can get achievements, you could start getting ready for raiding. It's like, I could. But that hunter's level 40, and I was having fun with placing traps on people while they're running around in combat.
I mean, some PvP is always an option.
No, PvP doesn't exist.
Aw.
I'm not a PvP person, sadly. It doesn't exist for me.
There's some very, very sweaty people in the PvP stuff, so it can be...
There's sweaty people anywhere. I was in Scarlet Monastery's area the other day on my warlock, and there was a level 39, I want to say, twink mage that was just running around in there killing everybody he could.
Oh my god.
It was stupid. The only success I got against him was when he got low health and I threw a soul fire and killed him. And I'm destruction spec, so it was doing a lot of damage. But he had to be low health because that guy, for whatever level he was, he had like twice the health of most people in there probably.
Yeah. There's...
He was very twinked.
There's some cheeses that people figured out, I guess.
Yeah, and he was one of them. He didn't care that he was a mage, so he didn't cast any of his long casting stuff. He just froze you in place, arcane explosion, fire blasted, or whatever. Anything he could do on the move. And if anybody was PvP flagged and he could attack them, he would.
Too sweaty.
Yeah, one of the guys in the dungeon group that I was with was flagged, and he kept dying to the guy, and I was like, that's why I started attacking him. Because I was probably the closest to being able to do something. But even then, like, he's got a counterspell, so I go to cast Fear, he'll counterspell.
Oh, he was that sweaty. I guess he
Yeah,
was
yeah,
there.
he
was there to
knew.
PvP.
He was there to PvP. He is a PvPer. He knew what he was doing. He just wanted to pick on people that couldn't defend themselves for some reason.
Because that's how they get off. They're like,
But because that's probably how he was grinding rank or something. I don't know.
maybe, yeah.
But that's why it was extra satisfying when he was sitting, well, he was farting around outside. And if he got too low, he'd run into one of the instances and heal, obviously.
Oh, Jesus.
Because I got him low the first time and he froze me, he ran off ahead. And when I caught up to him, he slowly walked off into library. And I was like, okay, that kind of guy. And then when he was doing it, he was trying to do something similar outside of graveyard. And I managed to cast off a soulfire and it killed him. And then I was like, yep, that's my job done. I'm never gonna see this guy
What?
again.
What do you want? Your mother? What? She spit on you? What? No, she didn't. Did she say you stink? You have to go shower? What did she say?
She said, blood for the blood god.
What do you want then? You said you smell. You do kind of smell. Maybe you should shower. You want to go shower? Let's go shower. No. Did your mother send you up here? She spit on you. Why would she spit on you? Rhea spit on you too? Are you making this up? You want to show me? Alright, I'll be back.
Okay.
Good God. I...
He's back.
I am. So
The shower
did-
didn't kill him.
yeah, I didn't take her to shower. I went downstairs because she insisted I investigate the spitting incident. And as it turns out, she spit on them with water, and then they spit on her in turn. And I asked her, like, you spit,
Yes.
you spit on them
The other
first?
piece of information in the investigation that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and I'm like, don't spit on anybody. What the hell? And then I helped her put her train together, and now she's happy.
Meanwhile, I made the best decision of my life to log over to my warlock and reap all of the Grom's blood that was just sitting around.
Oh, nice.
I've almost got another stack to send to Brandon at some point.
Is Grom there?
And Dissolus there is.
Yeah, there's Grom's blood there too, I noticed.
Yeah, that's where I just leave my warlock parked. And every now and then I'll log in and I'll see if there's any spawned and I'll go grab it.
Oh, nice.
Tippy, what are you doing? I got the cat that's being very attention hungry on me right now. I don't know why. What did you do? Did you do something bad?
It's the same question I asked with my children.
Yeah, well, it's the same deal. If they're
It
coming
is.
over to you and they want lots of love and attention and they're being sweet, it's like, what did you do?
What have you done? And why?
Yeah, but I logged in and I saw all the Grom's blood was spawned around me, so I've stole all of that, and then I'll just probably park them up and leave them for another time.
Excellent.
I'm surprised. This place has usually got somebody sitting outside of it farming endlessly.
Oh, they crack hard on farmers. Like bots.
Especially for Grom's blood. I don't think
Yeah.
they're bots. I think they're actually players. I thought they were bots at first, but I've seen several people coming through here. And I think it's just players trying to get Grom's blood for flasks, for potions, for other various things, because there's no other really easy
Well,
way to get it.
I'm saying the reason that they're not camped 24/7 is because the moment they
Oh,
find
yeah.
a bot, it's gone.
At one point, I thought one of them was a bot. I haven't seen them return, so maybe they were. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it could
don't-
be.
I don't know. Maybe they're just scripting or something, and to a lesser extent, but
It could have been Thanos snapped before your very eyes.
I don't think so. Meme Chang, I remember the name. They were a mage.
You
Oh,
wrote it
looks
down.
like a
It's on your
priest or something.
vendetta
No, I
list.
I didn't write it down. I just remember it. It's one of those names you just don't forget. You know, you see somebody they come across, they steal something of yours, and you're like, I'm not gonna forget that guy. I remember that guy's name. I mean, you'll probably forget half the dudes' names that were in the dungeon you were just in, but
Yep.
that's a willfulness. That's a willingness to forget them.
There's no need to remember them.
This guy was there enough times. I needed to remember him. I needed to be like, okay, is he here again? He is. Okay. Is he in the
Yeah.
same place? He is in the same place.
I have two names written down. One of them is the hunter who ganked me when I was just trying to finish a quest that had forced me to go inside the Alliance territory. And the other one I discovered after my... So I had a level 20 who was perma PvP flagged from the rune.
Yep.
And they were
Well, 'cause
literally...
you enabled, you disabled or something? Or enabled,
No.
disabled, enabled.
No. I just turned the rune on. That gets you...
okay. I thought...
Because I was
When you said
trying to...
perma, I assumed that you were like, you've locked yourself out of becoming non-PvP again.
I haven't undone it. I
can
didn't
do.
even know. I didn't even know that until yesterday. But I will do that soon. But basically, I was getting one shot by a 60 rogue as a level 20 warrior.
Oh, yeah.
And then at first I'm like, haha, okay, you had your fun. And then it happened again, and then again, and then it got to the sixth time, and I'm like, I'm being camped. And then, so I just logged out. I talked to a GM, and they're like, well, it's not against the rules. I'm like, okay. So I logged out, and then I logged in the next day, ganked, same guy.
It's exactly on that spot, really.
Yep, they were waiting for me. and they knew when I'd logged in.
You didn't happen to be the troll warlock that was getting the same kind of treatment out in the outside Booty Bay, were you?
No, no, no. It's a night elf warrior, but I found
Who's
out
it?
it was a psychopath from the past, from the previous guild where I had some drama with them, and were taking their vengeance, and I'm like, wow. So I just let their guild
course.
know. You have a psychopath in your midst. You should do something.
You know, I always think about that. I think about if somebody was to join a group and ninja an item, how would their guild deal with it?
You
do
you
most
would
of them
hope
care?
pretty harshly. Yeah, I
You'd
don't
hope
know.
that they'd be part of the common good and be like, that's a real dick move. We're not gonna fucking have you around anymore. But then he goes to show up to another guild and be like, look, I have all this gear. I don't know, but it is something that passes my mind.
I don't think nerds would tolerate that. They've
Nerds would definitely not.
Yeah, exactly.
But then
And that's one
how
of
do
the
you
reasons I
how do
like
you
them.
know? How do you know at that point if they got it legitimately after they've been kicked from somewhere else and they don't tell you about it? You're not going to investigate every guild around to be like, did he do this? Did he do this?
True, and not everyone has a 24/7 or a log of every hour of playtime like I do.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, yep, yeah, well, true. I was like, wait, you do? And I was like, yeah, you're streaming. Of course you do.
I messed up. Oh well. I poisoned the wrong thing. Oh well.
I'm gonna poison the wrong dagger.
I forgot to switch to my maces. I had already poisoned the daggers. Because the daggers are the default.
Going out to grind your Timbermore hold.
I have to. I ran out of the firewater. I just use it all the time.
Every time I look at a rep grind, I just sigh. The only one I've actually done was for the Thorium Brotherhood because I wanted the Black Dragon Scale boost.
Oh, this isn't a rep grind. This is
It's not a
purely
rep
for
grind?
this is purely for raid materials.
This is
Yeah.
purely for narcissistic reasons, so I just want to kill these guys.
I just hate bears. What's the matter? I thought you were having fun. You were spitting on them. Stop spitting on people.
Yeah, I was having
If you
fun
don't want
until
to,
I
if you don't want
spit
them
on
to
everyone.
spit on you, then don't spit on them. If you spit on someone, they're gonna spit on you back. Don't spit on people.
French government is an official collapse, and I don't really mean to laugh, but this is all on Emmanuel Macron. We're gonna
Oh.
get started here and talk
My
about this
YouTube went
collapse.
off.
Failed.
Just
My
recently,
failed.
What do you mean your YouTube went off?
and we're gonna just
Yeah, my headphones have like a play function. Don't mess with that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was watching you fail pickpocketing, and I was like, oh, that's amazing. Imagine failing.
I do that all the time too. What? Yeah, you want to watch TV? Jeez. Demanding.
While you're at it, get her a soda and bring her some well, not pizza. She doesn't like pizza.
If she thought I would, she'd do it. What?
Bring her a 20-pack of nuggets.
I'm killing bears. Yeah, killing bears. Look, they're dead. I just have to murder all the bears. Is that okay?
I'm gonna break it to you in ways you don't want to know. I'm killing the bears.
Huh? Whoa. Have to help her get her YouTube show.
Hopefully it's something good.
It's just this Thai kid and her family like doing fun stuff. I think
Yeah,
it
that
gives
sounds good.
sets unreasonable expectations though.
Could be worse. It could be Mr. Beast.
Oh, good lord, no. No.
That was just the first thing that came to my head. Unfortunately, my nephews in Australia like Mr. Beast, and so they jumped at the opportunity for some D's Nuts chocolate.
It's so bad.
I
That
know.
chocolate is
They
terrible.
got some for me, and I was. I mean, I'm not a chocolate person anyway. I don't eat a ton of it,
Oh, really?
but Yeah, I ate some of it and I was like, it's alright, I guess. But I kind of put it away. And then I was like,
Mm.
you know what? You guys have it. I'm the
Yeah.
cool uncle. You guys can have it.
It's just bad chocolate. Like I am a big chocolate fan. Like I I know the differences between certain varieties of cacao beans, and I seek out certain ones, and this ain't it.
Okay, so
He
what's
likes,
your opinion on Whittaker's?
it's shit. It's like worse than Hershey's somehow, which is like
Whittaker's?
impressive. Oh, Whittaker's?
No.
Oh no, not a
I
fan
was
of
go- I
Whittaker's. Not
was-
a fan of Whittaker's.
Oh, okay, interesting.
It's
It's personal, but okay.
to me it's kind of low end chocolate. I mean, it's not terrible, but between that compared to like say C's candy or something,
I don't have no idea what it is.
yeah, C's is maybe it's a California brand. I'm not sure.
I guess the saying holds, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, because once you taste really good chocolate, it's really hard to go back to trash chocolate like Hershey's and other stuff.
I understand.
Her-
I hear people talk about Hershey's like that. I don't hear them talk about Whittaker's like that, which is kind of interesting.
I think Whittaker's is like the baseline of like, I guess I'm not gonna throw it in its garbage. You know what I mean?
I won't dispose of it immediately, but I'm not
I-
going to sit here and be like, this is delicious.
It's not like Hershey's where it's like, it kind of tastes like vomit. You know?
I
It's
think
not like that
something
bad.
with American chocolate where they just, I don't know, it has a plastic taste.
It's the way that it's made, because they use what is it? The way that they dehydrate the milk, it actually starts to rot
Yeah,
during that process.
dehydrated milk, yeah.
Yeah, so it actually
No,
is
if you want
legitimate to have
chocolate, You have to use real milk. You have to use full fat milk. You have to
Yes.
be good on that.
yes.
It's the same with making ice cream. You can't make ice cream with no fat milk. You have to make it with the full fat milk. People know what they're getting into when they get ice cream, unless they're going for something like sorbet or if they have some, I don't know, lactose intolerance, and then they're getting specific types. But in
Exactly.
no instance should you be not using full cream milk or something like that in places where you should.
Why even make anything that's dairy related if you're not using full milk? That's my question.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an instance where you might not.
Condensed milk maybe for certain recipes, but
What always confused me when I was a barista was when people would order something like a hot chocolate and then they get it with trim milk.
with what milk?
Trim, like skim milk or trim milk or
Oh.
whatever. The lower percentage. Not
I
like
don't know. That's sacrilege to me. So
yeah, I was like, what do you mean? You're
I want
doing
my
this thing
coffee
loaded
with full cream.
chocolate. No, this wasn't even a coffee. This was hot chocolate. It's like you're
This
getting
is
this
sad.
thing loaded with chocolate, and you don't want it with full milk. You want something else. If you had an intolerance, maybe you needed soy. I understand. Have your hot chocolate. Good day. But
Get out.
what's going on with this? What's going on with this like low percent hot chocolate? Are you watching your figure? Why are you getting a hot chocolate?
Exactly. But there's nothing wrong with cream. That's the thing. Like some of these cream dairy alternatives are actually worse for you, like oat milk.
Yeah.
Like,
I have no opinion on that, but
just get milk. There's nothing wrong with milk.
well, some people have the intolerance, right? So oat milk is an alternative for them. Same with rice or soy. Some people find that oat milk tastes better than soy, and some people find that rice milk tastes better. Whatever.
Sure.
It's all there for preference. It's the people that are like, I'm doing this to watch my figure. It's like, okay,
That's just nonsense.
yeah.
And it works against that anyways, because you feel less full. You feel like empty afterwards, and then you want something else, and then you get like the snackies or whatever.
It's the same people that when I was working in like a fast food, I'll say fast food burger restaurant, burger chain thing. It was a longer prep time than something like McDonald's, and it was better quality, but it was still in a term fast food. Because you guys don't have the chain there. I could mention the name, you won't know.
Oh.
But it's the people that, because we have a specific rule that if people ordered something gluten free, we had to ask, is that celiacs? Because celiacs is a serious thing.
Yes, it is.
You can't be giving people with celiacs something that you might give to somebody who's just gluten intolerant.
Yeah.
But the problem was that people would come up and they just have like a gluten intolerance, or maybe they just didn't like the regular bread. And you go, "Is that celiacs?" And they go, "Yes." And so we
Right.
have to go through the arduous process of changing gloves, using the specific area, using the specific tools,
Oh.
like doing everything completely separate. And the only thing was that they just didn't like the bread.
Do you know anything about almond milk?
It's a nut, and they make milk out of it.
I don't know enough to say whether it's worse than normal milk. I just know that oat milk has more effectively bad calories for you.
I think maybe it's because of the oats. I don't know.
It is because of the oats.
All I know about most of those milks is it's just whatever they say and emulsifiers to imitate milk.
Yep. Emulsifiers.
So
Which
it makes
typically
it look like
derive from
milk,
eggs?
makes it act like milk, but it's not milk.
And you may as well
It's not
drink
like
milk.
they go out there and they find a nut and they find the teeth on the nut and then they do all that thing. So
Well, they found out recently, or maybe it wasn't recent. I don't know. Actually, they found out a long time ago, and people just forgot. Basically, lactose intolerance is just a skill issue. If you just drink enough of it, the gut flora will adapt, and you'll get rid of your intolerance.
I mean,
Yep.
I have no opinion on that. I have a friend who, if they like eat even a little bit of cheese or
Yeah.
something with a decent amount of dairy, they'll go and they'll poop so hard that it's
Yep.
like they had Taco Bell. But
And if he just keeps it up,
if they keep it up, just power through that diarrhea. You've got this.
that's what that's what this one lady did on. I guess it was a TikTok video, so maybe I should grain of salt it. But she looked at an old paper.
Definitely a grain of salt.
Well, she looked at an old scientific paper that basically said that this was the solution, and she tried it, and it
how
worked.
old was that paper? How old was the paper?
It's from the 1950s.
Yeah, so take that with a grain of salt.
Oh, for sure.
I'm sure back then they still thought that using like a bone saw to cure Alzheimer's was a good idea. I don't know.
Oh my god. Drill into the
child.
skull.
I agree. I also agree with that notion. However, I don't think that president's going to think very fondly of you.
So I don't have a good
You
answer,
look back at
Kisseth.
some of the things- You look back at some of the things they did back in the day, and you're like, how was this a good idea?
Yeah.
They used to, you used to give rum on your kids' gums to help them with teething issues?
No,
you just
cocaine.
weren't.
Cocaine.
Yeah, you just dosing them up. How is this a good idea?
Here, have some cocaine
But-
drops. Wow, they don't care about the pain
Cocaine and
anymore.
Coke, the whole reason it was called Coke. Like,
Exactly. Which is awesome.
I mean, if you're a drinker of Coke at the time, sure, you're probably having the greatest time. Now you
I bet. Imagine the addictive properties of that.
Yeah, well, maybe they should do a study on what's more addictive, that or sugar.
Yeah. You think caffeine's bad?
Oh, I love caffeine. Also,
Yeah,
I
me
have to
too.
pee, so I gotta be RB.
That's how much you love caffeine. Wait, did I mistime this? Oh, I killed them in the wrong order? Shit. Huh? Yeah? So I don't know about almond milk at all, unfortunately. I've tried it before. For me, it kind of hurt my throat, so I haven't used it since then. But I didn't feel any ill effects. I did feel very full, though. Really?
What's going on? What did I miss?
I'm just trying to answer a question about almond milk, but I don't know anything about it.
No, I didn't. I guess only those that are interested in almond milk would know about it.
Yeah, yeah. Do I actually have this whole farm to myself? What's going on?
Yeah, that's kind of insane. Actually, I was watching you just go around that camp, and I was like, "Oh, you're that guy." When
I'm not
just
trying to
there
be.
Trying to get my shamans and my whatever that I need for that quest that I have to do, and you're there collecting everything.
For raids! I need it. I need
Yeah.
it.
That's everybody else's excuse for raid.
Oh, wow. There's this bug with combo points now where it'll, like, sometimes pop between the first and the fourth. It's really weird.
What do you mean? It'll pop between the first and the fourth.
There's there's 5 combo points,
Yeah.
and sometimes it'll, I don't know what it is I'm doing to make it happen, but it'll skip the 2 in the middle and go to, like, the 4th or the 5th one sometimes.
Like you're
And
getting
then-
a bonus to something, but you're not really.
Not really, because it's like, I still only have 2 combo points. It's just that the second combo point is on the 4th or the 5th pip instead of the second.
Oh,
It's bizarre.
like that. Okay, so it highlights like 1 and then 2 and then 4,
Yeah.
and then it comes. Does it leave the third one like not lit, or does it light that one too?
No, it just would light 1 and 4, and then nothing else. And then as I added more combo points, it like started changing them. I don't know. It's
See, it's times like that. I wish I could look at the code and be like, "What did you do?"
yeah. What did you do?
That's why.
What is
That's
this?
why when I look at Mongoose Strike and I'm like, "What did you do?" This thing, if it's gonna work like an off your regular attack swing, it should work like you've got Carve working. Carve works fine. So why doesn't Mongoose? What did you do to it? Is it because I have a thing that adds my stinging? Oh my, not stinging. I think what the hell that is. Serpent sting to it. Like, is that the reason? I don't know. I did a bit of coding, so I kind of look at these things and I'm like, what did you do?
Why are you like this? What's wrong with you?
I'm not gonna say I'm like an expert coder or anything. I'm not gonna say I'm that advanced or knowledgeable, but it feels like if you wanted it to act like another skill, you would look at the other skills, say, oh, that's how it works, and then kind of copy the same thing.
Yep.
Maybe with a little flair.
Flare.
Well, in the case of a Mongoose Bite, it can apply your highest, if you go into survival, it can apply your highest level of Serpent Sting. And that's why I'm curious about it, because it feels like when you cast it, they've changed it from being when you dodge you can use this ability to you can use it all the time on a cooldown, similar to your other stuff that you had. But for some reason, that skill compared to Carve, which they added, resets your attack timer. So if you've attacked, you've waited like half a second, and you have a 1.5 second attack swing, you use Mongoose Bite, and now you have to wait that extra half a second for it to come back again. It resets it back to the full 1.5 seconds or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So it seems like the optimal time to use it is on your attack swing, because that lowers the chance for you to be able to do something like that. I don't know if it's just me, if I'm not seeing something, or if that is how it is, and it's how it's meant to be, how it's not meant to be. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. These are the questions I have for the dev that probably will not get answered because I am some guy that plays the game and they are the devs. And they have so many things they're probably working on right now.
They have massive lists that they're working through, yes.
Yeah, I do not doubt that.
I feel bad for them, honestly.
I mean, it comes with any kind of change that you do. You introduce some stuff, you have to make some changes.
Yep.
Or catch up with some things. I don't know how big their testing team is, if they have a testing team, but things are gonna slip through.
For sure.
I'm sure you've experienced it where you thought everything was foolproof, and then you released it, and some idiot did something. You were like, "How?"
Every game I've ever
And
worked
then
on,
you
yes.
and then you have to go back, and you're like, "All right." So idiot A decided that it'd be a good idea to do this somehow.
I will say
what
Blizzard
was it?
QA was pretty good, so didn't happen too often.
It was also reminds me of the joke, where it's like a guy walks into a bar, he orders 1 beer, he orders 99 beers, he orders -1 beers, he orders 9,999 beers. All that's fine. Second guy walks in, he asks where the toilet is, and everything breaks.
Yeah.
You can't account for literally everything, so something's gonna happen.
It's sort of a parable for how you have to look out for the most obvious stuff, though.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that if you're a coder, if you're a tester, you have your eyes set on kind of what you're gonna look for.
Yeah, you're problem solving for the thing you're working on, and then something
Yeah,
comes out of left
and you
field
kind-
every time.
You kind of know. You're like, okay, so they're gonna try this, they're gonna try this, they're gonna try this. What you didn't expect is that they're gonna take your first option and combine it with another option you didn't even think of, and now you've got another problem.
Yep.
Like the whole, nobody ever thought that somebody was going to be stupid enough to try and drag the disease out of that one raid or dungeon into the main cities and kill
Yeah.
everybody, but they did it
That shit's been studied by, like, scientists
Yeah.
now.
because it was a social interaction, and it's like, why did they do this? And it's everybody online is just like, you can't predict stupid.
Yep.
People do things just to see if they can do it.
It reminded me of the movie 12 Monkeys.
I do not know this movie.
Really? It's
No,
a
but I
very...
can assume 12 Monkeys did something.
It's pretty cool, but basically the world is... it's a post-apocalyptic world where a virus wiped out most of humanity. And
Classic.
this guy's being sent into the past to do something, and I can't really say anything without spoiling more. Yes, what? You want a different show? What do you want? This? This? Pufferfish. This? How about...
Put on Peppa Pig, she'll be happy.
He doesn't like Pepper Pig. What do you want?
Okay. Picky. Doesn't like pizza, doesn't like Peppa Pig. Next you can tell me she doesn't like Dora the Explorer or something.
She likes Thai shows.
Oh, she's probably Thai, so...
Yeah. But my other daughter, she liked Pepper Pig, and she liked American television in general. But she had a British accent for a while. I was a little worried about that. Because I would take her out to a restaurant. She'd be
British
like,
for a moment and I got scared.
she'd be like, "Daddy, I'd like to." I'm like, "Oh my God, stop! We don't talk like that. We don't talk like that."
Yeah, you have to look at me and be like, Dad, I want the burger.
Yeah. You don't want this show? Then why'd you say yes? What do you want?
Child whims.
This, roller coaster, this. the bear.
Sold.
Masha the bear. Yay, Masha the bear. She likes Russian television too. So she's moved
As soon
away
as you
from.
As soon as you
Russian.
said dinosaurs, I was sold.
Maybe she'll like Minecraft. I hope. I hope she'll like Minecraft.
You know what? It actually just reminded me of what I used to watch as a kid, which effectively was dinosaurs, just as robots.
Robot
Transformers.
dinosaurs. Yeah, perfect.
Who doesn't like some prehistoric Transformers?
You're welcome, Venom.
You're welcome, Grimlock.
Oh, Void Heart Charm. 6 agility, 6 intellect, 22 ranged attack power. What a bizarre jewel crafting item.
They have a lot of interesting things for jewel crafting. Some of them are really good. Like, my hunter, I picked up 2 of the smoldering brooches as trinkets, so now I just have 24 attack power on each of those.
Huh. They just have
It is
24 attack
surpri-
power?
Yeah, they just have 24 attack power as a trinket that you can use at level 38.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of them like that. There was a couple that I picked up around level 40, maybe just a bit over. One of them was some fire damage because my warlock was destruction. That was the primary thing. One of them had like plus 12 int. There's a couple of them which I guess you get for tanking, which just have plus stamina.
Oh my gosh. Venom is still
Honestly-
on holiday in Switzerland. Oh my god, I want to go to Switzerland. Land of the chocolate. That's real chocolate.
Swiss chocolate.
Swiss chocolate. Fucking hell. And he's still watching my
What about,
streams. That's awesome.
What about... What was that other chocolate that they used to do? The
Belgium?
really... Yeah, Belgium chocolate. The really soft one.
It's so rich. Yeah.
Well, of course it's rich. They probably use, like, extra fat milk.
I hope so. Yeah.
But that chocolate was always known for being, like, one of the best.
I can actually get Belgium chocolate here. Land of banks, money, chocolate, cheese, and wristwatches. Hmm. Yes.
Oh yeah, a Swiss a Swiss watch, wristwatch. Those are good.
Yeah. I don't wear watches.
Occasionally I find myself, for some reason, watching one of those watch restoral videos on YouTube, and they'll be doing something that's like a Rolex or it's a Swiss-made watch, and I'm like, damn man, that thing, how old is that? It still
500
goes.
years old.
Yeah, literally, some of them are like 100 years old almost. And all he does is like take it apart, clean up everything inside, remove any excess of oil, grease, whatever, re-lubricate it, and put it back together, and it seems to work pretty well. And then I look at my watches, and apparently they have batteries, and I'm like, why? Where did you go wrong?
Where did you go wrong?
Why do you need a battery? Why can't you have some cool little... The people that designed watches and the interior of watches are insane.
They are.
How did they come up with that?
I don't know, and it all works off a crystal somehow? It doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't even work off a crystal. It works off of a spring.
Oh, I see.
They have a separate section in the watch, which is just like... It's like you take a tab of metal, a really long tab of metal, and you coil it into a spring, and you put like a little notch in one end, and it locks into another notch on another thing. And that's it. You wind your watch, it makes that tighter, and then as that slowly releases, the chain of gears accentuates that. And causes your second hand to move and everything, and keeps you going.
Sister bondage.
I thought it was a scare tactic.
Yes, by the older sister.
She's a spitter.
She's a spitter.
Yeah.
Spit on you. Sorry. It's disgusting.
Were you the one that spit back?
I didn't spit, no.
No, the older.
Yeah, they. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, you can't take the high road now.
Did you retaliate? Did you
Yeah.
spit back? What are you, an alpaca? That's what I thought you were like. That's what I thought was going on at first. I thought it was some alpacas or something. I was like, man, you got some exotic animals over there. And it's like, no, it's just the sisters.
It's just the
It's
sisters.
just the youngest one spitting on people with water. Like,
It's just 3 years old. I don't know. I think she should know better.
get her an alpaca
What?
costume.
What? You have to go poo poo? Uh oh. Wait! Don't poop on my floor. Go to the bathroom. Alright, watch this. Oof. How am I alive?
Yeah, I was looking at that and I was like, damn, you cut it close. Like, I couldn't even make it there in time to save your ass. Like, what the hell's going on?
Did they just spawn? Or was
Yeah,
I
he
like...
spawned for a while?
They just ignored me?
Yeah,
That's weird.
you must have been just out of range. You're high enough level. You've got enough points in your stealth.
I wasn't stealthed.
Yeah, you were. What?
No.
You weren't stealth?
No, that's the Castellan. I wasn't stealthed. That's the first thing I checked. I'm like, huh.
Oh, I'm even more confused. Then.
I'm very confused. I'm like, wait a minute, I should be dead.
I thought you were stealth, and that was the only reason you were alive. Well, seems I was wrong.
Maybe the Castellan has some sort of stealthish effect on it. I have noticed that I haven't been getting aggroed while pickpocketing as much now that I've been wearing it.
Well, what is it? What is the item you're talking about?
It's a Shawl of the Castellan. Increases your chance to dodge, increases your attack and casting speed by 2%, and when struck has a 1% chance to increase your dodge chance by 35%. But it also has this weird effect up here, Agile Maneuver, which is the, when struck, increases dodge chance, but it makes me
I don't know, maybe
look
it has
like
some
I'm
like
stealth.
hidden effect then.
That's what I'm thinking, because that was strange.
Yeah, it's odd. You were just sitting there. I was like, he's stealth. Okay, I guess he's alright. But nope. He was just sitting there, unstealth.
I've been playing it delicately with pickpocketing at range. Maybe let's try.
I am upset.
Okay.
This dude literally just watched me walk up to this node and start mining it. So what does he do? He walks up and starts mining it.
Of course. The great turtle in the sky is watching over me? Yeah, maybe.
You prick.
What does it mean to take the high road? There's an awesome song from my favorite band that goes, "You take the high road now, I'll take the road below you." Taking the high road is doing the more honorable, morally correct thing, yeah. So, like, if someone, I don't know, like let's say your girlfriend cheats on you, you could cheat on her back. That would be the low road. The high road is just to break up with her and move on. So, I don't know why that came to mind.
Yeah, I don't know why the high road is like doing that, but yeah, it's just like doing the better thing. It's being the better person.
Yeah. I guess it comes from the golden rule.
I don't know,
'cause
maybe
even
there's something back in the days where if you took the high road, you were better off. You're royal or something, or you just better. I don't know.
Could be, yeah. Oh, I was just gonna leave, but now these three bears showed up.
Kind of got my revenge on this guy. I minded the node and just sat there while he looked at me and my dog attacked whatever was going to attack me.
It's my way or the highway? That's different.
Yep. I sat there.
Huh?
Yeah, my way,
Oh my god.
my
No.
way or the highway is definitely different.
That's more, like, do
That's
what
more
I
like
want,
you do
or
what I
else.
say, or yeah. It's my way or you get out. I wonder what, it's times like these I wonder where these terms came from.
I am wondering too. It has something to do with roads. That's pretty clear. Yes?
Well, I mean,
You want Salmiakki? Are you sure? Okay.
the
You're not allowed-
hesitancy. Okay.
You can't spit this out. If you spit it out, I get mad, okay? Here you go. No spitting. You have to eat it. She seems to like Salmiakki candy, but then she'll like get tired of it and try to spit it out. I'm like, nope. This is what you signed up for.
Oh, what does it taste like? I don't think I've ever heard of it.
It's like the saltiest black licorice you can imagine.
Okay, yeah, I don't need that. As soon as you said black licorice, I was like, yeah, I'm done.
It's an acquired taste for sure.
I mean, black licorice is already an acquired taste. To have extra salty black licorice is extra acquired taste.
It actually has a crystal, I guess it is the term, called Salamoniac. And that's what gives it the Salmiakki taste.
Saltiness?
Yeah. Which it is,
maybe
it's a
it's a salty
diuretic. It's a Finnish thing. Because I'm half Finnish, which sometimes comes up, but sometimes doesn't.
You're half finished.
Half Finnish.
In other
Swami.
words, you're half baked.
It is an acquired taste. Yes, it is an acquired taste. I acquired it in my youth. And now she is too. I have punished her.
You know, I mean, it is interesting the different places that have the different tastes. Like I used to subscribe to one of those Japan box things that came out.
Oh, I've thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
How-
they used to
how
have
was
like the different flavors of things, like and you know, generally they're good. Like you get the taste of some interesting stuff you wouldn't probably normally have in certain places. Some of them I just could not. It is an acquired taste. Like overwhelmingly, maybe seaweed, or it just has some different taste to it. But generally, everything is it's like palatable and interesting in some sort of way.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I've tried.
There was just a very few times I've had something from those boxes where I was like, I can't. I just cannot.
I must not. Full stop.
I just cannot. Like it doesn't agree with me. It's some sort of like fishy seaweed flavor. I don't know. It doesn't work with me. And that's the thing. Like somebody over there, maybe they've had that their whole life, and that's like just what they know. But not for me. At the same time, I'm the kind of person that enjoys Marmite, so.
Oh god, not Marmite. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Marmite. And then
I guess there's a slight difference between British and New Zealand Marmite, but you know, it's still Marmite. Probably.
I've tried both and not a fan of either. And it tastes like bitter rotting olives to me.
Bitter rotting. They're so specific.
Black olives in particular.
Yeah, that is so specific. Like you've had that before, and you're like,
I have.
Reminds me of that.
That's basically what occurred. So maybe it was a bad food memory to begin with, but
Maybe you just put too much on. It's not something you should be putting a ton on. It's like you put like you probably put about the same amount on your knife to spread as you put on your toothbrush if you put toothpaste on.
really interesting.
Yeah, you do not have a lot of it. You want to spread that really thin. It's got a strong flavor. You don't need to overdose it. So
Overdose.
yeah, what people probably do is they go, oh, it's a spread like Nutella or something, and they'll put a load of it on, and then wonder why their mouth tastes like salt and death.
Salt and death.
I'm
Fair
not
enough.
gonna lie, Marmite is pretty salty at times.
Oh, for sure.
And it's a yeast spread, so it has a very strong flavor.
It does.
Which is why you don't need a lot of it. But
Does
man, I am
Particular.
extremely partial to a Marmite and cheese. Oh,
What do you think about peanut butter and jelly?
Hey, how you
see,
doing?
that is something that Americans have that I have
Uh-huh.
never had myself.
You've never had it.
I don't. I do
Huh?
not know.
I said
don't
no,
know.
don't spit. No, you cannot. No, don't spit it out. No! What a waste. I like those. If you don't
I
like
could
them,
have
don't
had
eat
that.
them. That could have been mine. It could have been like the last one, like 2 weeks later when I thought I was out. And I'm like, oh my god, there's one more. And the joy would have been immense.
The feeling of finding a $5 note in your pocket that you didn't realize was there.
Yes. Precisely that. Oh well. She thinks she likes it, but she doesn't.
Child. That's how it goes. That's
Yeah.
how most people go.
Yeah. Alright, I guess I need more flurries. Could go farm giants too.
So what are you farming?
So, there's Juju power, which comes from the... Huh? What? You done with the show? You don't want the show. I want a different show. Which show
Bob
do you
the
want?
Builder. Put on Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder. Dance. Dish. Roller coaster. Canada. Huh? Yes. This. TikTok show. Talk. That's suggestive. Yeah, I don't think so.
It mentions TikTok. You're probably throwing that thing against the wall.
You need to pick something. My neck is hurting. This one? This one? This one? This one? Alright. I'm gonna put on Curious Stories. This? Oh. Oh, my neck.
I wonder if you could get it hooked on some sort of YouTube, VTuber, or like Mark Rober or something, and you can just put something on that's like an hour long.
I know. Well, no, she would get bored halfway through. Mercenary, if I don't give it to her, she'll just cry. So unless you want to hear screaming.
You can't deny children when they want something. Well, you can, but it doesn't end well.
Yeah, I just have to keep it out of sight, and I had it on my desk because I happened to be snacking on it earlier.
It's a skill issue. He had it.
It's a skill issue. It is.
The same way
failed.
he left himself unexposed next to something else. However that worked, this did not.
All this needs to go to... That needs to go to keep us.
So you were farming like jujus for some stuff. How do the
Oh.
herb logs work into that?
So there's a quest over here from this witch doctor, and you have to complete that quest, and then she'll give you this cache of Malwari. I don't know. Anyways, once that's in your inventory, there's like 7 different beasts that will drop echo.
That's
And
the
in
ones that I keep seeing in the first panel of the chest.
Yeah, so in the Winterfall Echo is these little... They all look like the same white little diamonds. And then you for every 3 you turn in, you get 3 Juju power, which increases your strength by 30 for 30 minutes, which is a godsend.
It's a strength thing.
Yeah, but at the same time you're farming those bears, they drop Winterfall Firewater,
Beads.
which
And the
increases your
Firewater,
attack power
yeah.
by 35. So from
And it
just
makes you
killing... It does, which I like, but isn't always optimal. But anyways, so just from killing those furbolgs over and over again, you get a 70 or what 65 attack power worth of stuff from them for raids, which is amazing. So it's the most optimal one to get raid ready. And then after you've killed a bunch of those, there's elite Frostmaw giants to the south, near the Dark Whisper Gorge Bridge, and down below it in the canyon.
Yeah.
Those get you the Juju Mites, which are 40 attack power for 10 minutes. They do not stack, however, with the Winterfall Firewater. So it's one or the other.
Well, you take the other one then, and then the Firewater, right? Because the Firewater, it's good, but it seems like it's just something you can just kind of freely get. It's not specific.
Yeah, it's just that you'd probably save the Juju Mite for boss
The big
fights.
bosses, while the other ones are your mob clear.
Because the Firewater lasts 20 minutes as compared to the Mite's 10. So it's obviously more optimal to just
Very
have a
specific,
Firewater up.
yeah.
And then next I'm going to go get Juju Flurries, which increases your attack speed by 3% for 20 seconds. And you can use about 1 per minute, I think. So that's like 60 seconds of 3% increased attack speed during a raid boss fight is actually pretty big. So I go collect
Yeah, I
those.
imagine if you're timing it with your blade flurry and everything else.
Exactly. And then the other thing here are Juju Embers, which drop from the Shardtooth Bears, and Juju Chills, which you get from the these guys, the Chillwind.
So it's basically just everything
Ravagers.
up there.
Basically, yeah, this zone is the optimal zone to pick up like little raid Juju things that you can take to the raids. It's not everything. The other thing that you need to get is for me anyway, it's the ground Scorpok Assay, which is from the Blasted Lands, but that's more complicated and annoying.
That's the little like quest you have to do to get the stuff for it, right?
Yes, and it's always farmed to fuck, so it's been a nightmare.
Because everybody wants it, and I was out there doing a quest, and I didn't know, and I was just trying to get my kills and my stuff.
Yep.
I was just trying to survive.
The worst part for me was simply that I didn't realize the 3 different buffs you can get from there don't stack.
Yeah, it's one or the others. Yeah.
Yeah, so now that I know, I only have to focus on one of them, which is the ground Scorpok Assay. Assay. I don't even know how to say it.
I think I had some of that at one point because I went in there and I was like, I'm gonna level up. I'm gonna do some of the quests here. There's a couple of them at this level, and it was all that stuff.
Yep.
And so there I am in between everybody else. I'm like, what are the level 60s doing here? Just grinding this shit. Like, get out. I'm trying to do my quest.
Yep.
Like, what is it about these? And of course, it's because it's some useful buff that you can use that's gonna give you the edge.
It's a way for them to force you to farm that place for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I believe there was some of those at one point in the chest. I can just check. Specifically, there was like, I think there was the boar lungs or something.
Huh.
Yeah, there's blasted boar lungs in the chest at the moment. Those are part of it.
Those are, definitely. I think it's used in almost every recipe except for the intelligence ones, so...
And that's the only one I give a shit about.
Ah. I'm not 100% sure.
Echo.
I keep forgetting skin. Winterfall Echo?
Yeah, there was some in the chest as well on the first page. I can only access the first page. So anything I mention is on the first page.
Oh, the guild bank. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I guess people are dumping some in there when they have extras. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, I guess some people are farming it. I mean, I'd put anything I'd have excess in there, but I don't know how much people use heavy scorpion skin or scales. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's more.
I made like one set out of it just because it seemed like it was an okay semi-tank set for not raid ready. So that's what I did.
You don't want the show? Why'd you pick it then? Can I pick Curious George now? Curious George rides the roller coaster. Yay! It's about a monkey.
Yeah, Curious George is the monkey. You know what you want to put on? You want to put on Phineas and Ferb. There you go. Should be sorted for years.
Phineas and Ferb? Never heard of it.
It was an old.
Is it
It was
good?
a. I don't remember what network did it, but it was a cartoon. I'm sure you might have seen the character at some point. He's like the little triangle-faced kid.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Phineas and Ferb. Just try it. Give it 5 minutes.
No. Do what she wants.
Right.
She's gonna scream.
She's getting absorbed. Let's see how much I can tolerate. Why don't you like this cartoon? You're not even watching it.
No,
It hasn't even started.
son.
Oh god. Look, they're climbing a mountain. Okay, fine.
You want
Okay, fine.
Christmas? Oh my god! What do you want? Pick a show.
This is a prime example
This?
of kids lack reason.
Jeez. She has no reason. She's 3.
There is no reason for her to dislike it. She just does.
She chose to dislike it.
Yeah, that was enough, I guess.
She's the same with everything.
At this point, at this age, it's better just to give her something she likes. And then she'll find something else later on. I don't even have kids, and I need to understand that.
Yes.
I don't even have a partner, and I need to understand that.
These are hard lessons to learn.
I think becoming a parent is one of the scariest things you can probably do.
Oh yeah. Like, I was scared for years about having children because they're just so delicate looking. I was
Well,
afraid to hold my
starts off
friend's
as-
kid.
Yeah, it starts off as a pooping, crying houseplant, and
Yes.
eventually winds up into something you have to teach morals and ethics and everything you've learned in life that, oh my god, you don't actually know about it. Now you have to tell it to a kid.
Well, thankfully, I did learn ethics in college, so. But
Yeah, but
teaching
what
it,
about everything else? Do you know why the sky is blue? Do you know why the moon exists?
yes, to
Do you
varying
know why
degrees.
ducks quack?
That I assume is just their vocal range, but yeah,
Can you
They're
explain
speaking.
why that kid has a candy and that your one is not allowed that candy?
no, that doesn't work. If they have it, then
Yeah.
obviously my kid should have it.
Because their parents are nice and I'm not.
Yeah. That's never a satisfactory answer, I think.
Nothing is a satisfactory answer.
No, that one ran. That's right.
Oh man, that's one of the things I don't look forward to with raiding is all the pre-buffs. I guess you have to do it at this point because you're at Nax, but I wouldn't have to
Yeah.
worry about it so much at Molten Core.
Molten Core, not a big deal, but I do suggest getting Empower if you don't have it.
What's that?
Here, I'll show you.
Yeah, I literally don't know any of these things. The most I had when I did Molten Core was maybe a Dragon Slayer buff, if it was lucky.
So this is an add-on that basically lets you kind of do whatever with
It's an add-on, okay.
buffs and things. So in the case of rogues, and I don't necessarily know that any of this would apply to you, we have slice and dice, which we need to be aware of, whether it's up or down. And unfortunately, in raid situations, your buffer up here in the top right will fill with shit, and you'll never see it again. It'll just be off, invisible. So what I did is I created. You can
See,
use
that's-
this tool to
That's
create.
the one reason I got a new UI. I got sick of that. I had the same UI that you have.
Oh
just
yeah,
the classic looks like it was working for me.
yeah.
There was two things that frustrated me. One, I could never see the the total buffs, debuffs that were going on me
Oh.
or the target. And two, for some reason the timers are always whack when
So
I apply something to them.
how'd you fix that then?
I didn't. I got a new UI.
Oh, okay. So if your UI already handles all that, maybe you don't need it. But for me, you can see that my slice and dice appears down here above my little energy tick other add-on thing that I use. And then
Oh yeah, okay.
that's what allows me to keep track of it without...
Yeah, so this UI has a similar thing where it has the tick counter. So if I'm not casting, it'll show that little progression bar showing how much, every tick of when I need mana. But yeah, for most things, I just keep an eye on the buffs and debuffs and whatever. I don't think there's much like that I need to worry about as a shaman. Maybe my totem's going out, but I have a totem bar that appears, so that helps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would help a lot, wouldn't it?
I'm not like rogues just have too many things to take care of.
It's just a lot of buff tracking. Like right now, my poisons are down, like that kind of thing.
You got poisons, you got slice and dice. Whether you should backstab or sinister, whether what finisher you're going to use. If well, I mean, it's going to be eviscerate.
Yeah.
If you need to quickly eviscerate so you can move on to the next mob, how many points you've got, how much damage is that going to do? Is it going to matter? That kind of thing.
It is a little annoying, but yeah, it's why we play it.
And then you accidentally tab target and you lose all those points and you throw.
Oh, they fixed that.
Mouse.
They fixed that.
Oh, did they?
They did. That's in this newest patch, or the mega patch. It was in there.
Wait. So you're telling me that rogues can tab target? What
yeah, watch
the
this.
hell?
Here, I'll show you. So I'll fight this guy, and he's got 2 points on him, and I'm just look at those, and look, my combo points are back. Woo! Oh, you have to catch up on the video. How awkward.
Yeah, I have to catch up on the video because I'm not privileged like some people.
To be living in the moment.
Yeah, to be in the moment, to see real time. Hell, you've only just killed your second cat. Now we're on to the 2. Okay, here we go.
I just tabbed between them to show you that I can get it back.
I don't know. You kind of obliterated the one of them. I don't know if you tabbed, but I guess
I did. I selected the 2 secondary ones, and then when I came back to the first one, the 2 combo points are still there.
Wait, there was 2? I only saw 2. Maybe this is even further behind than I thought.
Or maybe you're caught up and missed the moment. Oh well.
Maybe I did. But if you're saying it's there and you play rogue all the time, I'm going to assume it's there.
Yeah, it's
so that's good.
It is. It's a great change. I was actually bitching and
that was
to them
always
about
the one thing I worried about, because I was like, I need to kick that guy or I need to do something over there. But if I tab, I'm going to waste all of that effort.
Yep. My general.
All of those combo points, all of that, everything. And do I put like a 2-point rupture on him and then move? Like, what do I do?
What add-on for UI are you using?
I just moved from the regular one to just the PF UI.
PF UI? Okay.
It just it has its ups and downs. I got used to the regular one, but this one, it works. A lot of people have their own preference. This one reminds me of ELV UI that I used to use when I was playing a long while ago.
Well, when I was leveling, I tried to be a purist about it and not use any add-ons.
Yeah, exactly. I tried to do the same. I just used like PF Quest, and that was it.
Yeah, I didn't even use that.
Okay, well, you're clearly enjoying it too much.
I like figuring out the quests. I mean, I just like figuring out what to do on my own. Like, I don't want to.
I like figuring out the quest, but when I got Brandon in my ear, like, are you level 60 yet?
Okay, that's on him. That's not cool. Gotta let you. It's Turtle WoW. The whole point is to take it slow.
It's all a joke, but I mean, I like to know where I'm generally going. And PF Quest doesn't tell you. It tells you a good area, and generally the area, but it doesn't show you everything.
No, that's good.
Like, it'll show you specific circles of where mobs will be, but it doesn't tell you that you need to clear the mobs because it's a specific mob that has a chance to spawn in that group of mob. Like, what's an example? I'm guessing you didn't do Stone Talon.
I did.
Okay, you know the harpies that you have to kill?
Yep.
Yeah, you know how some of them call for like it calls for specific ones, like the blood rippers or whatever, and then you don't do the wind callers at all, but everything you ever find is a wind caller because everybody else has come through and killed everything else.
Yep.
It'll show you the point of where those are, and it'll be like, this is the thing you have to kill, and you're like, that's a wind caller. I don't need that shit. You have to kill that to get
What?
the other ones to spawn because it spawns in the
What?
same location.
From where? No, I'm not playing with that balloon. No, no, no. I told you to take that to mommy. No, 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 no. Last time it popped. No, I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that again. No, no, no. Dude, take it to mommy. She'll play with you, maybe. Don't make a mess. You need help? You can't open the door.
There you go. I stream my screen so you can have a look at what it looks like.
Oh, okay. Watch stream. Oh, your UI?
Yeah, you can just see how the UI looks in comparison.
Whoa. It's very dark.
I like the dark, personally. Like, you can obviously change the options. So you got all kinds of options in here you can do.
Oh, it's like a UI
Namely
modifier.
Yeah, namely under like appearance, you can change the background border, all that. So you can make it brighter if you wanted.
Oh, I see. No, I wouldn't
there-
want that.
there-
I just would
There
miss
are
the.
so many options. Yeah, there is so many options. And it does like a little tutorial thing at the start, and there's a couple of presets, and you can pick one of those if you think one of them looks good.
That's cool.
This is just how I'm going with it at the moment, because
It's definitely cleaner. And
it's cleaner.
what is going
And
on
you have
with
the
your...
two different windows. So
Uh,
what happens over here is like the general stuff. Over on the
Yeah.
right is what they call loot and spam. So loot rolls, that kind of thing. World chat, city chat, whatever channel 4 is.
Yeah, world.
Trade and that kind of thing. So the left side will most often be like yell, direct, party, guild, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think that's what it has. Yeah. So most of those, and then this one over here has like, I don't need hardcore. Get rid of hardcore. You know.
Hardcore is the best.
I don't even need world, honestly, for the most part. I'm yeah.
Well, you need hardcore
Go
and world together so that when someone dies in hardcore, you can put F in the world
Go.
chat.
I don't want to put F in the world chat. They deserve it.
Ah.
I watched a dude die in the Valley of Spears while I was waiting outside Muradin. And then I went to while Emic was waiting outside Muradin, and I was heading that way. And then I went and found the gravestone and laughed at it.
Wow. You did
the guy was
what?
called Undead Ossie. He deserved it.
I see. I see. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
And there is a couple of turtle add-ons to give it like the kind of look on those panels. I think
Nice.
they haven't updated it since Turtle changed the looking for groups, so that one still looks as classic, but... And that's kind of handy right there, is to have all your little buttons under the one click thing. You don't have the tab, like the bag tab, but you can do the Shift B. It shows it up as like one big window. It's like bag tabs, and then you go to the bags, and it shows you what each one correlates to in terms of space.
Interesting. I like having my bags separated.
Keys. I kind of liked it too, honestly. I had like, this is my quest bag, this is my one I've got all my totems and extra stuff I have to keep on me.
I'll put all my
which
meat
takes
in
up
here.
like a whole bag space.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look, 1, 2, 3, 4. The arcs, my skinning knife, rune cloth bandages because they must have, and then reagents for my water walking and water breathing because I'm not a warlock. That's a whole bag right there.
That is a whole bag.
You would understand if you got like every poison you could use, which I do on my rogue. I'm like, okay, so I have my spell slow poison. I have my movement speed slow. I have my deadly, my instant, my wounding. I don't want that guy healing.
Someone wants to do Alderman.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Dovak.
Oh, I should probably get in. I should probably get in on that and be like, yeah, I can do that on my hunter.
I know a hunter who wants to.
Get out. I'm accepting this. You're not recommending. I'm not giving you your commission.
I want my commission. It'll be 5 gold.
Nah, fuck that.
It's only one greater.
I had to pay that to sniff Emic. Like, come on.
Why were you sniffing Emic?
Because, I don't know. You know that little, like, shuffle thing Brandon does in dungeons where he'll just, like, move without, like, causing the move animation to happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, he picked that up from me.
Oh.
I am the cancer behind it.
Damn it.
But that's what I'll do. I'll just do that up behind people, and then I'll do slash sniff, and then I'll just walk away. However, Emic charged $5, so I'm gonna have to be careful.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to be getting charged $5 every time you sniff someone.
Yeah, I'll just stick to Brandon. That's free, and I can abuse them. The amount of times I've done Alderman lately is actually kind of shocking.
How many?
Well, I mean, I took my... I'm taking my hunter through there. I took my... my warlock through there. Had some very terrible groups, and that warlock was on slow and steady, so I lost the XP along the way.
Oof.
Yeah, just quite a few.
I didn't even know you lose XP when you die.
On slow and steady, you do.
Oh.
Because you get little bonuses every 10 levels, and once you get to like level 50, you get a Murloc illusion and that kind of thing. And then once you hit 60, you get some free turtle tokens. The turtle
Nice.
points.
How many?
So they got the risk and reward for it. You get 50% less EXP for world mobs, which really slows your leveling.
Ooh.
You get full amount in dungeons, I believe. But if you die, you lose 5% of your level.
Yikes.
So I went through an Alderman, I died like 4 times, I was losing about 6 to 7k XP each time. I don't know if I came back on a positive, but the tank was new, I couldn't exactly blame him and be like, you guys are the problem.
You can blame him. Might not be
The
fair.
only guy I could do that, yeah, the only guy I could do that to was the smartass who was like, well, it's not our problem, you decided to pick slow and steady. And I was like, yeah, well, it is my problem when you pull all these extra mobs and I die because of it. And that was in Scarlet Monastery's graveyard. Because he went into the new area and didn't know that you can aggro everything with your ass cheek just out around the corner.
It's like softcore? What, slow and steady is?
Slow and steady, yeah. So, yeah, it just slows things. It's supposed to slow things down to make it take a bit longer to get to 60, but you get a couple of rewards along the way.
Oh, I see.
Like, I think level 10's a bag and a torch, and then level 20 is something else, and...
A 32 slot bag?
No.
Oh.
No. But at the time it sold for a good amount, so you could get a couple, like, 25, 50 silver out of it, which is, you know...
No.
You're like level 10, 20. You don't want to sniff at that.
I
You're not
want a 32
porting
slot bag.
hundreds of gold over from your rogue that's got like 1,000 gold from stealing everything in Blackrock.
Yeah, well, you know, if they didn't want me rifling through their pockets, they shouldn't have put things
They
there.
wouldn't have pockets.
Exactly, they wouldn't have them. Lots of people don't have pockets. They do.
Yeah.
It's my duty to take it.
The only reason I started it was because I wanted that Murloc illusion. I thought you got it at like 30. And that's what I did. I got to 30, and I didn't get it.
Oh.
Instead, I got some like red ogre illusion that lasts 10 minutes and has a 1-hour cooldown. So I was like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I guess it's 40 then. No, at level 40 you get, on top of everything, some fashion coins and everything, but you get like reusable firework.
Oh.
So you can endlessly annoy people.
I mean, gotta love that.
Yeah, well, it was great. Except for I didn't want that. I wanted the Murloc illusion for the
Right.
single joke that I made that character for.
Oh, yeah. Then it's not so great. So you don't
So
do you
then
not get it, or
Then I got to 50, and that's where you get it. You get it at
Oh,
level
okay.
50.
right?
And so I was like, thank God, now I'm not a warlock, I'm a Murloc.
So I'm not a warlock. I'm a murloc. You're a
Yeah,
murloc
and
warlock.
Brandon was like, oh my God. And so we did a whole BRD run with me, him, and Emic, and me and him were in our Murloc skins with no animations or anything.
Oh my god.
But I mean, you get a slow and steady to 60, and you get some turtle coins. I think you get like I want to say like 100 to or 150, 200. It's between 100 and 200 turtle coins. It's enough
That's-
for like one of those pets or like a miscellaneous thing.
Okay. But not enough for a 32 slot bag, so
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much is the 32 slot bag.
I think it's like
300 coins, like.
Something
Oh, that's
like
a
that.
36 slot.
300, yeah.
You get something, and that's the important thing. You get something for doing a little bit longer grind.
So everyone told me that the mail terminal is probably better because you can just mail stuff.
I mean, mail. Personally, I'd go for the bank, the mail terminal, or the auction. Or not the auction, the field repair bot, because you can
Sell
sell and
stuff.
buy stuff and repair your stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. If I had any tokens.
Yeah. So, just get a couple while they're on sale. I think they were on sale recently. You could have picked up that mail terminal for like 120 coins.
Oh, really?
The only one I've got, and of course the brainwashing device if you want multi-spec.
That I bought for gold.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, people want that, and that's a good thing.
Oh, for sure. It helps a lot. Though I recently discovered that if you just reset your talents as opposed to use one of the ones you've saved, it does cost you gold. And I didn't realize that for the long time.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I didn't realize that for a long time.
Wait, really? I've been resetting recently. I need to know this information.
Yeah. If you save it as a spec and then you activate the spec, then it doesn't cost you anything. But if you reset the talents, it costs you like 5 or 6 gold.
I think 5 gold is the max, but
Yeah.
oh my god, I'm gonna have to check that next time I respec because they've been resetting it a lot recently. At least I found that on my shaman.
Yeah.
And so I've had to respec a couple of times. I don't have both of them saved. So I don't know if you save one and leave one open, if that means that you can reset endlessly.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that. 'Cause...
If you press the reset talents button, you're paying money. I know I burned probably 200 gold on that.
Yeah, It can be where all my money's going.
It probably is.
Broke as it is. I can't just steal money off of mobs. Come on.
I discovered it yesterday after I did 2 of the book quests, which require 250 gold turn-ins each. So it was like I went from like 1,000 gold to like 80 in one day.
What book quest? What 250 gold? Excuse me.
Okay, so for weapon skill, there's now a book quest that you need to do
Okay.
if you
Yeah,
want to max out. As a
'Cause
shaman,
we picked up one of those in BRG when we were just running through it.
Ancient Warfare text.
Mm.
Oh yeah, those. Hold on to those. Those are expensive.
Oh, it was just me, Emic, and Brandon. We were running through there, and we killed the Houndmaster, and he dropped one, and we're like, oh, okay, we'll hang on to that.
Yeah, definitely. So it starts a quest over on the Frey Island, which is south of Orgrimmar. And
The
yeah,
Free Island.
Frey Island. It's a warrior island. Can be tough to find.
Oh, the one that's like off of Ratchet.
Yeah, south of Ratchet.
Yeah, I always remember it as the place warriors go, I think, but I've never actually had to go there myself.
Well, now you will.
Yeah, well, no, I won't, because I'm not gonna get weapon skill as a shaman.
I suppose you don't need to.
Quote, as an elemental shaman.
Right. But do you use axes?
I don't need skill for that.
I guess you don't use axes.
Well, as an elemental, I won't be smacking anything. Hopefully, I could use axes and maces. I could use whatever if it comes to it. If I go for the enhancement, but elemental, I don't think is going to be smacking anything anytime soon.
If you do go for axes, you need these gloves from BWL and this axe from. Actually, I don't know where this axe is from. Maybe it's also BWL. Oh, you're not in the guild chat.
You remember that? I mean, you could invite this character if you want.
I thought you were in the.
None of my alts are on. Only my shaman.
Oh.
Because I didn't feel quite right if I had my. I mean, I've had them in there before, and you know, it was to the point where I was like, I don't know if I should, because I feel kind of bad if I join with all these alts and then you have to kick them a couple months later because I decided to play another game.
So there's a +7 gloves for axes, and
Yep.
on a hand slot, and then the Doom's Edge would be your offhand. I assume, which is a decent axe.
Keep in mind, shamans cannot dual wield.
What?
No, shamans cannot dual wield. This is not Burning Crusade. This is not anything past.
Never mind.
Shamans can only use two-handed maces and two-handed axes, or one-handed and a shield.
I guess you just need the gauntlets then, because they have +7 to two-handed axes.
Which would mean I could use two-handed axe, but it'd be better on an orc.
Yeah. In theory.
In theory. Everything's in theory until I actually get the item and I'm like, mine.
Yeah.
Until I'm going through Molten Core and every piece of Shaman tier 1 set that drops, I'm like, I'll have that. I can tell I'm gonna be a menace with that. I'm gonna walk in there, I'm gonna expect every shaman to have that gear, and I'm just gonna rake in the benefits. Every other piece of gear that might be important to me, I don't know about it. All I know is about tier 1. I don't even know what I went for on my hunter. I literally, when I was playing back in the day, I think I was just getting tier 1 set. And then the stupid leaf that drops off of, what's his name?
Leaf?
Yeah, the quest that you can do for the bow.
No idea.
I don't know, you might not have played a hunter, so you might not know it.
No, I don't know. I've
Hunters
played a
get
hunter
this
to
item
10.
off of Major Domo, I think it is.
Okay.
And
Oh, the
it
sinew?
starts a, yeah, and it's either the sinew or a relief or something, and it starts a quest for them to get a bow. And then they have to go throughout the place. They have to go to like the burning steps, and they have to kill a guy, and they have to go to Ungoro and kill a thing,
Huh.
and Silithus and kill another like bully. But they have
Okay,
to
yeah.
do it by themselves. They cannot get help from anyone. And each one requires a different strategy. Like the one in Angora, you have to kite around the pools that are there, the water poles.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to kite 2 mobs around there. One of them's like a dog, and one of them's something else. You know the like wanderer and the dog that sometimes appears around there? That's for hunters.
I see.
And then in the burning steps, you got a similar one that you have to fight and go into melee, and then you have to get out of melee at certain points because he does a thing. And it's kind of annoying like that. And then, of course, if you're world PvP at the time, like I was in the classic server, Alliance comes along and wants to do it, and they start attacking you while you're doing it. It's a real pain in the ass.
I can imagine.
And then the one in Silithus is similar, but the guy fears you. So I think the strategy was to duel a warlock and get them to cast Curse of Recklessness on you.
Huh.
And then you go do it, because that way you can't be feared.
What is Curse of Recklessness?
It makes it so that you gain attack power, you lose armor, but you can't be feared, charmed, or anything like that.
Interesting.
So, when I was leveling a warlock and I was going through areas that had mobs that was running away all the time when they got low health, I would do like a low tier recklessness on them, so they just had to stay and fight. They wouldn't run away.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But like that was the optimal way to do it. I only got that bow. It was a bug back in the day as well with that server or that version of Classic.
There was many bugs.
With the one that you could chase around the lake, you could drop a freezing trap and freeze the dog, and it would be infinitely frozen.
Oh.
So then you only had to deal with one at a time instead of 2 at a time.
That's bizarre.
I didn't get that luxury, so I had to do it the hard way. Some people did, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's easy, just do this. It worked last time I checked." And I was like, "It's not working. I can't do it. It's not working."
They
so
fixed
I just had to
it.
chase them. Yeah, you had to be in like cheetah form. You had to constantly slow them down with the stunning shot or whatever, concussive shot. And you just had to keep tagging them with like the sting and arcane shot. Anything you could do on the move. And you just had to keep running for your life. And of course, because it's 2 of them, you had to alternate between which 2 you were hitting. So you had to constantly slow one and then the other, etc. And what do you get for it? You get a bow. And what happens with that bow? It gets replaced in the next raid, probably, because bows are pretty average when it comes to hunters, apparently. Doesn't matter
I've
if
noticed.
you're a troll and you get a benefit to that, it gets replaced.
I've got the Striker's Mark, which apparently hunters want for some reason, even though it's kind of a shit bow for damage, but is amazing for a melee DPS.
Really?
I suppose it'd be good for a melee hunter now.
A survival hunter? Anything with agility on it? Anything with agility and high amounts? Survival wants.
No, it's plus 22 attack power and 1% hit chance. But that's like pretty huge compared to every other bow I've seen so far.
Maybe it is the hit chance. I don't know. Maybe it's because they can get it on something and they're not going to use that often, and they can
Yeah.
replace the other stuff with stuff that's going to be better.
It's the hit chance. It's definitely the hit chance.
But with
'Cause I-
lightning reflexes in the survival tree, you increase your overall agility, and then 100% of that goes into your melee attack power.
I see.
So I have what, 190 agility at this level like 41. So I have 190 extra melee attack power. And agility already increases your melee attack power by like, I think it's 0.5 or something. It increases it by a margin, or 1, where range gets 2 or something.
Yep.
So
They
it's
nerfed
supposed to bring it
rogues.
on par.
Yeah, they nerfed the shit out of rogues with that.
Wait, they nerf rogues? What?
Originally, rogues used to get 2 for 1 on
2,
agility
right?
as well. Yeah. And they nerfed it down to 1 for 1.
Really?
Yep. Because we also get crit and other stuff. So,
Well, I mean, yeah, you get crit and dodge, but like, really?
yep, it sucks.
I mean, hunters were notoriously bad for getting crit off of Agi.
Yeah.
I have to see how much, if I can find what it was. Well, before that, I need to go pee. Well, I'm in the dungeon, so.
How much beer are
Yeah,
you
I know,
drinking?
I'm-
Holy shit.
How many have I had tonight? I don't know.
Not enough then.
I'm gonna say maybe 10. We'll see.
Not bad, not bad.
But I've got to go pee, so I'll be.
Yeah. Go. What are you guys up to? Hi, Alexander. Oh. You picked war mode skill issue? Is that a skill issue? Is that really a skill issue? In military food challenges, they push challenges to those kinds of foods. They put your foot down on that. If you don't want... Okay. So I've tried a lot of different stuff in a lot of different countries. And I think the only food that I ever was like, oh my god, no, never again. And please keep it away from me. And also, how dare you? Was the Swedish... I forget the Swedish name, but it's basically rotten fish in a tin. And it's the most disgusting thing I've ever smelled and could not actually eat. Like, could not. The gag reflex from smell alone was just like I don't need food ever again. So, you know, I'm all for trying different cultural foods and stuff. I've tried bugs in Southeast Asia and things like that, and Japanese. I tried whale blubber. Surströmming, that's the one. Yes, that is exactly it. When I was living in Sweden for a bit, I don't know. I don't know what possessed me to even try. But everyone talked about it. Oh yeah, you have to try the surströmming. Ha ha ha. Like, do I? And yeah, so I bought a tin of it and basically sealed it in 3 plastic bags and put it in the trash and never. And that was that. Ugh. I actually feel sick thinking about it. I don't understand how anyone can enjoy it, let alone that they sell them in the quantities that they do, like who's buying those and what are they using it for? Like they can't just be eating it right out of the tin, can they? I assume they cook it or do something with it for like a stew or something that would dilute it by a measure of infinity. But I don't actually know. And I was afraid to ask. We better stock up, actually. God, these are so expensive. One second. Oh! Daughter asking for more internet time because she doesn't have school tomorrow. I don't know. Seems like a trap. Oh. Alright. I didn't buy any yet. Did I? No, I did not. Alright, these are cheap. Sweet. 4 and 5. Okay. I can't buy those. Lucidity. Free action. Oof. Ah. Why so expensive? Elixir of poison resist. How are Shaman doing in Turtle WoW? Are there any DPSers in raids? Yes, there are DPSers, there are healers, and there are even tanks. And but I've only seen them off tank. I've never seen them main tank. Shaman. Ooh. Gotta sell these. Let's post major healing. Did I buy everything I needed? I don't think I got the Elixir of Fortitude, did I? Elixir of Fort. Yep, shaman tank. It's a thing. Especially after the talent changes, it seems to be quite reasonable. I think we're fine on everything else. Major heal? Major healing. 1 and a 2. Winter squid. Still expensive.
That was more than I bargained for.
That was quite a P.
That was more than a P. We'll
Ah,
leave it at
gotcha.
Oh, I'll give you a chance to answer questions in chat and realize that chat exists and that people are talking.
I mean, they were just asking about how shaman are in Turtle WoW. I don't really know myself, but I've seen shaman tanks in raids as off tanks.
Yeah, I mean, shaman tanks are a thing. They
heal
gave
and
them,
they DPS. They do
shamans
everything.
At this point, shamans do everything. You want to cast elemental. You want to be a melee DPS enhancement with a different spec. If you want to tank, you enhancement with the tanking type spec like talents. You want to heal, go ahead. I think shamans are one of the best AoE healers at this point because of healing wave and talents.
So they're like
I don't
druids.
Know how it works. I don't know how it works with your Nax runs or whatever, but shamans have a lot of stuff to
Contribute.
give group healing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their final talent got replaced, so they don't have Monetide Totem anymore. They have like Spirit Link or something.
Right.
Which means everybody in that area gets kind of shared damage, which then means you can cast Chain Heal and heal it all back up.
Yar.
So, you know, they can do healing, they can do DPS, they can do magic DPS, and they can do tanking.
They do everything. It's not fair.
Wait, shut up. They can't
Healing
stealth.
wave? Healing wave or chain
They
heal?
can't-
Or is it the same?
Chain Heal, sorry. Healing
Chain heal.
Wave is their single target heal. I'm getting
Oh,
names
okay.
mixed up. I don't heal. Okay.
I don't heal, you
reverse
plebes.
heal. I reverse heal. If I throw lightning at people, they're gonna know it. But if I throw a heal, people are gonna question where'd that come from.
Yeah. I always tell people I'm a healer. I just unheal the other
A rogue
side.
tank.
And yes, rogue tank as well.
You are a tank.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not a shaman tank to that level, but shaman tank. You know. It's interesting. I don't know what to build for shaman tank in terms of stats.
That's what I've been investigating myself for rogue tank. And
Rogue tank, I'd imagine, is just the same as always. You want agility, you're going to focus your dodge, you're going to focus your crit.
well, yes and no. You won't need to be able to survive if a hit does come through.
Stamina and agility. Okay.
Stamina, agility, but also
Defense.
defense. And I'm trying to figure out what the optimal amount of defense I can get is and how to factor that into a build without losing agility and other stuff.
Well, I imagine for rogues, your speciality will be single target. If it's
Yeah.
one boss and that's it, you could hold it probably. You know.
Get the shield done, you're a tank. Yeah, if you're a warrior, sure.
No. Not even a shield. You don't need a shield. Rogues can't use shields.
No, I wish I
You
could.
you throw on another weapon. You're like, bring it on. I'll just use my flurry and my parry my parry chance increase.
Well, I have the one weapon I found so far that has dodge on it.
Even better. That's
Yeah.
gonna be what your focus is. My guess is that dodge and some health to be able to stand some hits. And then you'll have your poison to be able to draw aggro, and that's about it. Your parry, you'll dodge. Bada bing, bada boom. Thing dies.
Bada bing,
survive.
bada boom.
Healers had a tough time, but you did it.
Poor healers.
I mean, have you tried to heal a dude in leather before? He may be dodging, and he may know the like 5Ds of dodgeball, but he doesn't know how to take a hit, and he's gonna get hit, and he's gonna get crushed, probably.
That's the problem. That's the one I need a solution to. And is it defense? I don't know.
Which is just defense. Yeah, I'd imagine it's just defense. And again, that's the thing with Tank Shaman. I don't know what my priority stat is. I'm only going to have it as an off spec in case I need to help people through dungeons or something. But it would be nice to know what it is, because I don't imagine it's agility. I'm thinking it's strength and stam.
That's what I would assume.
And then I'm guessing dodge and block percent, along with defense.
Mm-hmm. What do you have like a defensive an add-on that shows your defenses?
I do not. I don't. Again, I was like you when I went through, and I was like, I'm not gonna use like any add-ons. I don't need them. Screw it.
And then you're like, now I'm gonna raid. Oh shit.
and then I got PF Quest, and I was like, okay, this is about the only thing I'm gonna use. And then I got a cast bar, and I was like, okay, now we're good. And then I kind of got annoyed at the UI, and the time is not updating properly, and I still think they don't. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a coding thing or whatever it is. But I got a new UI, and I was like, okay, now. But I know that when I get to raiding, I'm gonna have to get big wigs or something.
You definitely have to have big wigs, yeah, or you'll get killed all the time.
Which I don't want to. So you have a kind of understanding. I've played a lot of Final Fantasy XIV.
Mm-hmm.
Things in that game are very telegraphed. It's a very much. There's no add-ons that you're allowed to visually show, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of like everything in that game is kind of designed you to just learn. Things are very telegraphed. Things will have a way to resolve, that kind of thing. They don't have that so much in WoW. Like, there is some, but most of it's on a timer. You know, after 30 minutes, he's going to do this thing.
Yep.
5 minutes, he's going to do this thing. So that's why Big Wigs is so good, because it's like, okay, well, this is tracking the 5 minutes in. So now I know that the great fart of doom is coming, and I need to put on my gas mask.
Ah.
Yeah. Fart reverb.mp4.
Yes. Nightfall.
Are you looking at a weapon? Nightfall?
Nightfall. Chance on hit, spell damage taken by target increased.
Yeah, Nightfall is a two-hander.
Yeah.
Nightfall is something you put on your shamans or your hunters, and you say, haha, you're not doing DPS now, you are just support.
Huh?
Well, it doesn't do the most damage as a
Wow.
weapon.
It's 67
It's,
DPS.
It's something you can make. It does require Arcanite bars and etc., but it's still something you can make pre MC.
Right.
But the 15% extra spell damage to targets, very useful.
Oh, it's 10% now. They nerfed it.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, there you go. That's what I proposed I was going to use back in Classic when I was going to be Enhancement Shaman. They still said no.
Oh.
And then eventually when I got let in as an Enhancement Shaman with the Nightfall, all the DPS were like, my god, this is so good. I get Wind Fury, and I get to do all the damage.
Yep. Why did we ever keep this guy out in the first place?
I think typically, from what I knew, hunters would get Nightfall because they could endlessly wing clip, which you can't do in this version of T-Well. It has a cooldown now, but back then you could endlessly wing clip, so that's what they'd do. They'd just do that to try and get that stack. Shamans, I guess, could use it because they could Wind Fury, and Wind Fury could proc at the time, I guess. I don't think it can in T-Well.
No.
Flame
not
Shot
anymore.
doesn't, so... But it's a good item. It's a shame you have to be a master axesmith to make it. Considering blacksmith has so many different paths you can go down.
It does. Why? Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
You have armorsmith, you have weaponsmith, and then weaponsmith specializes into axe, sword, and mace.
Good lord.
Yeah, so feel thankful that you're an alchemist and you only have to worry about just increasing that and then selling your transmutes. Or something. I don't know. I'm a leather worker. I just have to make fancy.
I'm a leather
powder
worker.
every now and again. yeah. We just have to make sure we're on for our cooldown and make special powder, and we'll use it eventually.
We make special powder?
Yeah, you turn deep rock salt into fancy assault.
Oh, that one, the 3-day timer.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Yeah, you turn it from regular deep rock salt into salted caramel.
And everybody needs it to get their next gear. Crazy.
Wait, really?
Yep. Don't sell any of those rugged. What is the
rugged hides, or the cured rugged hide.
Don't sell any cured rugged hides or refined deep
No,
rock
I
salt.
don't. No, I definitely don't. I've sold. Well, I might have sold like 1 or 2 because I had excess a little while ago, but.
Yeah, because I kept so many of them. I think I had a stack of 20, and then started raiding Nax.
Oh my lord!
And immediately was getting gear left and right. And they're like, "Oh, sorry, we don't have the cured rugged hides." And I'm like, "That's okay." So I ate that stack in the first 2 Nax runs because I got so many drops.
Jesus Christ!
Because for whatever reason, no one needed the easier to get stuff.
Yeah, nobody needs the Devil Soul Leather past Molten Core. The recent stuff I used was just to make. I used some making my Blue Dragon scale stuff. I used like 1 or 2 making my Tough Scorpids, or my Heavy Scorpid stuff, Tough Scorpid, whatever the hell it is.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it I just stockpile. I don't know where or when I'll use it, but I'll have it.
Makes sense.
Which means I'm at a total of 3, because I think sometimes I forget to log in and do it.
No. Yeah, I do the same. I have the same issue.
Yeah, but you've got 1 character.
True.
Well, maybe like 2. I don't know. I don't know how many ults you have.
They're just bank alts. They're not serious characters. I'm not actually playing them too much.
Well, there you go. See, I enjoy leveling these characters because they're all the different aspects I wanted to try. That's why I have a survival hunter. I have a shadow priest. I have the warlock, the destruction warlock, on slow and steady. Slow and steady was the main reason, not so much a warlock.
I was curious about warrior and why they're always at the top of the fucking charts, so I did make one and I was gonna level it up. We'll see how far I get.
Is it two-hander specifically, or is it Fury? I'd imagine two-hander, probably.
I think it's two-handed, but I'm not 100% sure exactly what they're doing. We should ask Skeen next time he's on.
I think Skeen's two-handed.
Yeah, probably. He was bragging about 9k heroic strikes.
Oh yeah, he's probably a 9k heroic strike. Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
I don't stand a chance. My max level lightning bolt hits for like 1 point something k. Excuse me.
Hey, my backstabs are maxing out at like, you know, maybe 2,000. So I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, but yours costs energy, mine costs mana. I have to drink tea and sugar for that. I have to pop potions. What do you do, Thistle Tea?
Thistle Tea, yeah.
Oh no, I've used the Thistle Tea, and that costs a Swift Thistle, which I could probably buy for dirt cheap at this point, because I think people are farming that kind of thing. Or you can just get it pretty quick.
Why don't you check the auction house?
I don't know. I don't know what the price is. Maybe I should be selling mine. I don't know.
Maybe you should, or sending them to me. I don't know. No, actually, because my alchemist is the warrior, so I've just been sending myself the Swift Thistle, and I'm overstocked on it, so it's all good.
Yeah, well, that's the problem I had. I got two herbalists and 2 alchemists at the point.
Oh, jeez, yeah, you're floating in it, aren't you?
Not quite. I just don't use them that much. I keep forgetting I have Thistle Tea, and I'm like, and I don't raid with that rogue. Like, he's only going through. He's 55.
Yeah. Well, if you ever want to get real sweaty on the rogue, let me know, and I'll.
No, I don't want to get real sweaty on the rogue. Pockets are the most sweaty I'll get. It's gonna be my money farm.
There you go. There you go. Then all you need is the stealth level increasing gear, and
that's why I don't even need that. I just have subtlety, so that's enough right now.
If you want to be extra, but then again, now we're getting
sweaty
sweaty again. Never mind.
I got the boots. I can get +1 stealth level. I don't need anything else. Hopefully.
Nah. There's some goggles you can get too, but no big deal.
No, well that requires engineering though, right? It's a good thing he's an engineer. So what is it?
It's not engineering. I don't have a bank, so I can't check right now. But there's a quest you can do.
What's quite funny is engineer is all about like having an alternative to opening lockboxes and that kind of thing. And then I'm like, I'm a rogue. I just pull out the knife or pull out the tools, and I do it better than a Sephorium charge.
Well, the best part about engineering for a rogue, anyways, is like if someone in a raid situation dies in a stupid place, sneaking up in there and getting them out.
Yeah. You can hopefully jump a cable them.
Yeah, or kill yourself. You know, you never know. Demonetized. Damn it.
You never worry about that. You always go for the healer, and they've run away from the tank, so you're safe.
Right.
The tank has died. Everybody else has run away from that area, so they're outside the threat zone. You can res the healer, and they'll just get everybody else up, and it's fine. You've saved the raid. And you don't get anything for it.
Aww.
But provided they work. They have to work first.
Yes. If they work. But they can also accidentally kill you, so there's that.
Wait, they can?
Yeah, they can backfire.
I did not know this.
You didn't know that? Yeah, there's like a very, very small percent chance that they just kill you outright. Just it's gone.
It's probably like a 1%, but oh my god. I've been lucky enough to actually get reses off with the standard cables.
Yeah.
I'm too used to a shaman, okay? If I die, I just bring myself back with item.
Fair enough.
What is it? What is a death apart from hardcore? They get scammed. You can't bring yourself back, so what's the point of reincarnation?
Yeah. I think that's one of those situations where if you're hardcore, you don't mess with that shit.
Same with a warlock. You die. You can soulstone, but you still die.
Huh?
You don't know about warlocks and soulstones?
They die? Is
So,
that how does the soulstone work then? I guess I don't know.
Soulstone, you create the soulstone, and then you can use it on the target. Typically, they'll use it on a healer so the healer can come back.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're out and about, you'll probably just use it on yourself. And if you die, it lets you res, kind of like an Ankh.
Yeah.
But it has a cooldown. It has a 30-minute cooldown.
I see.
So if you use it at, like, close to when you've just used it, you gotta wait ages to get another one. But if you use it close to when the cooldown is up, you can have another one ready in a couple minutes.
Nice.
It's just like an emergency. We've wiped, and we don't have a shaman to res or a rogue with cables or something. Well, thank God there's a warlock who put the soulstone on the healer so they can come back and res everybody.
Brahm's blood. Too bad I'm not an herbalist.
Okay, you're gonna have to swap right now to herbalism, and you're gonna have to grab that, because that shit is gold. Literally gold.
I wish I could.
I think Brandon was saying a stack of that is worth like 20 gold.
20?
Yeah, like they're a gold each. They're worth it because they're used in Flask of Titans, used in Rage Potion, the greater Rage Potions,
I see.
or like the max tier ones, whatever those are. Here I thought the Blasted Lands would be farmed to hell.
Were the 4 categories of players in Bartle's taxonomy used when designing World of Warcraft, or were other player categories used? They were noted, but they weren't like a guiding principle of the design. I don't think designers in those early days were that aware of it, to be honest.
The 4
Because
categories of Bartle's taxonomy.
Yeah, Bartle's taxonomy. So there's the explorer archetype, I forget what they are. I know them, but I don't know them.
I learned about that. Yeah, I don't think I learned about that when I was studying.
All I remember is that I'm an explorer type, and there's all sorts
That's
of
all I
tests you can
said.
take. Yeah, but I'm aware of them, and I know how to design for those different types.
You know, by saying that you didn't want a quest helper, yeah, and, I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah. I need the mystery. I need to solve the mystery myself.
I guess I wouldn't have such a problem with it in Classic if it was presented in a different form. When you get the wall of text and nothing else, like that kind of detracts from that exploratoriness. I don't know, maybe there's people that just like to read, that'll read through everything and they understand, but
Do.
when Brandon said that he got the mod that adds the AI
voices,
voiceover
yeah,
stuff to it,
yeah.
I thought that was quite interesting because I mean it plays it while you're off doing the thing, so you would still listen to what is being said to you. But
It's like a voice recorder.
starting
Yeah,
your thing already. Yeah.
exactly.
And it also brings to mind in what they do in Final Fantasy, which is they'll break it up into they'll have like a cutscene or something happening, and if it's important enough, they'll have it voiced. And so they'll have little, maybe 2 sentences worth of something said in a dialogue piece, and then you'll click through it as you go, and so it will just keep presenting you with like those little snippets of dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's brought to you in that kind of like piecemeal format, you kind of pay attention to it. Some people obviously will go, "This is boring, screw this," and they'll skip ahead, and then wonder why they don't know what they're doing. And that happens in both cases. But if you pay attention to it, and the fact that they put effort into voice, it kind of leans into that they care about the story kind of thing. They want you to have an experience. And I imagine there would be quite a different experience in Classic if you had some voice stuff, and the AI thing sounds like it would make it quite a bit different.
It does. I've seen people play with it, and it definitely adds to the experience. I wish that we would do more voiceover work for the game itself. For Turtle Law, I mean. And I've offered to do so. And have given them... so, for example, Dolvin... I guess you don't know the Karazhan attunement quest yet. But Dolvin...
The Karazhan.
Dolvin Bracewind is one of the characters who you have to go to, and I've given them some voice lines for him to say if you just click on him. You know how sometimes you click on people and they have some piss sounds, and he has a few now, or maybe, I don't know if they put it in or will. But
I mean,
maybe
they had to do new stuff for the guys they added to the Scarlet Monastery expansions, right?
exactly.
A couple
Yeah.
of them have voice lines.
Yep. So I'm hoping they'll add those. There's so many little
They're
things.
pretty simple as well. Like, these are the weapons that will defeat the Scourge. And it's like, okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't take a lot, and it adds a lot of atmosphere.
It just adds a lot of atmosphere. It adds a lot of character to the people. It makes them feel more important than I'm just talking to this guy, and he does this thing, and now.
Yeah, I think we also have the radio. I don't know if you've listened to that yet.
I've had a listen at some points, and it does help a bit.
Yeah. It's not quite as what you call it? It's not
Fleshed
quite
out, robust.
well, it's not all in world, which bothers me a
Yeah.
little bit.
That's
would-
the other thing. Like, if it was giving you cool information about what was happening in the world, what's happened in this world, that'd be cool. Or even if it was like recapping stuff from Warcraft 3 and that kind of thing.
Some of it is. Like there's the books. We read all the lore books out loud, and
Right.
I've requested a feature to have that be added to the books, so when the next time you open a book, it would actually read it to you.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah,
Um,
actually, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, and then there's more reason. And then I wanted to have it so you can collect those books. So when you read the book in the world, it goes into like a
Collection page, kind of like your transmog.
like a personal library, which is part of a bigger thing I want to do with like housing, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Housing isn't going to happen again, I don't think.
I mean, it could. The way that I want to design it, I think, is quite feasible.
I think
But
there are just so many pieces in this version of the game where they kind of interconnect in ways that you don't really see or expect, and it kind of gets lost because you just rush around and you're trying to get through things. You're just trying to get to 60. You don't care too much.
that was kind of what ruined retail for me, is that they were like, oh, people are just rushing to get to the end game content, and that's where all the money is for us anyways, so
Yeah,
fuck
on
all
top
this
of
shit.
that, coins and whatnot, making RMT legal.
Yeah, well, legal if you
But-
use theirs.
Quotation legal.
We have two
I don't know,
radios.
I played
One
some
should-
retail back in Warlords of Draenor, I think it was.
Uh-huh.
I had never really played much of WoW, and that was where I jumped in, because Brian and a couple of others were asking if I'd play, and I was like, okay, I'll give it a go. I had no idea what the hell was going on. I didn't know what I was doing. I barely understood the class I was playing at times. I think I played a monk.
Oh. That's a new one, huh?
Pandaren monk.
Ah, Pandaren, yeah. That's new. That's from Miss
I do
Apenda.
like. Yeah, I do like the Pandarans. I think they're pretty neat. People disagree, obviously. People have their own preferences. But
I don't care either way on those. I think they're fine.
I thought they were okay. It was different. But that's about it. I like the dances. That was kind of what got me. I like the dances.
Yeah. Even if they weren't the guiding principles, turns out the game still has lots of fun things for all four: socializers, killers, achievers, and explorers. Yeah, WoW hits everything, intentionally or not, but it's probably because we had all those player types within the development team, so everyone was kind of looking out for their own interests, and it worked. You heard my voice on the radio a couple times yesterday? Awesome.
Oh, your voice is on the radio, huh?
I'm on the radio staff, yeah. That's my connection to
Damn.
Everlook and the Turtle team. Well, one of them.
Designer Dave on the station.
I play.
He's right up there with Three Dog. Oh.
No. Zappa Zablast is Bolton's character. But if you've heard, the Mire Beast is the new one that we just did, and I'm the narrator for that.
Honestly, I don't remember the last time I turned on the radio. Typically,
I can't do it because I get copyright strikes. Every time I turn it on, even if it's like 5 seconds, it's like, oh, they just happen to be playing some fucking popular song, and now I'm fucked.
You have a reason, whereas I typically just have some YouTube I meant to watch that's going on in the back, in like a window.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's just for fun.
Like even now, I have your stream just going on in a little window thing.
Better to be watching my stream.
Yeah, well, we haven't entered the dungeon yet, so I've got nothing else to do.
Fair enough. You can watch me collect raid materials.
Yeah, I'm watching you run through the blasted lands, ignoring all the Grom's blood while I re-eat you at the gold you're passing.
I can't get it. I wish I could. Trust me, I would be if I could.
That's why I thought about making just a gatherer completely.
Yeah, I suggest that actually.
But tracking nodes and tracking herbs you can't do at the same time, so you'd have to go like mining and skinning, or herb and skinning, I think.
Ah, interesting. I didn't think of that. But yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you're tracking herbs, you can't track nodes. If you're tracking nodes, you can't track herbs.
Okay, I didn't kill that guy, just for the record. He died all on his own, doing whatever he was doing, which I don't.
I'm watching the active replay. I'm gonna see.
I didn't touch him, I swear. I went over and looked at him and looked at the mob and then walked away.
I see him die. Okay, you were attacking at a mob distance. Yeah, you're safe.
I didn't touch them. I know it.
You did not touch that guy. He died to a dog.
It's entirely possible they were looking at me and weren't paying attention to their health, though. Because I know how it can be nerve-wracking when a rogue shows up behind you in your PvP flag.
Oh, believe me, I know. I've been sitting there fishing on my druid. My alliance druid. I was just sitting there fishing on the coast of Stranglethorn, minding my own business just outside the Nagas.
Mm-hmm.
And some rogue just shows up and wombo combos me with all he has, and I'm just like, really? You couldn't just leave me be? You had to do that.
I was doing the warfare text quest, and I was talking to the Grand Master. This is for the skill books. And a fucking warrior comes up behind me and starts attacking me in the middle of it. I'm like, you waited for me to start trying to finish this quest for an important thing and that could bug out. And then I was able to turn it on him and kill him, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. You deserved it.
The thing I've found with the PvP is people don't do it if it's at a standard field. They'll do it if they have the advantage.
Exactly. It's like this.
I thought that it was great to have the 30% extra XP. If you're just PvP flagged, you know, people play on the PvP servers. They're used to it. They get 30% extra. It's a bonus.
Right.
But then you get people where you're running. I was with Brandon. We were killing shit in the salt flats, and some dude that was like 10 levels higher than us comes along and starts attacking us. I'm like, you had a choice. We're doing nothing. We're just leveling here. What provoked you to go charging over from wherever you were and attack us?
Yeah, what the hell? Ease up.
And that's all. That always seems to be the case. It's never like he's level 40, I'm level 38, or I'm level 42 or something. It's like he's level 20 and I'm level 60.
Yeah, I had 2 level 60 rogues kill me in Ashenvale as a level 20, and it's like, get a fucking life, please. Jesus.
Their life is to grief people like you that are just trying to level and get the extra experience. I don't remember if you lose experience in that mode with that glyph, but
Hi,
it's
Austin
annoying.
from Texas. Speaking of the Warfare text quest, can I ask what the thought was behind changing all the weapon skills? I'll be honest, I wasn't exactly thrilled about it. It was an attempt to mitigate what it like best in race for certain things. Like, for example, human sword rogue. I don't know that
Human everything. Human mace, human sword, human like
yeah. So I think it was an attempt to mitigate that, and I'm not sure how well thought out it was. But the new weapon skill cap is 315, so once you get there, you're fine. And now there's a book that gives you 5 weapon skills, so that's sort of the idea.
Does it give you 5? I heard that it also doubles your racial. Or does it just double your racial or something? No?
It does not double your racial. It has nothing to do with the
Because I
racial.
think they lowered the racial, didn't they? Because it was 5 originally and now it's 3? Or was it always 3?
I think it was always 3, but I'm not sure. I know it.
I could be wrong.
I think I think it's always been 3 on Turtle WoW, and then now it's like 3 anyways. But the hard cap is 315. So I don't know.
Another reason I don't particularly want to play a melee class.
It kind of sucks, yeah. It's annoying, but I mean, as a hunter and stuff, you still need to get 315 in your bow or whatever.
Yeah,
so.
As a hunter, as a rogue, as an enhancement shaman, as any kind of tank. If you're a warrior, good luck. You got the best damage, but good luck getting that weapon skill.
Exactly.
I don't know. I feel like some of the racials are kind of just... They just feel meh.
Some of them are pretty meh.
Like, trolls getting plus to throne. What does it do?
Nothing for
There's
me,
no
really.
throne. Outside of Turtle, there was never a reason to use throne weapons.
Yeah,
They were non-existent.
For rogues, yeah. Stupid.
Well, in general, there's just no reason. You're better off getting a bow and a stack of arrows.
Totally.
And if you ran out, cool, you just have to go replace it.
Well, I mean, I have the troll has the +3 to bows, and I don't know
they
that
do
it
have
has
plus
any
3 to
effect.
bows, but they wow. It's something, I guess. It's better than not +3, and it helps you a little bit. But yeah.
Alexander loves that they use actual Blood Elf models rather than deformed Night Elf models. What deformed Night Elf models are you talking about?
I also look at the of the whale gear, and I think, who's this for?
I don't know. Is it Boomkins?
My best guess is a troll, because it gives you stamina and spirit. And who benefits from that? Maybe a troll tank of some kind, because you can pump up your health and then have some spirit, so you're regenerating health through that.
Oh, didn't they make their racial now use spirit for regeneration or something?
I don't know. If they did, then Of the Whale makes it even more potent for them, I guess, but it's still not used. To the point where they even changed that heavy scorpion armor that I made. If I look at it on TWoW, it states that it gives stamina and spirit. But if I look at it on TWoW, it states that it gives strength and a variation of spirit or stamina. So even they know that that gear isn't really being used for anything. It doesn't have a purpose for the most part. People don't care about it. There hasn't been, I guess, a discovery or a reason to use it.
Not yet. Someone will figure
And
it out.
my best guess is maybe like a warlock doing demonology, because then they get lots of health and they can regen that health. Or maybe a beastmaster hunter, or some kind of troll. That's about all I can see.
Right.
It doesn't
Vanilla-
make sense. It doesn't give you much. Like, they're both secondary stats in most cases.
Yes. It doesn't make any sense to me, but
I can understand that it was there though as a combination.
I think it's just random, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of is, but they had to account for the combination of strength and or for stamina and spirit, but nobody uses it. There's no use for it. It's just dead. You could get away with it, and then people have got better chances of getting stuff they actually want. Like, even of the tiger, which is like strength and agility, that'd be used more.
I am the tiger.
Yeah, basically. There's a couple of choices, or a couple of things with Classic WoW that I've noticed that I think were a little on the sides. Probably just because there was so much they had to, everybody had to do already. They can't account for everything.
Oh yeah.
But things like
you have no idea.
yeah, it was huge for its time, right? It was massive. There was so much to do. There was so much to think for. The scope probably kept expanding. But in that, I feel like there should have been little things like, that shamans and hunters get mail at a certain level. So why not have some gear for them past that level? Specifically, more so for them.
The item guy, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it just feels like
mental.
It just
mental
feels like
problems.
he kind of forgot about it. And he was like, all right, they just use leather, and they're going to probably just use leather all the way up. It doesn't matter, then they're just going to use leather. And it's even to the point where, you'll get, like, druids that can use leather. They prefer to use cloth gear because it's got better stats with things on it.
Yeah.
It's got better spell damage, it's got better... And because most of the clothies are casters, most of the leather wearers are dexterity users, that kind of thing. Or agility, sorry. Yeah. And so, it just feels like somebody could have gone through and be like, okay, so where's the gear for a hunter once they get past level 40? You want some male gear that has agility on it, right? They kind of do. They have the scorp and scale stuff, but I don't know of anything past that.
I don't think that they were playing that particular class and therefore it got ignored.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of them were playing the cloth classes.
Probably.
Or the plate.
Or rogue. Torch is asking about classes that didn't make it into the cut for original WoW. Monk was, I think, one of the ones that we talked about that didn't make it in, and there was like a battle priest
love to see a monk.
But other than the Death Knight, I can't think of one that was like definitively we're going to do this and then it didn't happen. That would be the main one, is the Death Knight, because the whole concept of the hero class was supposed to happen and just didn't happen. One day. Blizzard is making classic and name only WoW with Season of Retail. They should experiment with new classes. They already added stuff like Shaman and Warlock tanking. You mean Season of Discovery? I mean, yeah, they should do that, but they won't. You have to understand that Blizzard has been drained of all of its actual visionary talent. Like, they're all gone. Yeah, Metzen might be there, but Metzen isn't sitting there on the development team anymore going, let's do this and that. He's at the very, very highest level going, here's the general direction of the story. Here's the big story arc that I want to hit. Here's the big cinematic moments that I want to see. That's where things are at. So we're not going to see innovation in that direction. Like, they're never going to do what Turtle WoW is doing, which is like making Vanilla Plus. They're just not into it, and there's no money in it as far as they can tell.
I guess that's what kind of sucks, right? Because somebody
Kinda.
who has all these ideas gets to the top,
Yeah.
and then they don't get to implement those ideas. They have to take on a different role. They need to organize people to get things done and bring it together, kind of thing. They don't get to say, I want this thing in here, and I want this thing in here, and I want this thing in here.
Yep. Yeah, no one gets to do that anymore. I mean, I guess Metzen could. But he won't.
I still think, even in Turtle WoW, they need to add more fist weapons. I think those need to be in greater number.
There's so many now.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there
You get
is.
past level... No, you get past level 30 something and there's a huge void.
There's
I
more
think
than you
it's- you
think.
go from
Go
like-
to the... No, you need to go to the new dungeons. Go to the Turtle WoW dungeons.
Okay. Maybe I need to go there. I haven't done... Like, I've done Crescent Grove once. I didn't see anything there. I haven't
Hold
done
on.
Hateforge Quarry yet.
You did Crescent Grove?
I haven't done Gilneas yet, so... I know there was a fist weapon that they made drop off of somebody in Shadowfang. But yeah, like, and I got the one out of library. That was probably my favorite. I got double of those, and I was punching everything in Scarlet Monastery. They didn't know what hit them. But I feel like there's a lack of them. Just, I don't know. Maybe they thought that was going to go along with Monk or something, and so they didn't really get to it.
Yeah, it kind of was along those lines, yeah. Yeah, there's the Thornwood Claw drops in... It's off a trash mob, and it's a green, but it's a fist weapon, a main hand, with agility and
But
intellect.
it's level...
31?
Yeah, exactly, 31. You know what you can get at 31 that also works?
No?
You can make it as a blacksmith. The Frost Saber Claw or whatever it is.
Gotcha. And then
It's the blue
in
item.
Hateforge Quarry...
Oh, there is one in Hateforge, huh?
Hold on. I'm looking. I'm pretty sure I saw it before, but I'm not 100. No.
Also check Gilneas. I haven't done Gilneas at all either. Half the time because I don't know where the dungeon is and I don't want to be that guy.
Trash mobs. No, never mind. Hateforge Quarry, nothing.
You're like, oh, but they do have a gold dagger.
No, they have shoulders that adds 2 fire damage to melee attacks, and anything that adds to your melee attacks can be somewhat
proc chance.
abused. Yeah. And so I didn't realize that there were shoulders that did that too, because I have a ring, and I think I saw a bow. And now that would be a shoulder. That's 3 different proc chances.
I know that you can get a gloves or a chest piece that's mail that gives you a lightning damage. One of them comes from Gazrilla, and the other one you can just craft at a later stage. which I guess, you know, that'd be shaman kind of looking gear.
Yeah.
I don't know what they use it for though, because I don't know what proc chances they're gonna get, but you know.
Either. Interesting.
Which is also probably why they removed the proc chance on Flame Tongue, because if they can get Flame Tongue and all that too, then they're living the high life.
In Gilneas, by the way, is the ring that I mentioned.
Which ring is that?
Where did it go? Marshall? Here it is. Nope. No. What the fuck? I was just looking at it and then it went away. Oh, I guess maybe I was looking at my own ring? No, that can't be. Because I'm not wearing it. There it is, okay. On Dustavan Black Cowl, he's got the Ring of Electrical Binding. Plus 10 nature resist, adds 3 lightning damage to your melee attacks.
Ah.
So I use it in my nature resist set. Not caring too much about the lightning stuff, but actually...
Does the lightning proc your poison?
I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how that works, but people have said that you can do stuff with it like that. I'm just not sure what they mean. Or if they don't want to tell me because I might snitch.
Don't tell Dave. You'll tell the divs and we'll be down.
I don't do that, though. Though they do watch my streams, so who knows?
The divs like, all right, Dave found this thing. Somebody's mentioning this. Get him.
Mark of the Worgen. There's a purple that drops there. Your attacks ignore 40 of the target's armor. Equip plus 20 attack power. Transform into a bloodthirsty Worgen. What? Oh, Gen Greyman drops
We're gonna be
this.
farming Gilneas?
Yeah, apparently we are. He has a 0.5% chance to drop a Mark of the Worgen, a finger item that has a transform.
That's about as good chance as getting the Hand of Justice. Let's go.
Let's go. Holy shit. That's quite a ring.
Can you imagine? Everybody shows up as a Murloc and you're like, aha, a Murloc? We've seen that. And you turn into a Worgen.
Turn into a Worgen, yeah. I kind of want to go there and see if I can solo him and farm it.
It's level 30 something. You're a tank rogue. You should be able to do it.
He has the Raven pet that I wanted. Okay. So I'm going to have to kill Gen Greymane a lot. Yeah. I know it's not an easy fight, though. It's actually...
Wait, they even made it Gen? That's funny.
Yeah, it's Gen Greymane.
I don't know how the hell he gets into the later episodes of WoW then, but...
Well, you know, everyone just gets resurrected an hour later.
Yeah. Or you just go to the afterlife and you see them again anyway.
Torch wants more weapon types in WoW. And more weapon specializations for the classes. Yeah.
I think the trouble with weapon types is that you've basically got all the bases covered. Like, what else are you going to add? Flails?
I don't know.
And then on top of that, you have to add everything for every kind of level and every kind of spec. Like, WoW already has, I feel like, a lot of choices, a lot of different variations. One class is 3 different classes in effect.
Definitely.
And it's already hard enough to try and get those to play nice with what weapons you have, and to account for them all. Like I said, like I would love to see more shaman, hunter, mail gear, etc. People just can't account for everything. In a perfect world, everything is accounted for, everything works, and it's a great game. But
indeed,
games have flaws, games have things that were overlooked. Nothing works like it should.
And it never will.
Yeah. Some guy decided he could bring a plague into the main city. He's like, come on.
Most epic moment of all time in WoW.
I don't know. Is it that or Leroy?
Leroy Jenkins. That wasn't even real though, so it's.
But it was epic.
It was
And
epic.
it was known. And people still know about it, and unless they're uncultured.
Certainly put things on the map, I suppose.
Yeah.
Time for Telebeam. Remove furries. We can't do that, King Lich. Their entire economy would collapse.
You can't get rid of Taurens. What are people going to name their moo-related puns after?
Exactly. I think people forget that Tauren would technically be considered a furry kind of thing.
Oh, it definitely is under furry category.
Yeah. But they're
And
thinking
Darren's
of
a furry,
Valpera.
If the Ferox, yeah, if the Valpera furry, Tauren's a furry. I'm sorry
They're
to
all-
tell you, even the
they're-
Worgen's a furry.
They're all furry, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, just don't get naked and dance on the mailbox, and you'll be fine.
I don't know. Furries have a bad rep in that regard, or stigma. How would you say?
Both.
Yeah, and it's not really true because all the people I've met who are furries, they don't do that shit.
I think it's because the degenerate ones stand out more. So
Well, they go on like big trips all together and like in hotels and public places and stuff and do crazy
Yeah.
stuff.
yeah, we've all seen those tales, but also like I think they're just more. I think it's because of them that the rest kind of shy away, and they
Yeah.
don't want it to be known. But then you find out, and you're like, oh, this person's okay. They're not like all the things I've seen.
Well, like, what do we actually see? We see very little. The only people who are like are what, public, I guess, with their fursona, I think is the correct term, are like streamers and stuff, and they tend to be extremely nice people from what I've seen. So
Yeah, I mean, VTubers are also things.
are they? Would that be? I guess it is.
I don't know. One's wear a fur, the other isn't. One's an anime costume, the other's a fur suit. I don't know.
Is it?
That's just my opinion.
Maybe it's only a furry if it's a VTuber who is a animal.
Yeah, well, they have to have fur of some kind.
Like Iron Mouse is a female VTuber.
No, Iron Mouse is a VTuber.
VTuber.
They're
Okay.
not furry.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the furry VTubers could just be called VTubers. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't.
Should
don't
they
dabble.
not be
I don't care
fur
that much. If
tubers?
they want to stream and that's how they want to stream and it works for them, good on you. And you're not causing problems. Great. All the better. You're not causing problems. Nobody's causing problems. It does feel like people put labels on things a bit quickly, and
They love to
they're like,
label.
this person's a furry. Don't watch them. It's like, well, leave them alone. Like, go
who
look at
cares?
their content. Go see what they're actually doing. Like, if they don't feel comfortable showing themselves, they want to show an avatar, and it has, I don't know, a rabbit or something.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? A lot of
Yeah,
the
why not?
VTubers are some sort of humanoid mixed with something.
Exactly. I mean, I'm playing a troll right
Yeah,
now.
I'm also mostly playing a troll, but unfortunately my hunter is a orc. I thought I'd try something different, and I don't know how I feel about it.
Unhappy.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes the shoulders get to me, okay? They're too big. They're the size of, like, minivans. I know, I'm just used to troll. I like trolls.
I think trolls are awesome.
if somebody wants to VTuber as a troll, go right ahead. Like, just do it. Just
Please.
don't cause problems. Don't go attacking people. Don't go doing all kinds of... Don't be doing anything that's going to bring a bad name to you or other people that do that kind of thing.
Indeed.
Like, if Dave was out here attacking all the other devs...
What?
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 What? How'd you
Talking
say
shit on devs? I do that all day. What do you mean?
Like, that's my routine, what?
That is my routine. This morning I was talking shit about Mike Ibarra, who said stupid things again. Fucking moron.
Okay, devs who aren't doing stupid things, then we're just being devs.
No, then no problem. No, I gotta go shout at my kids. 1 second.
Classic. I see you asking what Mike Guevara did now. I'm pretty sure he's going to come back and be like, what didn't he do now? But I'm sure you'll get him on a run. So that'll be great. We'll see.
So Mike Ibarra, basically, so Marvel Strike Force came out, which is a team shooter kind of thing with heroes, obviously. So team hero shooter, and so Mike Ibarra was like, he made a Twitter post, now deleted, where he's like, "Oh my God, they're like copying Overwatch, the game I'm so proud of." I mean, Black Widow, Widowmaker, come on. And got roasted in such a megalithic way because obviously Black Widow came long before Widowmaker ever existed. And all of the mechanics in Overwatch are basic shooter things anyways. And it was just the dumbest comment. And yeah, it was like, hey, what are you doing? Talking about this sort of stuff. You don't work there anymore, and they're never going to give you a job back. And clearly, Microsoft hated you enough to make sure that you didn't stick around.
Did he really compare Widowmaker and Black Widow? Like,
yeah,
what?
Yes, that's the tweet. Young Caught has it, and they got a screenshot of it. So that's going to make the rounds for the rest of his life.
That's the same kind of thing as the people who are like, oh man, I love that song from X band. It's like, well, actually it didn't come from them. They just covered it.
Yeah. What do you think about letting players vote from a pre-made set of prepared server features by delivering specific items, sort of like during the opening of the Gates of Ancrage? You can let players vote, but you still got to make the decisions at the end of the day based on what your development team is capable of. So, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes voting can work if you're not sure or the team is divided on what they're going to do. But if the team isn't divided, then there's no point in a vote because the team has to have passion.
You gotta do.
Yeah, the team has to have passion for what they're doing, and if they're doing something they don't want to do because players want something else, then what are you doing?
Which it still baffles me to this day that Blizzard can listen to the player feedback of all these people that play and not implement what they are hearing.
I don't think they even know what they want personally, because I don't think they
But
have like a vision
there's all
keeper
these
for the
people
game
that
anymore.
play their yeah, there's all these people that play their game, have spent however many hours, spent however much money, did whatever they needed to do. They've been here for every expansion, and they're like, well, I think this would work better, and they don't listen.
Well,
They're
you
like, well,
heard.
no, we know best. We're the developer.
Okay, I tell you, this mentality, this attitude came after the success of WoW, because it was definitely not like that before.
Yeah, well, I can
And
imagine it was kind of like a we did it. We made big. We know what we're doing, and we'll continue doing what we know we're doing.
well, the irony is simply that most of the people who felt that way were not the people who were part of that growth of towards success. They just came in after the success happened and like were basically
right.
dancing on the backs of all the people who made it there. And
Yeah, makes
that's
sense.
personified in Jab's comment, J. Allen Brack's comment, where he's like, "You think you want that, but you don't." And he was it was so out of touch and stupid. It's just a dumb thing to say.
You think you want that, but you don't.
It was.
Excuse me.
That's what he
I
said.
want it. We're on the forums. We're begging for it every day.
Yeah, it'll go down in history.
You don't want classic WoW servers, and now you're doing Season of Discovery, and you're relaunching classic WoW a second time.
Yeah.
They've done a reset on classic WoW. They've launched it again, and it's like, what do you mean you don't want private? You don't want private servers of WoW Classic? What are you talking about?
Just dumb. Just a dumb thing to say.
Boy, if I could slap you with every overpriced bag of beef jerky I could find.
Well, he's gone. He's no longer president of Blizzard.
God.
And Micah Barrow is gone. He's no longer president of Blizzard. And I'm guessing there will never be another president of Blizzard Entertainment again.
Ooh, the Nordic Longshank. Do I want
I'll say this: the current president of Activision Blizzard, King, is the chick from the Activision side, who I really don't have any idea why she's in games now, but she came from from traditional sports, so I don't know. What the fuck? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, at what point do you get so lofty that you forget you should listen to the player base?
At the point where you're making so much money that like you can buy a mansion and you become out of touch with what brought you into gaming in the first place.
I will never know that. And even if, I guess that's the thing, like, there's people that will make small games that will make it big, and they're like, hell yeah, I made it big because I'm a small game.
Yeah, my fear is always like...
And then they're like, yes, okay, now what do the players want? What do I want? How can we make these things align? And then you get the AAA companies that are like, okay, so this is what we're going to do. This is what they're going to love. I know this for sure. And it's like, no, they don't.
Well, that's the thing. It's no longer the developers who love games making games at Blizzard. It's now the executives who make money.
I think that's the thing, right? It's changed from the people who want to make the game and want the game to be successful to the people who want the money and they want the money to keep flowing in.
Yep, 100%. They get money when the company gets money, so they only look at the money. And if you're only looking at the money and you're making games, then guess what? You don't have the passion.
You're not making games for the passion, and they're not going to be as impactful as they were when you were making the money.
Mm-hmm. It's doomed.
But it's okay, guys. We'll add in the WoW coin. I don't know where this is going, but we'll just add it in. Now
you can give us money directly. Thank you. That's basically all
The
they
thing,
did.
like the thing with the WoW coins, I can understand how it was useful. I would have loved to been able to, you know, if I'm playing the game, I bought a month and I worked my ass off in that month, and I could, you know, get myself another month in game. Sure,
Hmm.
but to be able to buy it and sell it off, that is the real crime there.
What be on your mind? Stay away from the voodoo.
But I mean, in the end, I can't talk much about WoW stuff. I don't truly know. I wasn't there through all the phases. I wasn't there through all the stuff.
I was only there at the beginning, so I can only talk about that.
You were there at the beginning.
I was there before it shipped, so I wasn't there after it shipped. I just heard all the rumors and saw the stories about what was going on.
Wait, you weren't even there after WoW shipped?
No, I left before, almost a year before,
Oh wow, okay.
because
Is your name still there in the credits?
I think it's under special thanks as opposed to quest design. But yeah, it's in there.
Oh,
Yeah, that was kind of the dick move of that era.
that's dirty.
It
That
is
is
dirty.
dirty. This
Uh,
guy worked on most of the quests. We'll put him on a special thank. Thank you for your contribution. We'll give
Thank
you
you
the
for your
participation award.
service. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll give you the participation award. God damn.
Some benefits in your mind would be that the devs would get rolling feedback on what players want faster, would create demand in the economy, and have that make the players work for it. Well, remember that Turtle WoW is a passion project, and the reason that it's as good as it is because they love World of Warcraft. So they need to work on the things that they love about World of Warcraft, and not necessarily the things that all, like, even if it were a majority of players, they might not enjoy working on that as much. So you have to be careful when it comes to that. You want
It
a
feels
labor
like
of
they're not
love.
Yeah, it feels like they're not looking so much to push things towards what the Burning Crusade was, but they want to take what was here and kind of elaborate it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were. That's all
why
of their
they
goal.
added things like Gilneas, because it was there on the map. Why wasn't it accessible, kind of thing?
Exactly.
Karazhan was there. It was a potential, but it wasn't added, so they added it.
And
Caverns of Time is still there, and so they added that thing. Like, you can go through classic WoW, and there's so many areas you come across, and you're like, what is this thing? Oh, it's not used for anything? Okay.
we'll use it. That's
Yeah, and then they're
that's-
like, all right, we'll make something out of it. Like, you already had the concepts for it. We can effectively pinch those, and we'll make something cool.
and that's what they've done, and that's why so many people love Turtle WoW.
On top of
So-
that, they've been adjusting classes to make things more viable to the point where you don't outright deny a survival hunter because you know that they don't actually perform.
Right. And now you can be a subtlety rogue in a raid, which is amazing for me.
Yeah, and now you can be a salty rogue and you're not banished to either combat or combat. Because I don't
Yeah.
think you even took assassination. I think you just took combat rogues.
Yep, only combat. And basically only swords
go-
for certain sweatier guilds.
And your druids, they're not only tank or cat that has to use the one weapon or a healer. They can be a boomkin too, and they can use other weapons than the crowd pummeler because it doesn't work with them anymore.
Yep.
And I feel like that's how it's going to be. They're going to just keep experimenting on little things. This is probably the biggest change. And then after that, it'll
The
just have to
talent
be
changes.
Incremental.
Yeah, the talent changes were the biggest, and for them the scariest set of changes. But
Yeah.
I think it's been wildly successful. I know there's a minority of people who are unhappy with it because they feel like everything's overpowered, but very small nerfs here and there, and I think everything will be in alignment again.
I think they just need to fine tune it to how things are performing, and then maybe having some sort of implementation where you can still cross the different trees and get something that works. Like you can still do Shadowbolt Warlock, so that you cross like 3 different trees and you get all the benefits from those, and you get a Warlock that shoots Shadowbolts that destroy everything. They crit so hard that if you don't have some threat reduction on them, they're probably pulling off the tank. But at the same time, you know, they've given things like what Warlocks are really needed, which was hit chance. So they don't have to wait until after doing Molten Core to be able to actually hit their targets.
Yeah.
That, like, from what I understand, I wasn't a Warlock myself, but I was always hearing it from one of the guys we retained from our previous guild in original Classic, that Warlocks didn't actually get to hit things until after MC, and even if they did, they were probably pulling off the tank because they were critting for ridiculous numbers. Like, your Shadowbolt crit Onyxia, well, you better hope she throws some fire on you, or else you're pulling off the tank.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So he was like, yeah, I was to the
not a
point
good
now
thing.
where I'm just standing in this location, ready to move into the tank position and die, because that's just how it's gonna be. I didn't get hit by a fireball.
Killed these ogres, and now there's no more ogres to kill. I need 4 more. What the fuck?
Oh, you have to kill those as well for this? No wonder there's no ogres there at any time of the day.
What? No, no, no. This is a low level area in Gromgal.
Yeah, I know that
Oh.
area. I know
Really?
leveling in Stranglethorn and having to kill those ogres, and there's never any ogres around to kill.
What's the spawn timer on these? It seems to be like
5 minutes.
it must be longer actually.
I don't know, it could be.
I had time to go fishing and everything, and they're just spawning in now.
Well, there was somebody else there. There was a warlock around, so.
Oh, was that you?
I think so. I think I saw a void.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh. How's the dungeon going?
Yeah, it took a while to get started, but we're going.
Okay.
It took ages to get started, actually. I don't even know what the hell was going on.
I hate that. Green Hills of Stranglethorn. Ugh.
Yeah, get rid of those.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go
I think I
sell
was there
minutes.
once when somebody said, somebody's like, anybody want to trade their pages? And then somebody said, I sell every single one and I feel great when I do it.
Yes. Jeffrey Kaplan made that quest. There you go. Now you know. True stories.
I can
Kaleidoscope
understand
chain.
it. You
What
want
is
people to go and
this?
grind things in different areas, but you don't have enough quests in the different areas to incentivize people to go into those areas.
I just
At
got
least
a
they made them tradable.
blue kaleidoscope chain.
Oh, that's actually decent. That's a decent little necklace.
Is that like something that sweaty BG nerds would love?
I don't know if the sweaties will like it, but it's a decent.
All
Like,
right.
it's got some decent stats on it for what level it is.
Yeah, it's +4 to all.
Is it 4? I thought it was
Yeah.
7.
Oh, maybe they nerfed it.
If they did, that's sad. That's really sad.
4 strength, 4 agility at level 30 is still great. And then
Yeah, maybe
as a
it's- maybe
bonus,
it's 4.
4 stamina, 4 spirit, and intellect.
Well, maybe they added more to it, and maybe that I don't know. I have it on some. I had it on something. You have to check what it's going for on the market, but it's not a bad little item. And considering most necklaces around that level aren't that great.
Yeah. I have so few bag slots, it's hilarious.
You've got the biggest bags, and you're like, eh.
I paid so much money for these bottomless bags, like 250 each. And
That's because you've got like ridiculous amounts of just shit.
It's
flooding
not.
your bags.
It's important. Everything in here is important. I've gone through it like 10 times.
It might be important, but it doesn't mean it isn't important shit.
Fair enough. All of these things
I
get
need
used.
this in case a warlock bombards me out of nowhere.
No, it's for
And I
raids.
need
It's all
this
raid
in
material.
case I need to.
Legit,
That's
it's
one
all
of the things
just.
I'm fearing. That's
It
really one of the
sucks.
things I'm fearing.
It sucks so much. I can't even begin to describe how much it sucks.
That's one of the things I wish they didn't have with the classic, is that so much of the world buffs and all the other buffs you need for buffs on top of buffs.
For the
help
buffs? For buffing the
that,
buffs?
That boosts your stats, that make you like do
Buffs.
2% more damage.
For the buffs.
Yeah. You have the buff that benefits the buff that activates the buff.
And then a 10-part quest to
And then you do
activate those
2% more
buffs.
damage, and then you lose it all when you die because you wipe.
Yeah. Well, I'll say there's more elixirs now, and I'm pretty happy with everything that stays on when you die.
But the elixirs then require Black Lotus, and the Black Lotus spawns once every blue moon in an area that's farmed by the
Oh, that's
sweaty.
just the flasks. I don't need a flask. Like, there's not even a flask for a rogue, as far as I know. Unless I'm expected to wear the health one, which I guess I could do.
Flask at Titans, go.
I mean, no one's that sweaty, right?
Nee, you say that.
No, you're right. I've seen it. I've seen it. What's
At
funny
this
is
point, can you actively say there is no one that sweaty?
no, I can't.
When you have been on
'Cause-
this end of it, you've been on the other end of it, you know
No,
it. It's
I
not
do know it. I
true.
do know it. No, I know I know. Because like it's funny because every guild that I went to, like they're all like, yeah, we're very laid back and blah blah blah, and so BWG was like, oh yeah, we're very laid back. You know, we're not gonna like harass you about anything,
By
but
the
you do
way,
need
make
to.
sure you have this world buff, this buff, this potion.
Well,
this
there's no world
elixir.
buffs here, so we don't have to worry about that. But we do. They did like you have to have all these consumes. I'm like, okay, so I buy all the consumes, and it's like, oh, your DPS isn't right. You need to fix it. I'm like, oh, what do I need to do to fix my DPS? It's like, yeah, like sign up for a session with me later, and I'm like, okay. And then I didn't get around to it, and then they started talking shit behind my back. It's like, what the fuck? And then I went and I did the session, and then the other person who was there, who was a guild leader as well, but had an alt rogue, did all the things with us and was giving me bad advice that went against what my rogue leader was telling me, and it was like, just leave me alone, and he wouldn't leave me alone, and I had to leave that guild. And then the next guild that I was thinking about joining was We Smoke Fellweed. And they're like, yeah, we're super laid back. No big deal. And then they invite me to their second Nax raid group. And they're like, you must have all these consumes. You must have this. You must have that. And I'm like, I've never even heard of that consume. That's how I learned about the Blasted Lands ones, the ground Scorpok essay, from their super sweaty requirements. And like, I don't think I've even met all the requirements for their thing yet. So I'm like, this is too much. I'm not gonna help. I can't help you guys. And then it fell apart anyways. Like the whole thing collapsed for some reason.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I've got the nerds.
Yeah.
And
I keep seeing, there's a couple of guilds that I keep seeing around. I'm like, I wonder how things are over there.
They'll put on a happy face.
Get rich or die grinding. I was like, those guys probably don't seem like they're very much.
That seems like just by the name alone, I'd be scared.
Yeah.
A guild called We Smoke Fellweed shouldn't even do raids. I know King Lich, right? But no, they were very, very sweaty. I was like very surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, it reached. Surprising. I think if I ever, maybe at some point I'll retire this character and I'll make a guild that's like gone fishing.
Oh, you want to do what they did in one of the versions where it's just a fishing guild?
Yeah, yeah, that would be dope.
Oh, they were like net pagels, something fishers or something like that. I don't know. There was something after net pagel, and they were literally just a fishing guild. That's all
That's
they did.
cool. I bet they made lots of money.
Nah, I mean, they made lots of fish, but who knows? They didn't raid, so yeah, they probably made lots of money. Once you start raiding, you lose all that money.
They probably only ran ZG because it has all the the whatever those mud skippers are.
They probably just fished all over the place.
King Lich is already
Squid,
he's gonna join my
probably
guild.
got the
Oh man.
They would have had plenty of squid. They would have had the
Oh,
winter
yeah.
squid. They would have had plenty of the night fins for the stoops.
Dueling?
They'd have
What the
had
hell are
plenty
these
of
guys doing?
everything.
I think they're dueling.
Where are you?
I'm just in the middle of Stranglethorn Vale on the beach, fishing, and
Oh,
I don't know what they're
I
doing.
thought you were on the coast of Duratar for a second. I was like, oh yeah, that'd be people just out there killing the crabs, but
Oh, it's turtles. Turtles with benefits. Oh, and Golden Moon. Uh-oh.
I see turtles with benefits sometimes.
I don't think they're together. Or maybe they are.
What are you fishing for?
Just whatever I find. Firefin in this case.
I think oily blackmouth is worth quite a bit still.
It is, but now I have to send it all to my alchemist.
Yeah, well, that oil is still worth a lot. And if
Oh,
you
for
make it
sure.
to the free action potions, it's worth even more.
Indeed, I saw. They were, like, I think, bridging 5 gold a piece now.
Wait, really? Free
I
action
think so.
potions?
I
Excuse me?
just was looking at them because I needed a refill, and I did refill, but it was like 3 to 5 gold per. I don't know if it's
Yeah, I mean,
because.
They use it PvP all the time, I'm sure.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Well, PvP, anyway, you'd want a free action potion. Like, they're good. Where do you want to move? They're almost probably as good as the lip potions.
Yeah. Well, they last for 30 seconds, so they're even better technically.
Yeah. All
least
the
I
more
think they
reason why
do.
you want them in PvP, right?
Oh yeah. Especially if you get the flag and you're about to get into the.
Especially if you're coming up against the Frost Mage and he's just frozen you in place, and then you pop that and you laugh as you chase him down.
Yeah. I'm sure many a noob frost mage goes, "What the fuck's going on?" when that
And
happens.
then they panic and they code a cold, and then they do everything to try and hold you. And you're like, I can.
No, well, they just
Oh,
face
what's
roll
it?
the keyboard at that point. Yeah. I have the same issue. It's like if something happens and it's like, "What the fuck was that?" I just start smashing all the keys trying to figure something out.
I skip all that process and I do that from the start. What the hell's going on? Which totem am I dropping? Oh my god, I'm dead.
They're everywhere. Oh.
I never actually got a chance because it's a rogue.
Oh. A min-max rogue.
Yeah.
Those are the worst. It's the people going to the level 19 BGs with like 3k hit points that are the worst, I suppose.
This is why I don't go to Battlegrounds, because I feel like it'd be like the twinks galore. And they know what
You
they're
know.
doing. I don't care. I'm just there to kill some people. Maybe have some fun. They're there for
Yeah.
kills. They want to progress. They want to do everything. It's like I don't care.
It's like they needed their own bracket or something. I don't know.
Maybe. You can't really like. There's no way you can predict that or account for it.
Not really. Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of people that are real die-hard PvP fans. I'll give you that.
Very much so. Yes.
And a lot of WoW was designed around the PvP aspect, so I can understand it. They're used to the faction versus faction kind of thing, and then Team WoW is
Unfortunately.
different in this aspect where you don't have to abuse that alliance guy that walked past or that horde guy that walked past just because he walked past. You can, in fact, leave him alone. He's just there to get 30% EXP.
Right. Just leave him alone. But no.
Never the case. That's why I had to give up that, because everybody that I wanted to group with didn't want to be PvP'd.
Yep. That's the other issue. If they heal you or buff you or anything, then they flag themselves.
Especially buffing. You can do it unintentionally, too.
Yep.
And then hardcore had to get their safety net to be like, "Are you sure you want to attack this guy?" And I was like, just let them die, please." I don't know why everybody's so harsh on hardcore players. I guess it's because they're just mixed in with everybody else. It's not like their own thing.
Oh,
They have
like
to
if it were
share
a
everything that you
server.
have to do.
Yeah.
And like, they're in the same space, and I get it. Once they get to 60, they're the same as you. They just have a little title that makes them a nerd. Not our nerds, but a nerd. And so people have done multiple hardcores, and they know the process, but... And then some people, for some reason, go to the Inferno challenge, and I will never understand that.
The what?
Inferno challenge.
What's that? Oh, at level
It's-
60, you're still hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's after you hit 60, you still go hardcore. So if you die, you lose everything. God forbid you get literally anything on that character.
I know.
There's no benefit to it. You don't get anything. It's just there. You get to say, "I'm doing Inferno."
It's for the thrill.
But yeah, basically. But again, you don't get anything off of it. At least with hardcore, you get like a title. I don't know what else you get. You get a title. If Inferno, you had to survive like Molten Core, and you got a title, and then you could do another one maybe and survive AQ. Probably have to do 40. And you got another title.
Wait, that's a good question. Can Inferno trade with other people, use auction house, etc.? Or are they just like
Yeah,
perma alone?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either.
I don't
I've
have
never-
Inferno. I don't
I've never
know
even
anybody
seen
that has
one.
an Inferno.
Do they even
Occasionally, I'll just see
exist?
the message pop.
Oh, you
I'll
see
see the message pop up, but it'll be like, "So and so has started the Inferno challenge," and I'm like, "Why?
Why?
What is the point?"
You know what? Next time I see that message,
you've
we gotta
worked-
ask him. We gotta ask him.
You've worked to level 60, and then you decided, if I die, I'm gonna throw it all away. You're gonna go into raids. You're gonna get raid gear. You're gonna get all that stuff. You're gonna be there week after week, and then it happens that, oh well, Jimmy Big Toes decided he was gonna pull one mob too many in this dungeon, or he didn't LOS the 4 horsemen properly.
There's an Inferno guild? Imagine Inferno Molten Core. Imagine Inferno any raid. Inferno Nax.
Yeah, you would have to be the sweatiest people. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
God. You take
You'd have
no
to be
risk.
so sweaty.
No
Yeah,
risk
no.
whatsoever.
You'd be playing Molten Core like you're playing Nax.
Yes. And even going into Nax would be like, I don't know.
I don't even think they would. Show me an Inferno guild that has completed Nax. No wipes. It
I'm
doesn't
curious.
exist.
I think there was one though.
No. That'd be the biggest news.
Actually, never mind. Turtle Out published the Inferno guild that did Molten Core.
Molten Core is one thing.
Yeah. This is default in hardcore servers and retail classic. Oh. You can't message. You get logged off in 120 seconds. What? Oh, if you're AFK. Interesting. Watch hardcore death compilations. No. That's stress-inducing. Even thinking that exists.
They're kind of funny because it's just people getting themselves in over their head, or they, something odd happens, like they get crit out of nowhere, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, that's the
mob
thing.
Spawns they didn't expect, and they're like, "No!"
No matter how good you are, RNG can always kill you.
Oh hell yes.
People forget that all the time.
Maybe
It's all
you
skill.
joined that warlock summoning circle, and you thought it wouldn't be you. There's 4 other guys there.
Wait, what? It kills a random
warlocks
person?
Yep, warlocks can do a summon. Ooh, nice BOE drop right there. Warlocks can do a summon that requires 5 people, and it randomly kills one of them.
Oh my god. I bet warlocks are the most hated people on hardcore servers.
No, people have to willingly participate in it, so probably not.
But yeah, imagine like someone who isn't familiar with that and is asked to participate.
Yeah, guys, click help me summon.
Or something.
No, I think everybody would be clued in that. There's no way somebody new is doing hardcore, and that, like, there's no way.
No, it happens. People who need the thrill.
There's people who have playing TWoW who have never done Ultima before, and I was like, really? Even I have done this dungeon. How have you not done it?
For some reason, it's very hard to get into Ultima on this server. I could never find a group.
It's a little bit difficult. Those odd dungeons that are between the common ones, like Razorfin Crawl, Downs, Alderman, they're all kind of like in between everything else.
Oh, they changed it on TWoW. The Doomguard summoning no longer kills a random participant, but it can kill the warlock.
Ah.
Interesting. Well, that
there we
fixes the hardcore issue, yeah.
What a shame.
I bet you exactly the scenario I suggested probably happened a couple times and they've changed it because of that. Come on, man, just click on the circle. What could happen?
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
Oh, I guarantee it. Boo? What do you mean, King Lich? What if it was you? Gosh.
Well, if it was him, he probably wouldn't realize, or he would know that it was a specific summoning. He'd be like, nah, ain't touching that. Not going near that with a 10-foot pole. You can get somebody else to do your, quote, summoning.
Yeah. Find someone else for your little summoning circle. I got better things to do.
Oh, speaking of summoning, I've seen a lot of people trying to summon to Hyjal. What is there to do up there?
Oh, so much. Yeah, you got to do Hyjal. You're a hybrid class, so you're going to need to get a bunch of the gems and turn them in for the Hyjal tea thing, which is just basically a.
Is that when you get the tea with sugar or whatever? Or?
No. That's the Timbermaw thing in Winter Spring. This is a different one. That's like an instant. It's basically a rejuve potion, but better.
Oh, okay. Interesting. All I know is I'm gonna need a lot of tea with sugar.
There's all sorts of quests up there, though. The only
Probably.
issue is to get there is tough. You have to go through the elite
Yeah.
demon cave.
Yeah, which is why I think people are like summons.
He
Yeah, I'm a bit
summoned us.
concerned about how my it's people that are offering summons. I don't know so much people like summon me to Hydra. I have a concern about my mana efficiency, but I guess I won't really know until I start getting more crit, because I think that's what I'm relying on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as elemental anyway. Spell crit. Because the more of that, the more I get the clear casting. And the more clear casting, the more reduced mana cost.
Free spells. Huzzah.
Not free, not for Shaman,
Oh.
but like 80% reduced.
Ah. Almost.
It's massively reduced. To the point where it's like, oh, this is what they should have been. No, I'm kidding. If they were that cheap, it'd be called bullshit. They'd be like, what, warriors?
Just a warrior with a totem.
Yeah, I mean, Elemental kind of is, but the warriors want that totem.
No, I bet they
They'll
do.
do anything for that totem. What
Yes,
would
they
you do
will.
for a Wood Fury totem bar?
Not much. I'm not really that sweaty about DPS, and I know that
You're
that
like,
goes
"Nah,
against
I-
what I like. Here,
I'm
you can
just
look
a
at my
rogue. I
bar.
have poisons. I'm okay.
I'm good. I got my own DPS. I'll
Hell, I
take
don't
it.
even have half my finishers on here.
Well, my rotation's decent, but I could certainly improve it quite a bit if I were paying more attention to how many combo points. But
Yeah, that's the problem when you get this percentage chance to get like an extra point on a crit or something. You're like, wait,
oh,
do I have that?
that's fixed now. Oh, on the backstrap. Yeah, extra point. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
still there.
Or anything like, because I think some of them are like, if you get a crit, you can get an extra point.
It's only on the backstab thing. They
Is
fixed
it?
the other ones. Yeah, so it used to be that if you it used to be a 90% chance for a combo point addition if you finish with like 5 combo points, and now it's a 100% chance. And they also
I
did
thought, subtlety got something.
they have that too. The only shoot, what's it called? Let me just look it up.
Yeah, they do. It gives you an initial, or gives you a 33, 66, 100% chance to add an additional combo point to your target when using your ambush, garrote, or heap shot.
100% now, yeah. It used to be less.
Yeah.
But
used to
now
be
you
just
can
yeah.
you can guarantee it now, so that's great.
Yeah. I thought there was another one though that was like if you score a critical hit, you have a chance to add a point.
That's the that's the
the
new improved backstab.
okay, so they've just added it to backstab.
Yes, which is great because it gives us a chance to compete with Sinister Strike rogues who can just slap down a million whatevers.
What the hell are
And
those balls? I don't remember those. Bell Power Goggles Extreme? That sounds like a turtle edition.
certainly does.
Oh boy, we're on the first of the get 3 people to touch the statue thing.
Oh no. Already over.
And these are 46 plus. I'm probably not hitting anything at this point, but I'm dropping traps on them, so whatever. My dog's making noises and helping people do stuff, so I'll take it.
They're making noises.
Yeah, you know, they got the Furious Howl, gives everybody a damage buff.
Mm-hmm.
That's an extra, what, 28 to 34 damage on your next attack after that.
Doomguard Roulette? I don't know. That sounds Sounds dangerous to me. Because the Doomguard's cripple ability does not work against bosses on Turtle Out, wasn't really worth the summoning. Did you ever meet any of the OG OST composers? Yeah. I worked with Glenn Stafford and Tracy Bush, and I wouldn't say I was like close with them or anything, but I worked with them and had to give them some feedback on sounds here and there sometimes.
Did you ever ask them why every track in the game is just the Orgrimmar theme?
Wait, what?
Ask them why whenever you go to like a BRD and you get to the Emperor, it's just Orgrimmar theme. Or you get to
Oh, I don't
anything else,
know.
it's like Orgrimmar theme.
That's a good question. I don't know why that is. I don't think that was their choice necessarily.
If everything is just Orgrimmar theme, if it's something that's like tribal, it's Orgrimmar. Turtle WoW has done improvements. Like you go to Emperor now, it has its own track.
Yes. I think the
like,
issue was
oh,
simply
damn.
they only had so many tracks at the time of release, you know?
Yeah, I think so. I think they put a lot of effort into the sound effects and not so much into the soundtracks.
Yeah.
Except for the Stormwind soundtrack. Like, god damn.
God dang.
They went all out on that one, and that was it. They were done. They were like, we made a masterpiece. Nobody's gonna play Horde. Let's go.
I will say that the Stormwind, rolling up to Stormwind is one of the more epic experiences in the game. I don't blame everyone for choosing Alliance just for that experience alone.
I do. They're boring. Like, who wants to be just a dude?
I mean, yeah, I feel the same. I'm just saying I don't blame them because the music is so epic.
You get to Orgrimmar and it's just like dun 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 dun.
Yes.
And then you get to the Emperor and it's like dun 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 dun. You get to like Arathi and it's like dun 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 dun. It's like, okay, we get it.
We get it.
It's the Horde.
It's enough.
And then you get to the one troll village and you get the like dun, 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 dun. And it's like, yay, something different. And then you take a few steps and you get dun 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 dun.
So Tracy Bush did the original voices for the first Murlocs. Not the baby Murlocs, but the original Murlocs. That kind of stuff. So yeah, a lot of the sounds in the game were from that sound team. And then if you look at Warcraft 2, and some of the sounds that have carried over to World of Warcraft, it's actually mostly from this old CD of like stock sounds, you used to buy CDs filled with like random sounds, and then they would use those and they would change them here and there. That's just the industry standard for a sound department to do that.
Yeah, back in the day anyway, when you'd had CDs.
Yeah, now you can get fucking infinite sounds from
now-
everywhere.
Now you just go onto SoundCloud and you get like a bajillion sounds for the price of $2. And then half of them you won't even use, but you had to get the whole bundle.
Right. That's my
I was
problem.
actually gonna say, is there a lot of ones that you imported over from like Warcraft 3 or something?
Yeah, there's a lot of sounds from War
I
3 in the
imagine
game.
like the Bloodlust sound is pretty iconic.
War 2.
You-
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you'd hear that in either 2 or 3.
in 2. Yeah.
It must be the same in 2 as it is in 3. I don't know. I didn't play 2, unfortunately.
They're close, but not exactly the same. They enhanced it, I would say.
Enhance.
That's Zoom.
What about the others? Was there
Sounds
anything
that
else you really imported? Or
like iconic.
yeah, either iconic or maybe ones people didn't really know.
I don't know. Every sound's iconic to me, so it's, it's like when
The
you
splashing of the water over there, I remember that. That was
I remember
the
it all.
coast and I remember when you're killing off the Nagas that were trying to invade that one area in the coast.
In mission 6 of blah 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 blah. Yeah, exactly.
You remember when? Yeah. I don't remember all the names at this point, sadly.
Doesn't matter.
I never really did get too much into the Warcraft lore. But I recognized that it was a big pillar. I did play through a lot of 2. I just sucked at RTS games. I really sucked at RTS.
Yeah, I'm not actually a big RTS fan myself, which is interesting, but I am a huge RPG fan, and that's why Warcraft 3 was sort of my beginning and end with RTSs.
Yeah, because it was a combination of the 2, right? You had the RPG kind of element where you had the hero unit.
Yep.
But then you had the RTS aspect where you had to build a base and dudes to help your hero unit.
Yep.
Kill the other dudes and destroy their base.
It was a good mix, and it made the genre work for me. So, and then
it made a whole bunch more when you started getting into Dota and the likes.
Exactly, and then MOBAs became a thing, and I played League of Legends obsessively for several years up until Diamond 3, and then.
When did you play League of Legends?
I think it was like. Okay, so the problem is it's like a long period of time, and then I went to China, and then I started playing there again, and then I moved to Sweden, and I picked WoW back up, and then after leaving Sweden, I basically ended up in Thailand, and then I started playing League of Legends obsessively for another 2 years. I think that was like season 3 or 4?
Oh, put it this way: who was the new character when you played originally?
Annie, because when I first played, I played at launch, and then but the last time I played for a long period of time with the purpose of actually doing well, like getting up on the ladder, was I think the Blood Mage, the vampire guy. What was his name?
Vladimir?
Vladimir was the new guy at that time, I think. But
Yeah,
at that time, they were adding a guy every 2 weeks.
Yeah, they were. Because when I originally played, I played around the time of Mordekaiser's release.
Ah, yeah.
I was there when Xinjiao was released, and things went horribly fucking wrong. The Twisted Tree line was one of my favorites, actually. I liked that 3v3 mode, but it got removed.
Yep. No, I got hardcore into ladder playing jungle, predominantly jungle Gragas, and
Gragas. Oh, okay.
He was an unusual jungle at the time, but he very quickly became super popular because of his ability to gank over walls, and in fact, he was so popular that season, the next season following, that they nerfed his slam, so you couldn't use it all the time. His body slam.
Yeah.
So if you don't hit anything, I think it was like 12-second cooldown, as opposed to it used to be like a 3-second at max level.
His body slam.
Yar. It goes through
charge.
walls.
Yeah. Yeah, and with the thin walls, you could cross everything.
Yep. That's why his jungle was so good.
You know what I miss? I miss the old fiddlesticks where you could throw a crow and it bounced between 2 dudes and killed them.
Oh, yes.
And they stood together. that was my favorite. Like, you want to poke? Just level that crow. Who cares about the drain?
That was
level
fun.
that crow and throw it at people.
I used to take him to support because people... that's where it could really fuck shit up.
And it silenced, right?
It did, yes. So they basically they couldn't do anything. They didn't even know. They would try to flash away, and then it wouldn't work, and they wouldn't understand what was going on. So it was great.
And that was back when Flash used to break projectiles.
Yep. Well, that's why they had to nerf it and change them entirely.
Yeah, now you flash, and it's like, well, why did I just flash? I'm dead.
Yep. Oh, my corpse flashed.
Yeah. Or you
That's my
flashed
favorite.
away into like a teleport that got you all the way across the map, and that projectile's still following you.
Good
And
times.
it's gonna catch up. It's like the snail that follows you forever.
Oh, the what is it?
Yeah, if you had $1 million, but a snail followed you forever, and if it touched you, you died.
Right. $1 million. I thought it was immortality, but all right.
No, it's one of the two. I don't know.
I do it for immortality. I don't know if I do it for.
And it does things. Okay, I don't remember the specifics. I wasn't the genie.
Right. It, as far as I'm aware, it's immortality, and if the snail touches you, then you die. Because then it's the best of both worlds, because you can live for as long as you want, and then you know that at some point you'll be able to end it.
Yeah, but you have to keep moving.
It's a snail. You're gonna be fine.
The snail catches up eventually.
You just put a GPS tracker on the thing, or you have a friend do it. Obviously, you can't touch it.
Yeah, obviously you have to get a friend to do it. You like put a GPS on this thing, and they're like, "Why? It's just a snail." Like, put this ear tag on it, please.
It's important, trust me. And they're like, "I don't believe you. What is this bullshit?" I'm like, "Well, look, I'm immortal as long as that snail doesn't touch me."
You're like, "Okay, watch this." You touch it and you die, and they're like, "Oh, okay."
No. You go ahead, kill the snail, and then they'll stomp on it, and it won't die. So it's like, and then they'll be like, "What the fuck?" And you're like, "Okay, you believe me now?" And it has to be a really close friend, otherwise they might try to do something.
Yeah, you're like, "Okay, you see this snail? It's a demon, and I need you to track this demon because he's coming for me."
Yeah. Actually, the beginnings of an interesting movie there.
Like a real movie, or one you were just like, oh, "That'd be cool."
Like a real movie, yeah. Undercity? No.
Yeah, you don't want to go to Undercity. If you want Orgrimmar, you want the other one.
Yeah. I knew that. Just being lazy. Dance, Shadow.
Yeah, is where all the boats go from the Alliance side. I just don't understand. I know the one that goes to Darnassus, and that's about it. I know if you want to get to Ironforge, you take the tram.
You can sneak on them. I don't think they kick you off unless you attack someone. Just getting through Stormwind to them is difficult.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you don't have to. You can just creep up to Darkshore and take the one from there.
True.
Well, that dungeon went fine at least. Nothing great dropped.
Oh yeah. What dungeon was it? Hateforge?
No.
What were you doing? Oh, Alderman. Okay. God Lord.
Yeah.
I haven't been in there in a million years.
I've been in there quite a lot recently. I'm gonna have to go back in there again on my priest because he needs enchanting.
Wow. Loot in there is shit. What is the fuck?
Yeah, but the enchanting thing is up there. My god, that just
Oh.
bashed my mum.
Oh, they've got 3 Vikings references in there. I forgot about that.
Yeah, they do.
Eric
They
the
do.
Swift.
And you have to
defeat
only the
them.
Horde can kill them.
Ah. Charge an enemy, knocking it silly for 30 seconds. What? Also knocks you down, stunning you for a short period of time. Any damage caused will revive the target.
You can get a chance for that, yeah.
That's actually interesting. I didn't know that. Is that an original item?
I think I've seen that drop once. I don't know if it's original or not though.
5% of your mana regen to continue while casting.
That sounds like an addition. That anything that has something like that, I feel like that's a T-Well change.
Yeah, that
Because
does
they
sound
did
like
that on a lot of
T-Well.
items.
It makes me wonder if you could put together a set that gets you up to 100% mana regen while casting.
Maybe for a shaman, because they can get resto shamans can get improved water shield, which gives them a percentage mana regen plus a percentage based on how many orbs they have. And then you can get into the enhancement tree and get an increase in the number of orbs. So I think you get to like 9 of them. So I think they get like a plus 15 or plus 20% just off of that. Let me have a look. So I have to
Minus
hit
5
10%.
fire form resistance. Arcadus. 50 armor on a ring. Meh.
I mean, that's a
Some-
bear ring. Anything
I've
that
seen-
has
I've
plus
seen
armor on it,
green
I instantly
rings.
think it's a bear.
Yeah, but I see green rings with more armor. I don't even know what the hell. Why you would want that. Last one.
Yeah, so they can get.
Trash. Popple Fez? Oh my god, there's a Fez. Alright, I gotta go.
Who's that on?
Miner's hat? It's trash. It could drop off anything.
Oh, just the trash mobs. Oh.
Yeah. There's a
We
miner's
got the-
helmet.
we got one of the. We got the bracer, the BOE plate bracer to drop.
Lost
I don't know what that
Defender's
one is.
helmet? Adventurer's Pith helmet? Oh my god, it's the Indiana Jones hat. Sorta. Spalders of a Lost Age. Energy Cloak. Oh, that's kind of cool. These must be rare as fuck. Wait
Oh,
a
they
minute.
probably are.
Unearthed. No. No. Vault. Beacon of Hope. It's a lantern. Well, I already have a lantern. Look. What else? Wow, they got all sorts of weapons too.
You know what I actually got the other day?
What's that?
Well, the other day, it was a little while ago. I was
Yeah.
mentioning to Emic how I wanted to dual wield or something, have like the one hand and the other, just the offhand, so I could use that stick. And she was like, you know, you can get these mugs, and you can have one for the main hand and one for the offhand. I was like, yeah, that'd be great. Have the two mugs, one in each hand. No sooner had we gone over that conversation, a little while later, that offhand mug dropped for me.
Oh shit.
Well, one of them anyway. I don't know how many there are, but
Nice.
yeah, I could now have a main hand and
Oh.
I just died from the server.
Yeah, someone was asking is the server lagging, and I guess it was more than lagging.
It seems like it died.
It
Yes.
seems like it's over.
Oh, that's great because I'm about to head myself to bed in a second.
All right, I'm gonna end my
Stupid
stream now
mistake.
because it's almost 11 p.m. and I have a raid at 7 a.m. So, shit. All right. Good talking to you. I'll talk to you guys later. Good night, everybody who's watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right.